to the whoop-de-wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Whoop-de-wop.
to remind everybody,
Oh
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop.
shit.
It's a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de-wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know the
Yo,
who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana
Yo,
thing.
yo, you got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know what
We're
a
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay,
Yo,
that's
we
something to do with
those.
things.
Throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
out
know
the
at one
cum
point
stove, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
Klan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
Hey PGO squad, welcome back to another video. Today we are out here at Moody Acres, and come on and introduce yourself, sir.
My name is Harvey Moody, known as Red. I am the co-owner of Moody Acres. My wife is the main owner, Sally Moody. And God has blessed us with a piece of property to where we can contribute to our family and friends. We plant vegetables and we share our bounty, and we thank God for it.
Amen. And I thank God that I'm the family and I can reap the bounty. Stay tuned for the video.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Good to see you, Richard. Just what I've always wanted, a girl who can dress out a rabbit. I am into that. I think that was a rabbit. So, oh no, she is legit. As a matter of fact, this is Pretty Girl Outdoors. She's a whole thing. And I haven't watched her in a while. I'm gonna, probably over the next week or maybe even next weekend. You remember some days, Richard, when I used to show a whole bunch of black farmers and black fishermen and stuff like that. I haven't done it in a while. So that's something, maybe I'll concentrate on next Saturday. But yeah, she is legit. She's making money off her YouTube page. I don't know how much, but she's a brand.
Say it again for me.
Have to use grease
Oh,
in
okay.
it, keep it from leaking.
Okay, now what are you adding right here?
This is gear oil,
Okay, and you're all on this. What is this called?
a rototiller.
All right. And that's what we're about to go do, till up the ground out there.
Yep.
All right. And what are we preparing and playing?
We're going to do our mustard greens, turnip greens, rutabagas, cabbage, and collards.
All righty. And that's going to be the fall gardening, right?
Yep.
And when will that be ready?
Hopefully the 1st of November. Lovely some catfish.
Can you fry it good?
By the way, I think she's in Georgia, by the way. I think she's in South Georgia, if I recall.
Ma'am?
Can you fry it good?
Oh, my mama, yes. She is. Matter of fact, I'm waiting on the fryer to get here. I'm frying Cornish hens for dinner. These here are the oil.
You ordered a fryer? Where'd you get your fryer from?
Amazon.
Okay.
It's a Cajun fryer.
Yeah, there's the Georgia
not like your regular
Bulldogs. So
fryer.
this
Double
is
back.
South Georgia.
Okay.
But instead of your flame being at the bottom, it's in the middle. So when your crumbs drop, it don't sit on the bottom. It sits at the bottom, but your flame don't burn. That's how you burn your grease.
Okay.
Your oil lasts longer because those crumbs don't burn. When you finish cooking, you just crack it open and rinse those crumbs out and close it and add a little bit more oil and you're done. So if people mess up, you get oil in the bottom of that pan and that heat burns it and burns your oil.
Right.
Turn your oil black.
Propane cooker.
Yeah. Yep. Come on, buddy.
And y'all were waiting on the oil to go in.
Yeah.
That's what we're sitting here waiting on. Yeah, I mean yours is newer. Wash it up.
No, not this one. My old. My one.
The real old one that we saw last time.
1949. I'm gonna put it in the fair. Sit out there in my overalls, and straw hat, and cowboy boots.
Put your straw in your mouth.
Yeah, me and my buddy. We're gonna sit out there in our overalls.
Who's your buddy?
My buddy John.
Okay, hey John, if you see this video.
We'll sit out there and like we know what we're doing.
Just look the part, huh?
Yeah.
Whether you know what you're doing or not.
Tell lies.
What you lying about, Red?
Oh, I go. You see me in the store when I go in the store. People that know me, I go to Tractor Supply. They ask me how that thing's going, how the garden looking. Well, I'll be standing up there in my hands, my overall. Everything's going like I got 100 acres. You know, like I farm for a living. I got a little old garden. God has blessed me to where I take that little bit of garden, that little bit of dirt out there, and I feed so many people. It is unreal. I stop and think.
That's a blessing.
How you wouldn't believe how many people I feed.
Were you into this before Sally? Because I know she was really into it because of her dad.
Yeah, I was the same way.
Okay.
My family. We like I said, we grew up. That was our groceries. You know, Mama had her garden. She put everything up, and you know that was our groceries.
Right.
We raised our own hogs and cows and chickens that we butchered, and that's how my grandma would stay up late at night and can all this stuff and put it up.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how I grew up. You know, watching my grandma wring chicken necks. My job was to keep the fire going on the wash pot, keep the water hot, and make sure it had water in it. Spent many a days.
About how many did she have?
Ooh, we had a chicken coop. Wow, we had a huge chicken. We had a chicken coop about twice the size of that garage out there. And it'd be full of chickens. I'm talking about 50, 60, 80 chickens. And I would go out there and I would pick the eggs.
That was a lot of eggs a day. Did she sell them?
Shoot, with all the kids, I grew up with my aunts and uncles. You remember my grandma, my granddaddy, 2 aunts, 2 uncles, me. And the eggs went quick because we ate breakfast every morning.
Wow, we're back at Moody Acres. It's been about 2-3 years, maybe. But we are back. You're back in the country. And your girl's ready to work.
This here's your RPM gauge. You want to see it says 25? You want to keep it in between 25 and 30. You want to bring your RPMs up. All right. You lower and start going forward. You want to go kind of slow. When you get near the end, lift it up, turn around, Drop it back down.
Can I lift it right now? How do I lift it?
Just pull it forward. Like that.
Okay, that's to put it down.
Yep. Pull it down. That's good. Now put your tire in that trail.
Okay. Alright, so we're coming to the other side of the field to get this done. I did a pass on the left side of the field, now we're on the right side. Gonna put the tiller down. Let's just put it down with this level. So this level here. Up. That. Alright, we're going over here to do another pass on this side. I'll get over here and I'll drop it. Don't just have to little prep for their garden, guys. Nothing too major. All we're doing is filling up the ground for the next garden.
PGO squad, y'all hanging in there with me because we've already been busy out here. We've been riding tractors, getting this land worked up, and next we're picking some fresh okra straight out the garden. But the day isn't over yet. I still got a fryer to put together and a few more things on my list. And hopefully, I'll have enough energy to get it all done. Stick around, grab a snack if you need one, and let's try to get everything done before the sun goes down.
Oh, I forgot y'all were in here. Y'all, we are chilling, getting ready for our family fall garden. I've been out here for a long time, y'all. I've done this whole field, working on this one. Got to do another one in the home. Then we're gonna pick a little okra. We'll be right back, squad.
Now, apparently, I have to look this up if I can recall, if I can remember to do it. But apparently, she's on TV or something.
You don't eat any?
No.
You sure?
Yeah. I was born and raised and stuff.
You gonna be crying later.
It won't bother me. It does not bother me.
Yeah, that's what. When you pick okra, there are these little micro hairs. It's almost like picking peaches in a way. Like my wife was allergic to peach fuzz. So when her mother used to can peaches and stuff like that, she basically didn't even bother. I guess you could wear gloves, but she's like, "F that." Um, so these little vegetables like okra, peaches, and there are probably other vegetables that I can't think of. Sometimes I can't remember if um, strawberries maybe, and I honestly can't remember. It's been a long time since I've picked summer okra. I'm sorry, summer squash or zucchini. I think they may have them, but they're guard hairs basically. So anyway, that's why she's putting on gloves.
Yeah, I even got shorts on. People look at the short sleeves. People come out here like they go into combat when they come pick okra. I'm like, where are you going? Nobody cut her a long sleeve shirt. I mean, he's got it buttoned up at the end.
All right, guys, we're done tilling the ground for the fall garden. Now we're about to go pick a little bit of okras. Anything you want to tell them about the okra before we take off?
Well, okra's a dry weather plant. It has to be picked. Now look, it has to look real close. It has to be picked every 2 to 3 days. But it grows real fast. Now this is the house. Hold on a minute. You finished? Yeah, I went over it twice. And I'll find 20, 30 people. If you ever got your butt beat about picking okra, you'll learn. Grandma's sitting there to pick that okra, and she go out there behind you and find it.
Which your grandma had, where was it, in Claxton?
Yeah, out there on 301 between Claxton and Gunville. Gooseneck.
Oh shoot, Claxton.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's
No, I was deputy sheriff of Peach County.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow.
I knew it was somewhere.
Yeah, so Claxton I think it's a little bit north and west of Savannah. So yeah, I know right where this is.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Claxton, there's a company called Claxton Chicken, and they sell it at the local Walmart. As a matter of fact, yeah, Claxton Chickens, that thing has been, or the poultry company's been around since I was a kid. So that's shit. I'm 61. It's existed ever since I can remember.
I went to school. I went to school with Shannon and Sterling Sharp, football player.
Oh, Shannon Sharp, Club Station. He has the YouTube channel.
Yeah. So now this is a big one. See the finger? It's still tender. Yeah, his uncle married my cousin.
Y'all were picking the okra. Look at this. So big. You test it by putting your fingernail in it. You see that? And if I push it, that means it's still good. So we're keeping that one. If I don't cook it off, I love okra. It's one of my favorite dishes. And it's like I developed a love for it out of nowhere. Oh yeah, these are some big ones.
There's another one down there.
It's kind of funny. I was talking to my father the other day about okra, and he was telling me he cooks his, because I don't know, I was thinking about there's this okra soup which I like. It's like a staple. I still cook it even occasionally. I've been meaning to actually cook some. But my father basically says if you pressure cook okra for like, I don't know, 5 minutes or something like that, it doesn't get slimy. And I'm like, well, I like the slime. I actually have no problems with it slimy. It's mucus, but I mean, that's actually one of the things that I enjoy about it. So yeah, they're yeah, I like fried okra, but to be honest, something like okra soup is actually better than fried. You know, fried okra is like potato chips.
Last time y'all picked it?
2 days ago. 2 or 3 days ago. Had some people came out.
What's something with this one? Nothing with a little knots on?
No. There's a couple good ones right there. There's two of them right there. 2 big ones.
Oh.
I don't know what it is about down here on the end. They love to grow big and they're abundant.
Look at that, guys.
You can tell the ones that were missed, or they get so big. That one there, you know, I know it's no good. It's super hard. It's been missed a couple pickings.
They kind of hide down in here.
Yeah, they're green, the plant green.
Now, how do you plant these? How do they come? Seed?
Yep.
Okay. And then they slowly grow and produce?
Oh, yeah. I have to thin them out. I use a planter, plant them thick. Then Sally will come out here and she'll thin them out.
But yes, sir. I love some good old okra and rice and bacon, onions.
Doing it.
I used to be a real big squash fan. I've kind of got off of that, though.
Hey, how about squash this year? We had a bad year on squash. Buddy's playing bucket squash no wrong.
They really broke apart. I was too.
What did you say?
It was a bad year. The rain came and flooded everything out.
Missing. Get your tongue.
See down here, they get smaller and it'll put out that much.
I don't think the okra lasted a week last time. We ate okra every day.
It's good.
It is.
They put the plants in. Well, I dig the hole. They put compost in the hole, and then they put the plant in and cover it up. They even one of them has a daughter. She's like 10, and she loves to come out. I call her my supervisor. She rides on the buggy with me and keep an eye on them. She'll do a little bit of work. She'll go get on her iPhone. They help me split wood.
Okay.
I mean, they're hard workers. Sometimes I make them go home. I'm like, I'm done for the day.
Right now, we're over here at the neighbor's house getting watermelons. He has all this land where he grows them. Let's zoom in a little. Cameras are dying, but I'm about to grab me a few and be out of here, y'all. Now, how do I pick the best watermelon? How do I know it's a good one?
I'm not an expert at it. I just go by looks and sound.
I do have one thing to say. I listened to a little bit of Nightish's show today, and this dude way out on the West Coast keeps going on and on and on about collectivism and we need to band together and shit like that. Dude, it's been happening in the South, especially places like St. Helena Island, South Georgia. This dude has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Just like most of us on YouTube. But my personal experience is that, people work together, neighbors. It's a more rural, type of environment where you might even barter vegetables and stuff like that. I heard him talking about, you grow some potatoes and dude, that shit's been happening for centuries in the South. And this is one of the things that I keep saying, and these folks on YouTube just kind of probably don't even notice what I'm saying. But I think the locus of quote black culture is in the South. The shit that I hear these city boys talking about, it still happens now, and it's been happening for a couple hundred years. This is what happens when you lose touch with your roots. Maybe some, and again, Charles Blow talked about, well, if blacks want power, move back down south where it all began, and see what happens. But it's just easier to get drunk on a fucking YouTube channel and come and whine about they're individualists with no T. It's really just fucking ridiculous. And you know what? I to be honest, I've just every time I go up on a panel and I start saying, well, it's already happening, or telling people how it really is, and I mean these city blacks, I'll just call them that. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about, but they won't listen to me. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. They just look, the fools that they are. You can literally, like, no one told me to go looking for Pretty Girl Outdoors, where they're actually talking about what's going on, in this case in South Georgia. It's out on YouTube. Anybody can find it. But Nidus specifically would rather get up on a panel and talk shit about shit he doesn't really know, or he's not aware of. Oh, this should happen. Well, motherfucker, it's been happening for centuries, and he just rather get up there and be vulgar, to be honest, and that shit gets old.
What are we looking for? What kind of sound?
Like a good solid sound. You don't want to make it so like it sound hollow. See, that
like
sound
that
different.
sounds hollow?
Yeah.
That one sounds good.
But they're all good.
What you think about this one?
That'll be a good one.
Putting it.
Yeah, on this side. Yeah.
Okay, one more.
And by the way, watermelons that aren't so good, you just crush them up and feed them to the hogs. Hogs love, like, kind of fermented watermelons.
Right. Oh, we're not used to it though.
And then they go out here and play basketball for an hour and a half. I sit out there, I get tired, I leave them. Sally came home one day, they were out there playing basketball. They were like, where are you at? He's inside. I'm laid up in the bed. I looked at my camera, I said, they still out there?
Oh, this is so pretty. Ooh, I love this driveway. What kind of trees are these?
Bradford pears. Your crumbs. See here? Oh, man, let it. See, your fire, your heat comes through here.
Mm-hmm.
See, and your crumbs go down there on the bottom.
Okay.
And you open it up, and it drains the crumbs off.
How do you pull it out, though?
There's a place in the back.
Okay.
Right here. See right there?
Mm-hmm. And then the crumbs fall out of here.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. I put my mama's grills and stuff together. Fireplaces.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I might not get it started, but I finish the tightening with this.
Okay.
Try this.
we almost done. We almost got it. What would you have done without me helping you?
Went in the house. I've done it later on this afternoon.
Well, you had good help.
Yep.
I'm glad to
Show
help.
motivation. That's what I tell people.
Uh-huh.
I would do stuff if I had motivation to live up to me. Nope, go in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Do it later. That's my motto. Do it later. Then I've been rushing.
Now you ain't got to worry about it.
Yeah.
You just get up, get your hands
Be
seasoned.
here at 4:30. By the time I get back to the kids, I had to put this together. She'd been like, I'm hungry.
I done worked all day. Where the food at?
Yep. Here, there you go. Screw that on. Whatever.
If it's getting too hot, you can turn your grease down. Appreciate you, sir.
I think I can do it.
All right, we got our fryer
I'm ready
done.
to rock and roll.
All right, we've had a full day.
Very cool day.
I've enjoyed you. I'm about to get ready to head out.
So thank you for coming and helping.
Oh, you're welcome. When are we going to plant the garden?
I'm going to start hopefully tomorrow or Saturday. I finish tilling and making rows, beds for my plants. And then I'll hope to drop seed Saturday. Pray for some rain after that.
Okay. Now, I won't be able to come back till Monday. Saturday, I'm in Atlanta.
I have everything about me done
By Monday?
I'll let you know.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. We're going to wrap it up.
You got all your pieces and microphones and everything?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You want to say bye to the people?
I thank y'all for coming today, sharing time with me. If you're ever around Middle Georgia, give me a call. Come give me a visit. We'll have plenty of greens, Lord willing.
Uh-huh.
Come and reap some of my bounty.
How much are they?
They're free.
All right.
God bless me, so I bless everybody else.
We love that. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
PGO Squad, that's going to conclude our day here at Moody Acres. We thank you for the okra. We thank you for letting us drive the tractor.
Yes, ma'am.
We had a good time today.
Don't forget your watermelons.
I won't. I have 4 of them in the car, y'all. As always, PGO Squad, be sure to like, comment, and share. And hey, if you're new here, welcome. You too can be a part of the PGO Squad. All you got to do is press the subscribe button and hit the bell for all future content. Thank you for being here, squad. Bye.
Yeah, she's a whole brand there, and like I said, I hadn't watched her in a while, but I actually enjoy. You know, she does an outdoor show. I think she's even done like hunting shows. But next Saturday we may go rural. You know, I got a whole bunch of black farmers and black hunters and black fishermen I have to catch up with. And no one ever talks about these folks. It's probably been at least a year, if not a little bit longer, since I've, used to spend weekends just looking at these sorts of things, gardening, that sort of thing. So we'll have to get back to it. And Arawella, I can't remember Stalin's first wife's name, but Nadezhda is such an odd name that I don't know that I don't know. I was hoping it was a typo. Hello, Stalin, or hi, Stalin. Hopefully that was a typo. If not, well, maybe it fits. So, more or less the theme of the show is well, I got a political thing we're going to look at next because I have to. But we're going to go back to the kind of the masculinity theme, because I had a whole bunch of videos that I had stacked up. Might be dry, but the link is pinned if anyone wants to come up. I'm not wedded to the topics, to the topic, but basically, I'd say the last 2 days on YouTube panels and stuff like that, it kind of prompted this title. I don't know if folks have heard of a band that broke up quite a bit ago, but it was a band that was pretty popular when I was in college, The Replacements. And one of the lines, one of the lyrics that Paul Westerberg, it first time I heard it, it cracked me up. If ignorance is bliss, stupidity is freedom. And boy, howdy, we got a bunch of free people. We got a bunch of free Negroes on these YouTube streets, and many of the whites as well. And I'm sure those aren't the only two demographics, but goddamn, dude, there's some people on these YouTube streets who literally are unread, illiterate, and have no clue. They don't even understand what they read half the time. They don't understand their own arguments. They just spout talking points, but they haven't really thought about they're not thinking before they speak. And it is just disturbing. And tomorrow I may do a pop-up about this panel I was on last night. It was stunning. So I may get around to reviewing it if I do a show tomorrow. It stuck out of my mind as problematic. So let's get on to the one political thing we're going to look at. And because it is a guy who's running in Maine, I think it's Grant Plattner. He's running for Democratic. Well, he's running for the Democrats to for the one of the Senate seats in Maine, and he has had some problems. And these people at the New York Times, they're thinking that somehow or another he's very Trump-ish. And I know who Grant Plattner is, but I don't know a whole lot. So I figured I'd just watch this. Excuse me, can't remember how long it is, but please suffer through it with me. It'll be the one actual political thing we'll talk about. And again, the link is posted.
I have an electric car.
Link is posted if anyone wants to come up.
A charging station at home that's connected to my solar panels. So I
The
basically
charging
don't.
station
Oh,
is connected
I
to
don't
your
really-
solar panels.
Yeah, I don't really pay for fuel anymore.
you are ready for the zombie apocalypse.
They're knifing each other at the gas pump. Jamel will be like, later. I'm Michelle Cottle. I cover national politics for New York Times Opinion. And this week, I'm here with the usual suspects, my fabulous colleagues and columnists, David French and Jamel Bowie. Guys, how's it going?
Hey, Michelle.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. All right. This week, I want us to talk about Graham Plattner, the headline-grabbing Democratic Senate candidate at the center of Tuesday's Maine primary elections. What does his rise say about where Dems are placing their bets on the future leadership of the party? And bigger picture, what is the role of morality and authenticity in politics today? But first, I want to talk about the Republican.
Okay, I'm going to have to. Such a difficult question for these Democrats. I would say that the role of morality in politics in 2026 is a nice to have. If you got it, great. But if you don't, you can still get elected.
In Congress, which is one of, I know, everybody's favorite topics on the show. They're starting to show a wee bit of spine. This past week, the House voted for a resolution demanding that Trump withdraw forces from Iran. To make this possible, 4 Republicans had to cross the aisle and join with Democrats. Now, 2 weeks ago, after Trump announced his $1.8 billion political slush fund, there was also serious pushback from his own party. Why are we seeing this pulse now? And what do you think it means going forward? David?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say there's a couple of things happening. One is, I think it's actually true that believe it or not, Trump is getting even more brazen. So when you're talking about the slush fund, for example, we had a good time talking about that is this one of the most monarchical things that he's done? You know, he's subverted Congress, he subverted the judiciary. It was a remarkable power grab, just a breathtaking act of corruption. And so I do think there is a difference in degree in some of what Trump has been doing. Also launching a war without preparing the American people, without going to Congress. I mean, you're going to chip away. And then also, I actually think this internal purge that Trump has been mounting is backfiring on him, at least in the short term. So, you know, he's gotten rid of Senator Cassidy. He's gotten rid of Cornyn. He's gone down to the state legislative level and intervened to endorse primary candidates at the state level. And I'm not sure that it's actually doing what he wants it to do, because he's obviously seriously alienated the Republicans in the Senate. And a number of Republicans can see the polling just like everyone else and see the results of elections before the midterms, between the general election and the midterm. So all of these things together are adding up to not what would you call normal political accountability, because normal political accountability, we'd be far down the road to impeaching Trump, but it's an opening to some form of political accountability.
Jamel, how you feeling about it?
I see all of this as very much downstream the fact that the president's, I wouldn't say in a polling collapse, but it's clearly very unpopular and trending downward. The most recent New York Times Siena poll had him at 37%, and the disapproval numbers are all in the high 50s and the low 60s. And those are just terrible numbers. And I think Republican congresspeople are approaching this situation where, you know, primary season just about over, and they'll have to deal with the general electorate. And it is a general electorate, not even will be, it is a general electorate that is quite unhappy with the state of things across all the big issues that that Trump was elected to deal with, mainly inflation and the cost of living. And so I just think this is Republican lawmakers beginning to recognize that, like, yeah, they have to actually run in elections, and Trump is not going to be on the ballot.
Well, this does remind me of when I talked to Thomas Massey, who was one of the 4 Republicans who sided with Democrats this week on the war vote. When I talked to him back in January about all this, he predicted that once the midterm primary elections were passed, that more of his Republican colleagues would feel comfortable stepping forward and showing a little life. And in part, it was just a question of timing. In addition to being wildly unpopular, the president is a lame duck. People are starting to realize in Congress that they may have ambitions to continue on beyond this guy who clearly cares nothing for the party and has no intention of doing anything other than his pet projects. It also does help that, you know, if you're talking about the members that he has targeted specifically, Tom Tillis, who's already was already on his way out because of clashes with Trump, has been pretty harsh about Trump's attempt to stick Bill Pulte in as the director of national intelligence, wildly unqualified. And
if I recall, I think Trump has withdrawn that nomination, if I recall.
also, you know, they're starting to see a little bit of the limits of Trump's political power. His candidate for governor went down in Iowa this week. And of course, I should clarify, we're taping on Thursday. So by Saturday, it may have all gone sideways again. But for now, at least, it looks like, oh my God, you know, alert the media. The Republican Congress is at least breathing. And with that, let's just forget about Republicans altogether and go on to the chaos of Democrats in Maine. So, Graham Plattner, we've talked about Graham Plattner a little bit. What his pros and cons are, David, I know you have very strong feelings on this. But first, I want Jamel to kind of walk us through how we wound up here. I mean, Jamel, you want to unpack his rise and his appeal in the Democratic political world of late?
So last year, or prior to last year, as this Maine Senate race was approaching, the DSCC, the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, was trying to recruit incumbent Governor Janet Mills to be the kind of party endorsed nominee for the seats. Mills, incumbent governor, one statewide, seems basically well matched for Susan Collins, the incumbent Republican senator, except for the fact that Mills is in her late 70s. And so there's strong uneasiness with the attempt to get Mills in, just because the public seems to have grown quite tired of elderly politicians, to put it.
You're trying to be so gentle about this whole thing. You're trying to avoid those old ageist complaints for the listenership, I'm sure. But
yes,
continue.
But it is the case that, especially in the wake of Biden, there's a lot more reticence about older candidates.
Biden and Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Last year, there was another effort to find an alternative, a candidate who might embody some of the economic populism and whatnot that has gained a lot of currency in Democratic politics. And my understanding is that Plattner is a recruit amongst a group of Democratic consultants and the like, who were looking for someone who would have that kind of aesthetic, but also seem to have the at least political talent to be able to carry a Senate race. He is an oyster farmer and has this, this not quite blue collar background. He comes from a relatively privileged background, but he's served in the Marines, served in the Army, and this was the guy that they found to try to, as I would describe it, maybe like pilot an approach, sort of like use this as an attempt to see if a different kind of approach to candidate recruitment might be successful. And last summer, Plattner did sort of take off amongst Democratic primary voters in Maine, in part because I think he's just young. He's the youngest person in the race, in part because he speaks to a lot of the frustrations I think a lot of voters feel. He's in this funny way, very reminiscent of like a median voter. He kind of like, he looks like, sounds like just sort of like a guy, and he just happens to be running for the Senate. And he was very vocally opposed to the Israeli war in Gaza. He condemned it as a genocide early on. And that is a really important issue for Democratic primary voters. But the thing about kind of recruiting just a guy to run is that you don't necessarily know everything about his background. And so there's been kind of a steady stream of revelations, scandals that range from being, I would say, quite serious, which is the question of his tattoo, to things that are not great, but I think for a lot of voters, no longer disqualifying. So the most recent one that I saw is his sort of texting with other women, not his wife, which 10 years ago, 15 years ago, candidacy destroying scandal.
No. Did you say texting? Because as I understand it was sexting.
Point still stands. A decade ago, candidacy destroying scandal. These days, I think,
with Trump in the White House and the family values party having gone all in with,
there's a level of sort of
men.
Okay, so what? There's also this question of, he's still polling quite well against Susan Collins, and there's a real, desperation to beat Susan Collins. So I think there's two points I want to make here. The first is that there's probably more to drop about Plattner. There's earlier in the year or late last year, there was stuff about his internet conduct, things he posted on Reddit in particular. And this is the second point, which is that it is precisely because his whole political persona is just kind of a guy. There's an extent to which, unless these scandals or these revelations, whatever you want to call them, tip into actual illegality or something, extremely unethical, I'm actually pretty confident he'll weather all of them, because they are the kind of scandal that reinforces the political persona. You know what I
All right,
mean?
David, I wanted you to jump in here because I know you have some fairly harsh views about some of Plattner's behavior or history. You wanna get a little bit into that?
Yeah, the guy is waving red flags everywhere. It's like he's waving flags, abort, no, don't do this. Because it's not just that he has a number of scandals. The nature of them and the way that he's responded to them raises the possibility that this is just not, that he's not the kind of person you would want in the United States Senate, to put it mildly. So, here you have a guy who's had an SS tattoo. So it's not just Nazi, it's sort of super Nazi, involving a unit that one of its jobs was guarding concentration camps. This is the insignia of the unit.
And you're
he
not
has
buying that he didn't know.
No, the guy's a history buff. The story has been he's gone through a tough time. He didn't know exactly what he was doing. He's come out of the tough time. He's better now. And then we get the sexting scandal. Well, the sexting scandal takes place after he's married, relatively recently. He had a profile on an app that's known, I think, called Kick, that is known to be it's a home. Let's just say it's not the home of the best people in America, Michelle. And he has this sort of, profile. He's not wearing clothes. He's just wearing a towel, and he's taking the mirror picture. And guess what he's conveniently covering up in the mirror selfie? You've got it, the Nazi tattoo. And so, you look at this stuff, and I know, and I hear the word authenticity. Well, he's authentic. Well, okay. Let me say, here's what I get about the authenticity point. We've all seen people who are like, political bot 9,000, that just sort of walk out there and they deliver talking points, and they've got the right gestures, and everyone's just sick of that, just sick of it. But authenticity by itself isn't a virtue. You can go into prison, and there's a lot of authenticity in prison.
You could be authentically horrible.
You could be authentically horrible. So I would prize of virtues over authenticity. And you're going to walk into this, and as Jamel said, you cannot open social media without the rumor mill of.
Well, I hate to do this whataboutism, and it is whataboutism, but Trump. So this is just wheedling, in my opinion. And this guy's a Republican, and he's anti-Trump. David French is his name, but I'm still going to respond, but Trump.
Just you wait. Just you wait. There is more to come. There is more to come. And I'm getting this feeling that a lot of Democrats are walking pretty far out on a limb that is going to just get chopped right out from under them as more comes out about this guy.
Yeah, I know they're really nervous. So the question I've always had is, if this is what we know, what do we not know? Because it's not like this stuff tends to hit all at once. And I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that campaign doesn't seem the kind to go ahead and drop everything early so that you can get it over with. They're going to let it drip, drip, drip. But I do think that this whole authenticity thing, and let me just say, the whole authenticity thing, aside from Plattner, has always driven me crazy, because it is clear is it's not that people want somebody who's authentic. They want somebody who's kind of charming and folksy or whatever. If you're authentically awkward, they have no use for you. If you are authentically anything except what you can fake, if you're a professional, then they are. So I have no kind of sympathy for that, to the degree that it allows you to embrace complete jackasses or horrible people. Not that I'm saying he is. I'm just saying that whole excuse drives me nuts. And I get your point about robots and things like that. But voters don't want authentic. They want authentically charming and folksy and looks regular guy-y.
They want someone who can perform a certain kind of, I'm going to sound like an academic here, perform like a certain kind of legible authenticity, right?
Thank
Something
you.
that authentic, capital A, refers to a set of traits that are politically advantageous. And if you can perform them well, then you get labeled.
And let me make a point here. One of the videos we may get around to is going to talk about masculinity as a performance. And I've never exactly heard it broken down this way, but it is a performance. All the world's a stage. Well, I think a lot of the stuff that you hear, say in the Black manosphere, that sort of thing, it's performance art. It's not necessarily even authentic. It's performance. Gender to a certain extent is performance. Well, no, actually, it is a performance.
Authentic, right? So, as per your point, Michelle, like if you are authentically kind of a patrician, that is like, say, Mitt Romney, authentic patrician, that's sort of a hard thing to get past. That reads to voters as being sort of like awkward and robotic, even if it's not, even if he's just a guy being who he is. And that's why you see candidates doing all kinds of often very silly things, at state fairs, at all kinds of places, to try to perform
the meat on stick parade. Yeah.
This particular kind of authenticity. And I wanted to say real quick that, setting aside the questions of authenticity and ethical behavior from Mr. Plattner, I do think that if I were a Democratic Party insider, the thing that would make me worry is the fact that they haven't released this stuff early on. Like the time to drop all of these scandals was last summer. Just get it over with.
Just get it all out there. How do we feel more broadly about the fact that his team reportedly knew about this, the sexting history at least months ago, chose to keep pushing forward? Is that concerning? Or do you, as you've noted, with the morality question, Trump has basically blown that up? When we talk about leadership and character, that's almost laughable these days. When I would be talking to people, for instance, one of David's favorite candidates, Ken Paxton, the Republican Senate candidate now in Texas, when I would mention his long string of personal, how do we even put this gently, degeneracy, you would get laughs. I mean, people would be like, "Oh, that doesn't matter anymore." Like look at Trump. Yeah. So have we reached the point where that sort of thing just doesn't factor in? And is it even, honestly, is it even fair to compare Plattner to somebody like Paxton or Trump?
I don't think it's fair. And I say that because so far what we've learned about Plattner is that, for lack of a better term, he's kind of a dirtbag. He's just kind of a dirtbaggy kind of guy.
You mean that in the nicest way possible?
I mean in the nicest way possible. That's versus Trump, who isn't just a kind of a reprehensible person, but actively engaged in harming other people in his private life, right? And I'd say the same for Paxton, not just sort of a slimy guy, but a guy who sort of modus operandi as a human being is to try to dominate the people around him in really ugly ways. And so I think Plattner is more on the Fetterman continuum than he is on the Trump continuum, which is just sort of kind of dirtbaggy.
Okay, so I want to drill down just a little bit more. As you guys probably know, our colleague Ross Douthat recently wrote about the subjective view of morality and politics these days. He was comparing Plattner or contrasting him with someone, like the Democrats' Senate pick in Texas, James Tallarico. Seminarian, very kind of straight-laced. As Ross sees it, sometimes voters view the, quote, sinner as more reassuring because they think that his vices are doubling as the promise that he won't be too fanatical or self-righteous. So in politics, have sins and shortcomings to some degree become a political asset in some cases?
You know, I kind of had the opposite instinct that actually that the vice that you're seeing in politicians is an appeal precisely because it demonstrates that they are fanatical. That, in other words, they are not restrained by the norms and the rules. And in a moment of extreme negative polarization, in a time when there is an enormous amount of raw hatred, the presence of this vice says, and broadcast to partisan voters, I have no walls, I have no rules. And you can see this sort of mirrored in the talk around Plattner, because you keep hearing, I want a fighter. I want a fighter. And I think if Tallarico loses, and let's be clear, I mean, the odds are against him. I think there's a lot of sort of this burst of optimism. But the reminder is that Texas is the Lucy with the football for Democrats, and it has been for some time. He's got an enormous sort of structural deficit to overcome. Not to say that he can't do it, but it's a tough race. But I guarantee you, if he loses, one of the knocks against him will be, well, he wasn't a fighter. Well, what do they mean by that? I guarantee you that Tallarico will campaign his heart out, that his staff will exert themselves to the limit of their endurance to try to win this race. But he will not be a fighter because he's not cruel. He's not belligerent. He is leading and leaning into the race in a way that is trying to emphasize sort of, even if you disagree with me, I'm going to treat you with decency. And that is not fighting right now. That's not fighting. And that's why I think that the Plattner situation is dangerous. Obviously, he's not Donald Trump. I mean,
no one is.
He is the gateway drug to Trumpism. Because if he wins, let's put it this way, if he wins and Tallarico loses, the cry across the land in that Democratic consultant class will be, find me more Plattners. We need more Plattners. These are the guys who know how to win. And where have I heard this before? Where have I heard this before? And so I do think that we're at this really interesting moment where, in my question, and I do think we're in this thermostatic reaction against Trump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's not clear to me yet the exact nature of it. Is the thermostatic reaction against Trump and for decency? Or is the thermostatic reaction against Trump and to pummel the other side? And I think that that's going to be I don't know how we're going to go. And I think that this, who wins, who loses, who overperforms, who underperforms in the midterms is going to be an indicator of all of this.
The extent to which how Plattner and Tallarico in particular do this year, I do think is going to shape how Democratic consultants go about doing the recruitment, thinking about the candidates they want to try to find. I know my frustration about any kind of conclusion drawn from electoral performance is that this year it's clear, as David was suggesting, that the most important factor is just how unpopular Trump is. And so it's almost, I wouldn't say the candidates are immaterial. Like, you can have candidates that like fit their states, fit their districts, but I'm not sure how many lessons you can draw, but people are going to want to draw the lessons, in part because I think Plattner in particular, and this is a point I meant to get to earlier, is not just a candidate, but I think he's like a position in like an intra-Democratic Party factional battle, right? Mm-hmm. It stands with how you view the kinds of people that Democrats tend to recruit to run for office. Should they be, polished with the right credentials, in that sort of thing, or should there be a bit of a looser and more open approach to candidate recruitment? So there are all these things sort of tied up in Plattner that I think don't actually have that much to do with Graham Plattner and have much more to do with these factional battles that are happening, right? Have a lot to do with the particular constellation of consultants who are behind Plattner and who are looking for perhaps like a greater say in the direction of Democratic Party strategy. And so that's I mean, to me, that's one of the interesting things about this entire dynamic, about, observing the arguments about Platter online is that everything feels like a proxy fight and not so much dealing with like the particular candidate in the particular race in the particular circumstance.
Yeah, that makes me kind of mental with the overlearning of lessons. So like when Janet Mills suspended her campaign, everybody was like, oh my God, this proves that, Chuck Schumer was hideous in his, recruiting and that whatever. I'm sorry, Janet Mills is 78 years old. She would have been the oldest freshman senator ever. That enough was a problem for her beyond whatever kind of issues. But if you look at who else Schumer has recruited, you've got Mary Peltola in Alaska and Sherrod Brown in Ohio and Roy Cooper in North Carolina. And Josh Turek just won in Iowa, which was a race that was basically internally heavily about whether or not you supported Chuck Schumer. So not that Chuck is the greatest thing since sliced cheese. Nobody's going to go there. And in my position is that it may be time for him to publicly come up with a succession plan. But just the overlearning from one race makes me mental on these things. So just, Maine is not the only show in town. With like this primary season, we're seeing this whole range of options for new leadership in the party. Jamel, give us your basic take on how the party should be trying to expand its tent. I mean, you can break it down any way you like, but like, are we talking about more moderates? Are we talking to how much should we be paying attention to anti-establishment disruptors, that sort of thing?
I mean, when you look at the landscape of candidates this cycle, I'm not sure you can draw an actual through line between any of them, right? So, or even since Trump got into office. So obviously last year, you had, Abigail Spanberger, a centrist Democrat, Cheryl in New Jersey, who is kind of just like a center-left Democrat. Zohran Mamdani identifies with the Democratic Socialists. When you look at Tallarico, he seems to be sort of like a standard Texas liberal in terms of his views. We're not looking at a situation, right, where it's like, oh, look, the moderates are doing so much better than the progressives, or the progressives are doing so much better than the moderates. A lot of it, again, as I said earlier, shaped by the overall national environment. Trump is very unpopular. And if you seem like a basically capable, reasonable person, voters are going to give you a hearing right now. My sense of when you're thinking about how to stitch together a large political coalition, majority coalition, you have to have something that like your party believes in. And it has to be broad enough that it can include a lot of people, and specific enough that it's distinctive. So I think the classic example in American political history is the Republican Party in the 1850s, which was anti-slavery. That's what it was. There was no particular litmus test centered around this. I think this is kind of the next point. To be anti-slavery in the 1850s could mean that you were an abolitionist. It could mean that you were a free soiler, meaning that you just didn't want slavery to expand, but otherwise didn't really care where it was. It could mean that you didn't even care about that all that much, and you didn't like black people all that much. You just didn't like the fact that all of the Southern slaveholders controlled the government, right? It meant a lot of different things. And the hat trick of that iteration of the Republican Party is that they were basically sort of like, yeah, sure, okay, whatever it wants to mean to you, it can mean to you. But as long as we can agree on this one thing, that we're against slavery, we can figure out the details later. And I kind of think that's something like that is important. I think Democrats I'll say they struggle with this now, have always struggled with this by virtue of the fact that the Democratic Party has always been.
Well, I'm going to say this. The common ground is Donald Trump's a piece of shit, and we need to drive MAGA out of power. That's all you need. It's kind of like anti-slavery in a way.
From its very inception, this kind of stitched together brokerage party of lots of different groups. But I think we're in an age where a political party that will succeed and that can like bring people over, that can expand the tent, as language goes, is one that can kind of voice some kind of broad principle that, again, that's big enough that could include a lot of people, People can make of it what they want, but still specific enough that it's identifiable, right? That like, if you believe this, then this is the party that you ought to support. Versus how I think Democrats often go when it comes to trying to appeal to people, which is to say, hey, listen, I'm totally inoffensive. You know, I don't trigger anything you dislike, so you should vote for me.
Don't use that word. Oh, do not use the trigger word.
You know, what am I just coming from looking at it from the outside? I'm struck by something our colleague Ezra Klein said in a podcast not long ago, where I think it was something along the lines of, it's easier to imagine the end of the Republic than a Democrat winning a Senate seat in Arkansas. And
So
which
harsh.
is, one of those, as they say, tough but fair assessments. And the question is, when I hear things like, what does the Democratic Party need to do to win? One of my first questions is, where? So if you're talking about in Arkansas, where the Democratic Party has been in retreat for a very long time, you have Republican supermajorities, you have extreme difficulty breaking through. Well, if I'm the Democrats, there's going to be a degree of, say, moderation or ideological malleability that's going to be necessary, that would be political suicide if you're running in a Brooklyn congressional district. And there's just going to have to be a comfort with that stitched together coalition. And I think actually one of the problems that emerged for the Democrats is they were starting to move away from that very stitched together coalition towards a much more narrow ideological litmus test. And just as Jamel was saying, the one test, if you wanted to be a Republican in 1860, was you had to have at least some degree of discomfort with slavery. The test in 2024 was far less virtuous. It was, can you put on the red hat? Are you pro-vaccine, anti-vaccine? Doesn't matter. Pro-Ukraine, anti-Ukraine? Doesn't matter. Pro-life, pro-choice? Doesn't matter. Can you put on the red hat? And anyone who could put on the red hat was welcome into this constituency. The Democrats could use a bit more of that, I'd have to say. This ability to say, hey, I disagree with you on X or Y or Z. Welcome to the party, my friend, because you agree with me on A, B, C, D, and E.
Oh yeah, they don't really do that. So I think it's exactly the opposite situation of what Jamel was talking about with the Civil War era Republicans. It is the Democratic Party isn't great for like big shared values that they talk about, but they got a just ton of litmus tests. And if you mess up those, you're in a heap of trouble. So by the time the next presidential election rolls around, they are going to need to have a better message about who they are and what they stand for. Which, okay, Jamel, we're gonna bring this back again to the kind of future vision and leadership. You recently wrote about what a Democratic response to Project 2025 would look like, and by that, the Heritage Foundation's conservative blueprint for a second Trump administration. So you are exploring the question of not just how to rebuild American democracy, but the importance of choosing leadership that can do that. So who are the leaders that you think would be good to help execute a so-called Project 2029 vision of what America could be?
I honestly do not have an answer to this. Like, I really don't.
Really? That's depressing, actually. It's sort of sad, right?
Part of what I was writing was in relating to what I just said a little earlier, was that I think the thing that Project 2025 was truly successful at was actually sort of like communicating a broad vision of what they want the country to be. And I think Democrats have a lot of policies they hope to, pass. But I don't think they have a broad vision of what they want the country to be.
Well, it should simply be undoing what Trump has started. And I'm not going to talk about it till Monday, but something that almost happened, or it was ruminated over back in the Doge days, they literally were going to take over 2.5 million Social Security numbers that people had, and these would have been legal residents and stuff like that. They wouldn't be U.S. citizens, though a few U.S. citizens were actually affected. They were just going to go into the Social Security database and declare them all dead. So, if you go and apply for a loan, or you go and you apply for a job and they run your Social Security number and it comes back, hey, you're deceased, well, that's going to cause a whole bunch of troubles. And they literally thought about doing that to force people like, oh shit, I can't get a job, I guess I got to self-deport. That is despicable. There are a lot of things that Democrats could just run on undoing the damage that Trump has done. That works for me. Maybe not a lot of other people, but it certainly works for me. Trump is fucking this country up. And I just happen to read a lot of news on any given day. There's some things that have been done or being in the process of being done that don't make the newspapers, like that $1.8 billion slush fund that Trump attempted to create.
They think the Constitution is not sort of what they think it allows them to do, but like what values they think it instantiates. I'll say that I want to go to something David said a little earlier. And something you said too, Michelle. Like I am also anti-litmus test. I just don't think it's very politically useful. When I think of the importance of principle, it very much is actually not about a litmus test, because people understand principles in all kinds of different ways. But I do think that it is important to be able to articulate kind of just a set of principles and values, and not kind of vague ones about we all want security and that kind of thing. But it's something that is substantive, right? That if I think about my own values, right? Like I am an egalitarian, and I believe very deeply in the promise of like a multiracial democracy where all people are welcome in this country to participate in self-governance. That's what I believe in. And are there Democrats who talk like that, right? Who can say, this is what I believe in. This is what I want the country to be. And if you also want the country to be like this, you should vote for me.
How are we going to fit that on a hat, Jamel?
We can disagree about all kinds of issues, right? This isn't about issues. We can disagree about the proper role of, the level of taxation. We can disagree about even tough ones like abortion. But what do you want the country to be? And it's fully stipulated. What do I know? I've never run an election.
No. But I'm saying, I'm serious about the hat thing. You've got to figure out a way. This is your mission. You got to figure out a way to boil that down so that it can be sold on the campaign trail. Because politics is no place for nuance. But if you can come up with a way to take your vision and come up with a bumper sticker, you probably can rule the world.
Bumper sticker, a pin.
Whatever
one of the challenges on that is that you've got a kind of bifurcated electorate, because you've got a lot of people in the electorate who are really focused very much on the kitchen table issues. I want lower prices. I want no crime. You've got a whole other part of the electorate that it's not that they're not focused on that, but they recognize that we are in an extraordinary time, just an extraordinary time where what is being fought over isn't just what's the best policy for reducing the price of eggs, but what's being fought over is the nature of the American experiment itself. And so if I was thinking of, what is a political party I would be drawn to? I would be drawn to one that is the party of the American creed. That is, that all men are created equal. We're endowed by our creator with inalienable rights. Among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I want to be on that party. And the reason why I double down on it is because that is, on the right in particular, is a very live argument. Is this a creedal nation, or is this a nation that is rooted in a different in your identity? Your racial identity, your religious identity. And so that is a very much of a big battle on the right. And it's about liberalism, small L liberalism itself. But I don't, I'm not naive. I know that
All right.
putting something like that out is like millions of people would be like, what?
Your challenge then, again, is still you have to tie that to how it will make life better for the people who don't have time to think about big picture issues and are trying to put eggs on the table.
Mhm.
So again, if you can figure that one out, I will come run both your campaigns. I mean, Jamel Bouie, David French, 2028. Okay, we're going to end with that and move on to everyone's favorite recommendations. All right, got anything to get us into summer mood, David?
Oh, so this is going to be published on Saturday. So we're still going to be in the middle of my recommendation is if you are not an NBA basketball fan, if you've not watched the finals, you need to be watching the finals. Okay, so two things are happening at once. Number one, you have the emergence of potentially a generational talent, perhaps could be not just the greatest basketball player of all time, but one of the most unique athletes of all time in Victor Wembanyama. Just an incredibly compelling figure on and off the court. And then on the other side, you have the New York Knicks, who are on just this incredible run that hasn't been seen for a long time, and by some measures in basketball ever. But here's what's so fun about it. I'm enjoying the Knicks because I'm enjoying Knicks fans. They're losing their minds.
It is
hilarious. I mean, just the level of hysteria is just so fun to watch. In this moment, like it's like you feel like life kind of beats you down. Just being around a group of people who are in the middle of just this most exquisite joy is so much fun. So tune in.
I'm all about the joy. Jamel.
I don't have any sports recommendations, but it's it's summer movie season, summer blockbuster season, and I have a little ritual. Well, we're the one thing that I do watch every summer is the entire Mission Impossible series.
Oh dear God!
It's 8 movies at this point, and they're all terrific. So I would highly recommend picking up a film in the Mission Impossible series and giving it a spin. And if there's any one of these you should watch on like a big TV with a nice sound system, it's Mission Impossible Fallout. That movie is incredible. It's in the theater. It's sort of like a theater shaking film. It came out when my wife was pregnant with her first child, and we went like a couple days before my wife gave birth, and we were kind of almost hoping that the movie would like
jostle something.
It didn't, but it was a great time. So that's my recommendation.
Okay, I probably have the stamina for 2 of these, but other than that sounds like a very big commitment. But I will take your recs and watch a couple of these. So I want to go and in a musical direction and invite people to check out Steven Wilson Jr. It's kind of country indie rock with a kind of big dollop of grunge in it, which I know sounds weird, but it's fabulous. And the best way I know to describe his voice is he just sounds, it's haunted. And that really kind of fits with my mood a lot of the times these days. So Steven Wilson Jr., check it out. And with that, I want to sneak in, before we go, I need to sneak in an extra in-house rec of sorts. And by that, I want to urge everyone out there to check out Popcast, which is the New York Times's now weekly pop culture video podcast and chat show. So the hosts are John Caramonica and Joe Coscarelli, and they are our culture critic and culture reporters. And on Thursdays, you can watch or just listen to them as they sit down and chat with like the hottest musicians, actors, internet celebrities, cultural influencers. You can get everybody from A$AP Rocky to Anne Hathaway. I think they have a recent episode out where they sit down with Olivia Rodrigo ahead of her new album coming out. Check it out, NewYorkTimes.com/popcast, or you can go to YouTube.com/popcast. I highly recommend. It's great fun. And with that, we're going to land this plane. Guys, thank you. As always, we've solved the world's problems, and I hope the rest of your week is fantastic. Let's do it again.
All right, so we're gonna change directions. However, um, it will be slightly on point with this Grant Plattner thing about performative masculinity. So this first video is by a content creator named Therese, and it's actually a question I've never actually asked myself, but she does. Is masculinity just a performance? And she makes a compelling argument that I think I agree with. So we'll watch this, and then next is going to be uh, is manliness a virtue? And the contrast between these two is masculinity versus manliness. And believe it or not, I don't consider them the same thing. I think manliness is a lot more essential, existential. Let's just say essential. Like manliness is kind of who you are. Masculinity is a performance. So that's how I see it. What's up, Dave?
Not much. I'm very manly. Manly.
Oh,
No, I'm
no,
just playing.
no doubt you are. I saw you in where have I seen you the past? I saw you somewhere today, as a matter of fact, and I can't remember where.
Probably Night's chat.
Um,
That was the only chat I listened to today.
No, I saw. Were you in any other chat this morning, or maybe it was last night?
No, that
I- it-
creative
that-
solution. That creative solution.
Oh,
I wanted to see if you wanted to talk about that. I knew it. How did I know?
well, I actually planned on possibly reviewing it tomorrow. What do you want to say about it?
Yeah, I think I just know things. I don't know how to explain it to you, Stanley. I called it from a mile away, and I hate that I was right.
Remind us, what did you call?
I said, "Man, Godspeed." I was like, I know
Oh,
you're
yeah.
gonna get into. I know you're gonna get into it over there. This shit came crashing down, and it's not that
Well,
it's any fault of your own.
it actually could have been worse. Maybe they were right to bounce me like that. But let me tell you what my theory is. Um, I think those women over there, and well, I'm just gonna say all of them. They have like PTSD from the manosphere. It's like you go up there, and I literally said, well, I think men and women are equal. You know, if I call men bitches too. Um, the way let me give you something. Socrates, I think it was, basically thought that women could make as good a philosopher king as a man could, because it's kind of a life of the mind thing. That's
Mhm.
what he thought. And in, kind of where, and I'm sure I sound pretentious as fuck, and I probably am, but in the heady atmosphere where we're going back and forth over, say, political philosophy, that's a brain game. There's no like physical attribute that's going to make you a better, say, philosopher. So quite frankly, I find Chanel kind of offensive. She has this main character syndrome for some reason, and I've never really run into it to that extent, man or woman. Who gives a fuck about what she does for a living? It really wasn't what I was talking about. And the other thing that annoys me is people who don't get it. Okay, there is no virtue in questioning something. It's like my son used to do, and I used to do it worse with my father, where everything is why. Like, you'll spend half an hour questioning something that really doesn't matter in the end. I don't like having my time wasted like that. I simply do not have patience with people who were just, she was being performative.
Yeah,
I
and
don't have
so her thing is a cycle.
I don't have fucking patience for that.
Yeah, and like they don't really do a good psychoanalysis, even though that's probably where it comes from. But it's like, and you're really just trying to figure out how long it's going to take for them to show you how much they don't like you.
Well, you know what? I figured if they didn't like me, they wouldn't let me up. But I'm not going to look. I am always going to be me. I'm not going to code switch just because I'm up on a fucking ladies panel. I'm not going to code switch. I mean, I do. You've called me accommodating. So sure, if it's not important, sure, I can be accommodating. I can even shut up. However, when I get on my soapbox and I'm discussing something that I'm passionate about, I'm not going to fucking code switch. I'm not going to dumb it down. You either keep up or you don't. And I don't give a fuck whether I'm on someone else's panel or if it's on this panel. If you don't get it, you don't get it. But don't question me to death because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I had no doubts about what I was talking about. I think she has PTSD from the manosphere or something.
Yeah, and she tried to kill your strong spirit. She wanted you to submit, and you wasn't gonna. So that.
Fuck that. I'm sorry. Do what? No. You know what? I don't mind submitting to a better idea or a good argument, but what the fuck would I submit to? Because she's a woman?
Yes, a lot of them do have that expectation. No, I'm not telling you that.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But I don't submit to men. Look, it wasn't in my mind, in all honesty, it wasn't a man or woman thing. It was a brain to brain thing, and she failed the test. I will never. I unsubscribe from that channel. I'm not. If that is the level of conversation that they're bringing, well, it's not for me.
Man, I don't hit panels, especially women's panels. I don't subscribe to women. I think the only female that I'm subscribed to is Messy Michonne, and that's it. That's it.
Look, to be honest, the only reason I went up there was Chocolate Earth. And I the thing is, and this is what amazes me. And you know what? Fuck it. Let's just do an audible. We can have a look at that because it's not very long. I wasn't up there long. But here's the deal. They will let Nightish, this lecherous old motherfucker, he's the YouTube panel version of that pervert in the raincoat, the flasher.
Herbert, the pervert.
Well, yeah, Chester the molester.
Yeah,
so
that's funny.
But the thing is, he will go up there, and I guess they just think, oh, he's just being rascally. He's the dirty old man. So they're okay with that. But when someone comes up and actually challenges them, and this is really directed more at Chanel, but when someone actually comes up and like presents something that they have to think about, Chanel, I don't know. I probably shouldn't have gone up there, in retrospect, but I literally thought if I say that, hey, everybody gets treated equally, at least in the realm of ideas. I don't care whether you're a man or a woman. I care whether you're smart or stupid.
How do I explain this? Because I ran this concept, the mental dihedral past you before, where you have to adjust for who you're talking to.
Maybe I'm in a better position to hear it now.
No, you have to adjust to who you're talking to. Like the reality isn't. No, I'm just saying to have a conversation that doesn't turn to shit. If you just want to ride it out, you would have to adjust. I'm not saying that you should adjust.
No.
There's some people whose reality are so skewed, and it's just like I know mine's is I have a warped sense of humor.
Right.
So something that may make sense to somebody else, hey, that's not funny. I can find humor in it, and I can like get a great concept for what's going on, and not be able to explain it, but I just know it. And it's like,
well, it could just be, the season that I'm in. Years ago, when I was in the Navy, my boss, who was the chief engineer of my last ship, I was single. So all the married officers get to spend Christmas and all that stuff. And they'll hit me up on the backside. Once everybody gets back, they might even give me an extra week off or something like that. They'll reward me. So I'm the acting chief engineer. And my captain, who was a nuclear engineer and knew the shit better than the engineer did, how an engineering plant should run. So he wants to walk the spaces, the engineering spaces. So I'm giving him a walkthrough. We're preparing for the mother of all engineering inspections. This, and all kinds of shit is going to hit the fan. So I'm in one of the main engineering spaces and we go walking along. The space looks pretty good, but I walk up to this valve joint and there's a fucking bucket hanging from the joint catching oil, like lube oil. One of the things you don't want is a leaky valve. And the chief of the space, he's an E7, he was walking with us. And I'm like, Chief, what is this? And he's like, well, I forget exactly what he said. I was incensed. Number one, I was fucking embarrassed. It's like, dude, I'm the acting chief engineer right now. We were going to walk this space and this is the solution to the problem. What in the fuck? And then he didn't go, hey, I got a crew down here to replace this right now. I just didn't want the oil to get everywhere. It'll be done in 30 minutes. That would have been fine. But no, it was, well, sir, it's Christmas time. And you know what? I literally lost it. I'm like, Chief, I am not coming down to your fucking level. You're going to fucking come up to my fucking level. I said it just like that. I forgot the captain was even there. Dude, I was incensed. If I could have slapped that motherfucker down, I would have. So, you know what? I was so pissed off. I just walked off after I said it. Left the captain there and left the chief there. I'm like, I'm out of here before I hit somebody.
Yeah, because they're not serious. Yeah.
Well, this dude's a motherfucking E7.
But
what the fuck? He wasn't like some little E3 or something. I'm like, dude, you're wearing khaki just like me. That's literally, you're gonna say this in front of the captain? Dude, I was so mad. So my captain catches up with me. He had to fucking like run to catch up with me. And I was going to be out of the Navy in about 5 months. So the captain's like, well, Stan, are you sure you really want to leave the Navy? My captain was impressed. He was like, captain didn't say shit. I didn't lose it, but dude, I did not mince words. So no, I'm not coming down to other people's level. They can fucking come up to mine, such as it is. And not like I'm so highfalutin, but some things are high school level like debate, and no, I'm not going to consider the source.
Hey, believe it or not,
especially if you're going to keep asking me dumb questions.
And I think that when you said that these people were scarred by the manosphere,
they think all the men are enemies.
Yes, and I do know an in particular person that has done that to one of them, and I can't believe they pulled it off, because you have to be a fucking moron not to see that from a mile away.
To see what?
To not be able to tell that was going to happen to you from a mile away. I lost all faith in women being able to decide or to pick a good guy when I realized who screwed over who to make them that way. And I kind of was hinting at it.
You're being rather cryptic, aren't you?
Yes, I have to be, because I hinted on it in the chat when I was there. I literally asked.
I probably didn't see it.
Yeah, I wanted you to see what I was gonna do, because like it explained a lot. And if you know this going in, you would have never had an experience like that. It's like, okay.
Well, Chanel has been up on my panel once, and it was a similar situation where, you know, she started just asking dumb questions, and I just checked her on it, and she wound up leaving. So, you know, we've had a little bit of, you know, a dialogue before, and maybe she was just trying to pay me back since, you know, it was on her territory versus mine. But I'm telling you right now, she's not smart enough to fuck with me on that level. She just simply isn't. And my comment about her, like, you can be a psychiatric social worker, whatever the fuck, but you're no psychiatrist. There's no MD after your name. You're not an expert.
Yeah, like you said, being educated doesn't mean that you're intelligent.
Well, it means you're intelligent. You know, somebody said, well, intelligent and smart are two different things. I agree with that. Here's the deal. You can be like intelligent, but they're different types of intelligences. I usually just kind of use the term Renaissance man. Like, you know, you might be very specialized in an area, but that doesn't mean if you're good at you know, being a whatever she called herself, a psychological social worker or whatever, well, that's great, a mental health social worker or something like that. But here's the deal. That does not mean you're good at debate. It doesn't mean that you have some thing that you know, you're good at. This is what she tries to do, and I've seen her do it, just watching her every now and again on Creative. She tries to take everything and look at it through her particular lens. Everything has to be a psychological problem. Everything has to be a mental health issue, and that's bullshit. She does one thing very well, but she tries to get everything into her basketball court, or, you know, her side of the tennis court, and it doesn't work that way. If she can't think outside of her box, her specialty box, that's her problem. I don't have to play her game.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, well, I never dealt with her specifically, but I know she's been a thorn on a lot of people's side.
Well, she thinks she's actually smart. Like, everything gets forced through this mental health syndrome, you know.
Yeah, you're not healed type of. Yeah, you need to go somewhere and talk to a stranger.
Yeah, exactly. And she's not that kind of specialist. She's a social worker. She's not like no, seriously, she's not like a clinical psychologist in practice. She's not a psychiatrist. She's just a social worker.
Maybe she found a niche online, and it's just like it worked at one point, and it may not continue to work. It was trendy when she found it. I don't know, but yeah,
I don't know.
She hasn't hit on shit in a long time, and I usually find her getting cussed the fuck out. Usually,
well, she's trying to psychoanalyze everything.
Yeah, I have the magneto.
I mean, even psychiatrists can turn that shit off.
Right.
Dude, don't be coming up on a fucking YouTube channel trying to be Dr. Ruth.
Yeah, Dr. Ruth Chris. Yeah, you shouldn't. You do. It's like what they said before. Don't red pill your friend. Keep that profession away from this. You know, don't bring that in.
Well, or bring it out when it helps. I mean,
Or
I'm
bring it
not
out when
saying
requested. Nobody asked for that.
right. Hold on one second. I thought I had. Did I put it in watch later? I bet that's what I did.
Hey, hold on. I am at the store and I don't have
Okay.
much battery left, and I'm sure if I stay on the StreamYard, this thing sucks the hell out of the battery.
Oh, dude, it'll ruin your phone too because it overheats it.
Yeah, it's hot. And I'm just sitting here in the parking lot. I gotta run in. I'm trying to get some Juca. Had a wife make me some Juca fries. I love those things.
Oh, dude, those things are the best. First time I ever had them, there was a Peruvian restaurant not too far from where I worked, and they had this chicken on a rotisserie, like over these lava rocks or some bullshit. The
Uh-huh.
chicken was just like, dude. I'd eat one week. I ate the same thing for lunch like 5 days straight, and there's always those hot fried yuca fries, way better than French fries, like
Oh
miles
yeah,
better.
especially when
When you
fresh.
get them hot, yep.
Oh yeah. And then I like the mango, which is the plantain. And she makes it. It's like boiled plantain. It's like mashed potatoes, but plantain. And she'll put like the oil vinegar onion, oil vinegar salt
Wow.
onion. I love that stuff.
Dude,
I like it.
I had a Puerto Rican girlfriend and she'd do like fried plantains. I've never been able to work with plantains. I've tried, and I haven't tried a lot. I'm sure I could perfect it. But oh, I love it. Someone who actually knows what the plantains stuff's delicious.
You can either get them green or you get them like brown, yellow, so yellow they're almost brown, really soft. So I like them sweet, but I can't
Uh-huh.
eat too much of that. And I also like them green. It tastes like a really dry French fry. So she makes them
Well,
all kinds of ways. And
now I've
then
never had them like that. I've had them like kind of like fritters, kind of.
fritters.
I think they were like fritters. They would kind of cut lengthwise, and I think they just put them in the oil. They weren't battering them or anything, but
Oh yeah,
they
yeah,
they were kind of savory, a little sweet. But yeah, I tried. I just never. And one time, I actually in the grocery store found in the frozen section frozen plantains. That was a damn disaster. Never,
yeah.
never.
Goya tries to do that crap. They put everything in the freezer bag. But
Yeah, it did not work out well.
well, she made it. She made a lasagna with plantains instead of the
Really?
noodle. Oh my god.
Really?
Yeah, it was so good. But I like a little bit of everything in my lasagna. I like mushrooms. I'll even put broccoli in there,
Yeah,
sausage,
yeah.
all
Yep.
kinds of stuff. I don't like just pepperoni. I like ricotta. I like throw everything in there. Just throw everything in there. But
Well,
she
I'm gonna tell you honestly, I believe it or not, I actually prefer vegetable lasagna to meat lasagna.
yeah, because it's not as heavy. It doesn't sit on you because that oil
Yeah,
falls to the
well,
bottom.
that it kind of gets greasy. And someone was talking about the pizza. Let me see, can I find that picture? Let me tell you something. Um, Homemade pizza, it's not gonna be greasy or oily. If you don't put a lot of grease or oil in it. Even though the old Godfather's pizza, I used to actually like it a little oily, but what did I do with that? I took a picture of my pizza. Oh, here it is. Let's see if I can figure out how to upload it. Uh, Edit and open. Here, let's see if this works. Damn it. Oh, it's not going to want to do it. let's see here. In one sec here. So I'm having to re-sign into Slack.
Those Stanley steamer files, huh?
Yeah. Well, actually, there were Stanley's steamers. If you've ever, you know what horse droppings are in the winter? They call them
Yeah.
steamers. Portia thought it was funny at least.
Yeah, it's just silly. Hold on.
Oh, you
Trying to-
know what? I actually emailed it, so that's well do.
Whoa, 75.
Getting stuff from one place to another across different types of platforms can be a little challenge for an old man. And then sent. Here we go. So that's what I made last night.
Hold
I don't
on.
know if you can see it.
Trying to get Oh, okay, yeah. I remember you said you had to get off and go.
Yeah, but the thing is the charred parts on there are actually that top layer of cheese. It actually tasted really good. As a matter of fact, I ate the whole fucking pizza sitting here bullshitting on with CM on his panel. Fresh tomatoes. I don't even make a pizza if I don't have fresh tomatoes. They are just a must. So yeah, it turned out really good. One thing that I did with this crust, and I'm sure I'm boring people, but I usually don't let the crust rise. I just roll it once it's chilled, but I let it do a real rise, and then I put it into the refrigerator and chilled it, and it made a huge difference in the taste, believe it or not. And then the crust is infused with olive oil and this dry pizza spice. It's a spice blend that I make. So yeah, it was. As a matter of fact, it was so good. I'm thinking about making another one tonight.
So, see, me, I would have took that whole thing and rolled it up. Probably because the first time I did it, I screwed a pizza up, and it just ended up being good rolled up.
Oh, you mean like a
like
what
a
is it?
pepperoni roll, yeah, or stromboli.
Yeah, stromboli. That's what I was thinking of. No, I make strombolis every now and again, but believe it or not, I think stromboli dough is closer to pie dough. Believe it or not, it's not exactly like pizza dough. But the recipe makes two 14-inch pizzas. So my son had the other one, the other pizza. He has this thing for cheese pizzas, which I don't understand. I mean, cheese pizzas.
My oldest is like that. My daughter, she only eats cheese pizza. It's weird.
What the fuck, dude? What is wrong with you? You know, no vegetables at least. Like a vegetarian pizza isn't bad, but dude, hey, you know what? Whatever. I won't be eating it.
Yeah, let me
lasagna.
Let me run in the store. I'm gonna grab this Juca. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna jump back up there.
All right. Well, when you come back, we can look at what's her name's show from last time.
Creative. Oh my God, she's the first person when I first got to the Manosphere. The first person I ever argued with on a panel. This is back when I met my wife. She was like, they was calling me a coon like from day one because I was just disagreeing with them. They were the original place where I got mud puddle theory. This guy Max Black, he said, you gotta sacrifice yourself in the name of black women. I'm like, whoa, slow down. And I'm just
well, I have said, I don't know if you heard me say this, but there is a female version of that red pill, and those women actually believe in a lot. They would be okay with red pill if it wasn't so abusive to women. They'd be okay with it. They do think, and I know Chanel's fairly religious, I think, if I recall. they believe in that, and I know you do too. I don't necessarily, not to that degree. A lot of this red pill bullshit is Bible based, with the submissive and the leadership.
No, those
I
aren't red pill tenants. No, that's not red pill tenant. That's
Well,
the
is it
extra.
what's the diff? Because I've these black manosphere types.
Uh,
Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong on that, but
No, it only
where
stops
does
at
this?
actual provable truths. It doesn't go to all the extra bending the fingers back shit. That's what people put on it.
Okay, well, hold on one sec. Where does the leadership, like men are natural leaders and women should be submissive? Where does that come from?
That's biblical.
Correct. So if red pill's not doing it, where do these black manosphere folks get it from?
Uh, Those are guys who were raised without a father. I don't know. I don't know because they back it up with like some of the most unfoundational shit, and it's just like, bro, where'd you get it from? You can hear it. You can tell when you hear it. Like,
Well, um, I don't know if you'll be able. This first video, and by the way, folks, all the links are in the chat that I'm going to show, with the exception of creatives. I'll put that in the show notes here in a bit. But this first video is masculinity, just a performance. It really speaks to that. And, I'm really just thinking that masculinity is different than manliness. Manliness is actually like a personal quality. Masculinity is something totally different to me.
yeah, and I think you have to know who you are before you can say, "Oh, I'm a man." You really do. You can't just.
Well, I think if you have to constantly declare you're a man, you're not a man. That's performance art. Okay,
Yeah,
manly. I've literally never heard my father say, "I'm a man." I've literally, and not that I've been with him since an adult. I'm not with him all the time, but did I ever tell you the story? One day, my father and I were like on the way to the hardware store. It was kind of a fall day, and it was a little chilly. On the way there, this kid, this little black kid, probably about maybe 10 years old, got hit by a car. And, my father's a retired policeman. He was kind of like the first responder there. Kid was bleeding from his nose. So my father gave him direct mouth to mouth resuscitation. He didn't hesitate. It's like, he literally just he opened the car door and he was on it until the ambulance arrived. He never, like, when I got home, I'm sure he must have told my mother at some point. We got back home, we went right to fixing whatever it was he wanted to fix. He didn't even make a big deal out of it. Dude, I was like, holy, I was literally proud, like, that's my father. That motherfucker was a man of action. And as far as I know, at least within my earshot or my memory, he literally didn't mention it when we got back home. It was ho hum, let's go fix this.
yeah.
That's manliness.
This is how I knew my father was man. This is why I first started respecting him. We're on our way home, and my mother was getting on my dad about something because he didn't want to buy a tree in Hills or Ames or one of those stores. We're on a Christmas tree for the house because he wasn't into that decorating stuff. So on our way home, we had to take the freeway, and she was running her mouth, and I guess he made the mistake of looking at her in the mouth, and he pulled the car over on the side of the road in the middle, and he jumped out the car. Now, he was a handyman. I don't know if we went home first and then he did this. I was young. He went home first, got the tool, then went out to the freeway, jumped out on the side of the freeway, cut a freaking tree down, which is totally illegal, a pine tree, threw it on top of the car, and threw it on top of the car and drove home. I just remember the
Oh, it
only
was
reason why he
a
did it,
Christmas tree.
the Christmas tree. The only reason
Oh,
why he
that's
did it is
funny.
because my mother was like going off on him, like, you don't want to show these kids any type of tradition, blah blah blah. My mom, my mom was the more vocal one, and my father was quiet, and he knew how to get you to shut up by just looking at you. Because you didn't, he gave so many examples of manhood that he didn't even have to talk to you. You already know. Just stay out of
So,
his
what
way.
was your mother's reaction?
And she was like impressed. She was
Really?
impressed. They played loud music that night. They played loud music that night, so she was impressed.
She went, my man. Wow.
I'll never forget that. They played some Rance Allen, and I guess that used to get them going back in the day on the 45.
Well, you have to be quick. Those 45s didn't last that long.
You know, hey, that's my old man. Whatever they did, I know you can assume they had a good time.
That is well, wait, hold it. Why? I mean, what were they out of trees or something at the store?
No, my dad didn't believe. My dad, he wasn't. How do you say? He didn't like to blow money on unnecessary stuff.
I see.
He always would figure if he didn't want to buy it, he could make it. He just was a confident dude that would put his hands to work.
I see. So he's like the real Christmas tradition is we go out and we cut our own.
off the freeway. I can remember this clear as day. I couldn't have been no older than 6, 7 years old. And I could tell you exactly where he did it on that freeway because I used to take that freeway all the time. I remember that stuff.
That is pretty impressive. I don't think I'd have thought to take the chainsaw and cut the bitch down.
No, it wasn't a chainsaw. Believe it or not, Stanley was the back and forth saw.
Oh,
with the yeah, he did that
like
so quick.
It was a bandsaw?
Let me look it up because I don't.
The wire.
No.
Oh, it was a regular like handsaw?
Yeah, a regular handsaw.
Holy cow. Okay.
And as mad as he was, it looked like it only took him like 4 or 5 swipes and he cut that thing down. Because that was back in the day where they would where black people used to say they break your tail light and say, "What are you doing?" just to start some shit with you. Like the cops used to be like on that.
All right.
So he wanted to do that without getting caught. He just did it real quick. And he did it so quick that it was like record time. Yeah, my father's done some things that make me proud. He'll get laid off from a job and on his way home go shoot a deer.
Oh, there's gonna be some lean times. I need to make sure we got some meat.
Yeah, that was one day. The next day he'll be working some type of contract work. Like I said, he used to work for as a side gig, he used to work for like Section 8 housing, going in, fixing, renovating, restoring, that kind of stuff. And it wasn't like he was like paper certified. He literally just did stuff. Just go do stuff. And it wasn't like scrap it. I remember when we were younger, he used to take us to this wholesale candy company and would buy like the candy that like the schools would sell. And we go door to door and sell M&Ms and sell Snickers and Twix and all kinds of stuff. And we used to make money.
Is your father still around?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You ought to bring him up to this chat.
Yeah. My dad, he's
not the chat. I mean the panel.
He's not much of a talker. And
that's understandable.
He would show you how to do stuff and you would forget about it. I remember I changed my brakes. I never took my car to a shop. I always did whatever work needed to be done, and he would just tell me how to do it. As long as he was standing there, I
my
could get it
father's
done.
like that too.
Yeah, and I wouldn't try it unless he was home, just in case I mess it up, or if I'm about to break something, at least tell me, "Hey, chill out, don't mess with that part. Go over here." My dad was like that, man.
Yeah, it's so funny. I had to replace my water heater a couple, well, shit, it'll be 2 summers ago now. And yeah, he just walked me right through the process. I didn't do it myself. I didn't uh, change it out myself. But you know, it's you know, just advice on here. This is what you need to do. You know, go to Home Depot, tell them this, try and get the contractor price, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, yep. And I've never heard my father say as a man, motherfucker. He
No,
just was. He just was.
my my dad. I could go on about my dad forever.
Yeah.
Man, he's teaching me how to do stocks and whatnot now. But we've done roof jobs where we changed the shingles on the roof. He just wakes up one day. This guy, he just wakes up one day and he's like, "Yo, we got to do this roof." And I'm like, "Okay, where's the stuff?" So he had his old Astro van and he just filled it full of tools and crap. But we go up to, and back in the day, you could do things dirt cheap, especially if you did it yourself. Like most of the money was in the actual labor of it. So,
Right. Yeah.
so we would go to Home Depot and just let me get a pallet of shingles. Well, what color would you like,
Mhm.
sir? He's like, and he would pay for it. And then I'm like, okay, who's coming to do this? Because I'm looking at him. I got two brothers. And anytime we do some work, like it gets stupid. We end up fighting. Like we shoot each other with the nail guns. We roll
Oh wow.
paint rollers across each other's head. Like while my dad's being serious, trying to keep, get the job. Look, hella childhood memories with my father.
Well, I've told the story. I don't know if you were here when I told it. One summer, we actually painted the house. Now, the house I grew up in had like it was all brick. However, you know that wooden kind of like the decorative, I guess you'd call it maybe it's gabling or something like that. You know, there's kind of a wood thing, and then you've got the actual eve or not eaves, but well, they're wooden parts. Basically, the roof, the cap on the house. Um, we literally blistered the paint and chipped it down to wood. And there were like maybe a couple layers of paint. We took it down to the wood and then we fucking sanded it. Like, and
Oh
this
yeah, that's
this
a
was
hell of a job.
this was not a small house.
Right.
So
That
we spent it took us like 2 months to do it, but we took it down to the fucking bare wood, sanded, sanded it, and then we put a couple coats of paint on it. I was
wow.
like, dude, this is Savannah, Georgia. It was hot as fuck. You know,
Yeah.
there was so but dude, it literally took us 2 months to do it. But you know what? Who knows how much money it saved? And the house it's citronelle. It was some special color that my mother liked. So the paint had to be specially mixed to get the the color. So
So you go
yeah,
back and forth to the paint store, and you're like, "Let me get
yeah,
another one, but can
we
you match it with this?" And
yep, yeah,
yeah, I
exactly.
I know the headache of that.
Yep. And dude, it was roller, and then you know it was taped off. We were using paint in all the the places. Not a goddamn speck of paint on the brick. My father was not fucking having that. There's
Yeah, because
there
most
is
houses are
literally
brick in the South.
no
Yep,
splatter on the bit on the brick.
yep. That's them brick houses down there, man. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of that stripping paint because it just goes everywhere, and you don't want to screw up the
Oh,
grass and shit. And
oh
there's
well, wait,
probably
hold it.
a layer of his
The
lead
sander
there,
had like a bag thing on it, and
and it don't catch
we
shit.
had the
It don't catch
masks.
shit.
Well, let me tell you something. We had the mat, dude. We looked like a professional paint crew out there, and it was just me and him. You know, my sister was younger, and you know that outside stuff was man's work.
Yeah,
So you know, she might bring us some water, Oh, but that would be about it.
I had the kind of sister that would have spit in the water. She like, because my father would pay us, and if we didn't promise her something, but we asked her for something, she'd make sure it wasn't really good enough to consume. But she would go through the act so that way my father would see if she actually did something for us. Well, show her some appreciation, cut her like $5, get her some candy. I said, well, she spit in the water, Dad. I'm not giving her shit.
I'd be like, can you prove it?
Where's all these bubbles up under the ice, you know? Good time.
Oh, it's carbonated. It's fizzy water.
Yeah, man. Or she would get like that real slimy spit and let it drip down and then suck it back up. But it touched the top of your water. Like she was a skilled asshole.
That is very, what would it, conniving? I don't know what I don't know what the right word is.
And when all your siblings are like within 5 years apart, no, she's 5 years younger than me, and my older brother, who's the oldest. She's the youngest. She's 5 years younger than me, and my older brother, he's 2.5 years older. We had a hell of a time. We had good times. I got a little brother, older brother, and a younger sister. So it's 4 of us.
Well,
and we were close.
Y'all have good memories.
Yeah, until college graduations and all the other shit. Everybody went their own separate way, but when we talk, it's like picking up where we left off. It's kind of an awesome bond. My mom, she guilt trips. When you guys coming down? And so we all got to be able to do it at the same time, and that's become a challenge. So, but anyway, I'm gonna run in the store. I've been saying that. Let me run in the store. I'm going.
Okay. Okay, folks. So we will either review my time on last night's ladies panel when Dave gets back, or I actually planned a pop-up show for tomorrow. I'd rather just do it tonight so I don't have to do a show, or if I do a show tomorrow, it'll be about something else. But what I want to look at, we'll just keep going with this masculinity thing. And actually, it would still tie into the my little foray into the womanosphere. So this was actually, this particular woman is actually, I don't know, I think she's pretty sharp, pretty insightful. And she's also a little acerbic, which I can appreciate. So this is called "Is Masculinity Just a Performance? The Lie of Modern Masculinity." So let's see what this is about.
World's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Everyone remembers that Shakespeare line, but they don't always remember all of it. For those who don't know, it's from a monologue in Act 2 of William Shakespeare's play As You Like It. The full monologue describes the entire lifespan of a man from infancy to old age, every phase of his life. There are 7 total. Every phase described as a different part that he plays. The character who delivers this famous monologue, Jacques, is a friend of one of the main characters, an exiled duke living in the forest. Long story. But the interesting thing about Jacques is that he's never directly involved in the events of the play. He's not part of the action. He's an observer. He sort of just stands by and gives clever commentary on what's happening. There are several examples of what are considered prestigious roles for male actors in theater. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking Othello, Willy Loman from Death of a Salesman, or Walter Lee from A Raisin in the Sun. Another good Shakespeare role for the dudes, Richard III. The opening line from that play alone, "Now is the winter of our discontent, made glorious summer by this son of York."
Now is the winter of our discontent, made glorious summer by this son of York.
Not to mention towards the end, a horse, my kingdom for a horse.
A horse, my kingdom for a horse.
That's when he's about to get his ass handed to him on the battlefield by Henry Tudor. That's Henry VII. And he's like, can someone get me a horse so I can ride the out of here? Because that's the only way I'm getting out alive. Spoiler alert, he doesn't get the horse. The last of the Plantagenet kings was killed at the Battle of Bosworth Field. They stripped him naked and buried him in a ditch or something. Fun fact, his body is discovered 527 years later under a municipal parking lot in Leicester, England, a town near where that battle took place. Seriously, Google it. Talk about drama, right? But for my money, the role of a lifetime for any XY is that of a man, the embodiment of masculinity in whatever form the culture demands. The performance of a lifetime. And make no mistake, masculinity is indeed a performance. That's what I want to talk about in this video. Before we get started, you know what to do. Love or hate, like and share, because the algorithm does not care. The reason that Shakespeare's observation still resonates is because Jacques was describing something fundamental about human beings. We perform. We perform professionalism at work. We perform politeness at family gatherings. We perform confidence when we're terrified, and we perform competence when we're making it up as we go along. The difference is that some performances are optional while others are compulsory. Masculinity falls in that second category. When people hear the phrase, gender is a performance, they don't always understand what that means. They imagine a theatrical production, something fake or artificial, something deliberately deceptive. But
hey, let me tell you something. I don't know what it is with Brian Nichols and Grace Thorpe. I just happened to see, because they're still in my algorithm, that Thorpe tube. I don't think I'm subscribed to it. I don't get pop-ups, but it does occasionally come up in my algorithm. They were live this morning, I guess. She is not looking fresh-faced. So I think you just like her because she's white, Brian. And, well, she's white and ill-bred. But dude, she literally does not look, she can't be more than 25. Believe me, she's looking about 35 with a couple rugrats. You know, women like that have rugrats. They don't actually have kids. They don't have children. So if that's what you call fresh-faced, I guess I'll just have to hey, every man has his taste, and ooh boy, howdy, fresh-faced is not what I call that.
Performance doesn't necessarily mean false. The role is real. The consequences are real. The expectations are real. The performance is how we communicate to others that we belong in that role, that we're good casting. Masculinity works the same way. No one is born knowing how to be a man. He has to know the script. He has to diligently learn his lines. He learns from his father, his brother, coaches, teachers, movies, religion, advertising, and increasingly from social media's grand master, Lord Algorithm. He learns which emotions are acceptable and which are forbidden. He learns how much aggression is admired, how much vulnerability is tolerated, how much success is expected, how much failure is permitted. Most importantly, he learns that masculinity is not something that he possesses. It's something that he must continuously prove. That explains a great deal about men's behavior. Femininity is usually treated as an inherent state. A woman may be criticized for failing to live up to feminine ideals, but her status as a woman is rarely considered contingent on her success, at least not in the same way. They'll tell her that she's a bad woman, a promiscuous woman, or a masculine woman, but they'll still call her a woman. Oh, you can make babies? Congratulations, you're a woman. Now get out there and find a man that you can submit to. Masculinity operates differently. Manhood is a credential, and it can be revoked at any time. Men are constantly being tested. Don't cry. Don't be weak. Don't be scared. Don't be dependent. Don't be soft. Don't be feminine. Especially don't be feminine. That's a big one. The rules vary across cultures and time periods, but the mechanism remains remarkably consistent. Masculinity is less of a destination than an examination, and examinations require someone to witness them. An audience. This is why displays of masculinity seem so strangely performative, because they are. The oversized truck, the bar fight, the obsession with dominance, the refusal to ask for directions, the need to always appear in control, the public declaration that one is an alpha male.
Too many guys are running around being super thirsty. A healthy relationship dynamic is one in which the woman wants sex more than the guy does. When the woman is begging you for sex, that's a sign that you're doing things right. That's a sign that you're laying pipe properly. That's the correct dynamic.
Heard the saying soldier's eyes. So there's a saying that they use in Europe. They were talking about the men who went to World War II and they came back and there was something different about their eyes. Like all the bad things they seen was etched onto their eyes.
What he's describing, that's PTSD. That's trauma when you have the dead eyes when you come back from war. It's terrible.
And it's a real thing. If I ever have beef with someone, I can look him in the eyes and know if he's about it or not. You're not going to be able to imitate being a G. You have to go out there and you have to suffer as a man. You got to go through trauma to be a G as a man. The real game is to be the man. You're not going to ever have those look in your eyes until you've done it for real, my friend. I've been in 87 professional fights and far too many outside of the ring cage. So you got a lot of work to do before you can look like me.
None of these behaviors make sense if masculinity is a natural biological state. However, they make perfect sense if masculinity is a social role that must be constantly demonstrated to others. And the primary audience? Other men. In fact, much of what we call masculinity is less about attracting women and more about impressing men. Anthropologists, sociologists, and historians have observed this pattern for decades. Young men compete for status within male hierarchies. They seek validation from other men. They fear humiliation from other men. They police one another's behavior. A man can survive being disliked by women. It might not be a particularly pleasant existence, but he can survive. Many men would rather die than be mocked by other men. As much as we say, men are afraid that women will laugh at them, women are afraid that men will kill them, being humiliated in front of all of the men in your community, way worse than being laughed at by a woman. Way worse. Because men are the audience that ultimately determines whether the performance is successful. They are the critics. Loud, aggressive, and deeply insecure. In other words, critically authentic. 5 stars. Excessive posturing, thin character development, big truck. The audience is informed repeatedly that the character is an alpha male. However, the performance provides little supporting evidence. 2 stars. And like every performance, masculinity comes with tremendous pressure. Imagine spending your entire life being told that your value depends on your ability to dominate, provide, protect, achieve, conquer, and never show weakness. Imagine being taught that vulnerability threatens your social status. Imagine believing that every setback is evidence that you have failed not just at a task, but that you have failed at being a man. That is an exhausting way to live. And it explains why so many men are insufferable. It's also why so many men seem perpetually anxious despite occupying positions of social privilege. Privilege and pressure are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they often reinforce one another. Of course, the consequences of the performance are not confined to men. Oh, no. Every social role creates expectations not only for the people performing it, but for the people around them. Masculinity is no exception. If men are assigned the role of protector, provider, leader, conqueror, and authority figure, then women automatically become the supporting cast, the protected, the provided for, the conquered. This is one of the reasons patriarchy has proven so durable throughout history. It doesn't just tell men who they should be, it tells women who they are in relation to men. A performance of masculinity requires an audience. The trouble begins when men become more committed to the role than to the people around them. A man performing masculinity may view every disagreement as a challenge to his authority. The woman married to that man has to live in a home where conflict feels unsafe. A man performing masculinity may be obsessed with status, wealth, or dominance because his self-worth depends on it. The woman in his life experiences abuse, neglect, or resentment as a result. It's not just personal behavior, it's role maintenance. Maintaining the performance of masculinity can be incredibly destructive. A consequence of all this is that men become convinced that women exist to validate the performance. If masculinity is something that must constantly be proven and other men are the ultimate judges, then women become the trophies, rewards, status symbols, evidence of his success. The wife or girlfriend is not a partner. She's proof that he is desirable, that he is a man because he could conquer a woman. Proof that he is worthy, that he has won. At that point, women stop being people and become objects, not even supporting players anymore, just props. And whenever human beings are transformed into props in someone else's performance, harm inevitably follows. Domestic violence, rape culture, femicide, sexual harassment, weaponized incompetence. Patriarchy grants men power, but it also imposes expectations. The reward for successfully performing masculinity is status. The punishment for failure is shame. And shame is one of the most powerful forces in human life. When they can't handle the shame, they lash out. A man assaults a woman because she refused to give him her phone number. A man abuses his wife because she has a more successful career than he does, and he's jealous. A man does even less housework when his wife makes more money than him in order to reassert his role in the house as a man, as a breadwinner, even though he's actually not the breadwinner. Even that term, breadwinner, like it's a contest, a game. And as the man, you have to be the winner. And this point is where conversations about masculinity can go off the rails. Some people hear criticism of masculinity and they assume that the argument is that men themselves are the problem. That's not precisely what I'm saying. The problem is not really men. The problem is masculinity, or men who insist on the constant performance of masculinity at the expense of everyone and everything around them. The problem is the role as written. More specifically, the problem is treating a culturally constructed role as though it were biological destiny. Because once you understand how masculinity is a performance, something interesting happens. You notice how often the script changes. The ideal man of Renaissance England was not the ideal man of Victorian Britain. The ideal man of the 1950s is not the ideal man of today, despite what the manosphere may tell you. The aristocratic gentleman, the cowboy, the industrial breadwinner, the soldier, the entrepreneur, the gym bro, the podcaster, the trad husband, the tech billionaire. Different costumes, different lines, different stages, same performance. And like every role in human history, it was written by people, which means it can be unwritten. That's the part that makes people uncomfortable. Because if masculinity is a performance, then there is no eternal script handed down from nature or nature's God. There's only this collection of expectations that societies create, enforce, modify, and eventually abandon over time. The role of a lifetime is still a role, and roles can change. How do we know that? Because they always have. Thanks for watching. See you next time. If you enjoy this kind of content, I invite you to watch my series, Witches, Whores, and Rebels, a feminist history of patriarchal capitalism and how to burn it down. It's a 3-part series with a 90-page companion guide that gives you the history of how we got here, centering the witch hunts, women's resistance, and providing...
You hear that, Dave? She wants to burn it down. You better put on those asbestos tidy whities. So what's up, Lou? The link is posted if anyone wants to come up again, or for the first time. I have not done a commercial at all today. So everyone, please make sure you hit the like. Well, as presumably she's married to a man. There's a ring on her finger. I assume it's a man, but who knows? Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to be new to this channel, why not subscribe? Just check us out. We are not everybody's cup of tea, but never know. You might find your little niche here. By the way, recommend the show. There's got to be other people who are into boring news stories and and listening to feminists talk about patriarchy. So there has got to be more than just us. So look, I have been remiss. I didn't, dude. I'm so lazy and unorganized. I didn't even put up the banner, for God's sake. Everybody, please make sure you support the show. I do have PayPal now, along with Cash App, and I've actually had like 2 or 3 PayPal. So thanks to everyone for that. Let's put the banner here. One more way you can greatly support the show is by contributing content, ideas, or art, even artwork, which Speak Radio has done. So executive producers for the month, CKJ3, Loop and Reigang, and The Speak Radio, who, by the way, if you look at today's thumbnail of the Saturday Short Bus Saturdays, the artwork is Speak Radio's. And once again, he kind of captures me. And the guy with the booze bottle, that's supposed to be 12th Man, believe it or not. So he has a way of capturing this crew. I didn't ask who the other people were. And then sponsors of today's show, Mike 123, Moxie, thank you, Moxie, Wits, and Black Knight. So we got some gas money for the short bus, folks. So let's move on to this next video. Now, this is Harvey Mansfield talking about, is manliness a virtue? And I already talked about masculinity versus manliness. And I haven't even looked it up. It just seems to me that manliness is a virtue. Masculinity, I've never heard anyone say toxic manliness. I have heard toxic masculinity. And I think this young lady has actually kind of helped me decide that masculinity is performance versus manliness, which is a quality. So let's hear what Dr. Mansfield has to say. Oh, by the way, he is a retired government professor at Harvard, fairly famous in basically a political philosopher. He is a Straussian and is loosely associated with some of this Claremont school stuff, though I'd never, befoul his reputation, with that sort of appellation. So let's hear what he has to say. Is manliness a virtue? Let's and this is from a couple years ago, if I recall. So let's see. Wait, hold it. It says it's from 2004. I wonder if that's true. So it's quite some time ago, if that's the case.
It's a pleasure to be here with my friends at ISI, and it's an honor to address cadets from West Point.
Here, let me yeah, it was a while ago. He looks a lot older. Damn, this volume is not great, is it? Let me, if the volume's low, you may have to turn it up when you're in.
We live in a gender-neutral society.
As a matter of fact, let me switch earbuds.
Your sex is meant to be of minimal importance. It doesn't give you your duties, it doesn't give you your rights, and it doesn't give you your place. So manliness, a quality which, if not confined to one sex, at least hovers over one sex, the male sex, stands as a kind of obstacle to the gender-neutral society. So that's why I wanted to take up the question of manliness. We're in the process of making the English language gender-neutral. And manliness, which is the quality of one gender or one sex, seems to describe the essence of the enemy we are attacking, the evil we are eradicating. Recently, I had a call from the Harvard Alumni Magazine asking me to comment on a former professor of mine who was now being honored. Responding too quickly, I said, what impressed all of us about him was his manliness. There was a silence at the other end of the line. And finally, the female voice said, could you think of another word? But manliness is still around, and we still find it attractive. What do we like about manliness? Two things, I would say, for a start. The confidence of manly men and their ability to command. The confidence of a manly man gives him independence of others. He's not always asking for help or directions or instructions. He's in control. And he's in control when control is contested. He knows his job and he stands fast in that knowledge. If he doesn't really know his job, his confidence.
Let me, Lou, let me help you out here. Let's substitute the word performance for role. Like fatherhood is a role. It's not necessarily a virtue. People aren't born fathers necessarily. So, is any role that you play fake? People code switch all the time. You know, you're one way at work, you may be another way at home. It's manliness is no more fake than any other role or performance. I don't get the gaslighting point. Manliness is more a personal virtue.
Is false, and he's just boasting. If he knows it, but lets himself be pushed around, he's also not really confident. He merely has the basis for confidence. The first case of boasting is a manly excess. The second is a defect of manliness. For some reason, manliness includes or is hospitable to too much manliness, but it emphatically rejects a person who has too little of it. So a manly man is often portrayed in novels, in the movies, or wherever in exaggeration, even though too much manliness is also a defect and can have disastrous consequences. The independence of a manly man would keep him from getting involved with other people. He would be aloof, satisfied with himself and none too interested in other people's problems. At the least, he would wait to intervene until he is called upon to do so. But that degree of independence.
What's up, JB?
Hey, man, how you doing?
Pretty good. How have you been? Long time no see.
Yeah, I've been all right, man. Just living life, mate.
I see. Anything interesting happened lately?
No, I was just traveling, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Anywhere interesting?
I went to Japan.
Oh, wow. Well, gee, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, I wanted to go see the Great Wall of China.
So you went to Japan for that? You missed it by a couple miles.
Yeah, I know, man. And then I went to go see that. That's a long ass bridge.
Is it now?
Hell yeah.
So there's a bridge from Japan to the Great Wall of China?
Shit, that's what it looks like.
Was that bridge called a plane?
Oh, I think so. Hell, I was on Moonshine Hill.
Oh, they let you smuggle it on the plane?
No, I got it over there. I bought some from over there.
Oh, well, I guess they could make homebrew, but I mean, was it actual like bourbon or was it like sake or something?
What's that? Yeah, that siki. It was that siki.
I see. There was something in the chat that I meant to address, and it may something someone said about CM's channel. What's up, Imperious? I didn't even see you there. Okay, well, whatever it was about CM's channel, see he's live. All right, so any comments about the topic, which is basically we're talking about masculinity. I guess we've evolved from masculinity to versus manliness.
Hell yeah, because most of these men is soft, Stan.
Well, especially the masculine ones.
Yeah, they want to wear dresses and shit.
Seeing is how it's performance and all.
They ain't no more real man like me.
Oh, really? What makes you a real man? What sets you apart?
I don't wear dresses or nothing.
So that's all that you need? If you don't wear, what if a woman doesn't wear a dress? She wears pants. Is she masculine?
No. Every woman wears pants. But I'm just saying, you know, the funny ones.
Oh, funny ones?
Yeah, the funny like, twitching ones. The man,
like,
the funny twitching man. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about comedians.
No, I'm talking about the weirdos, man.
Deacon Dave says, he says, okay, now say something that makes sense to counterbalance that statement. Which statement in particular are you talking of? Are you talking to Khan or me, Dave? So let's get back to this video.
The other manly element, the ability to command. The manly man is good at getting things done. And one reason is that he's good at ordering people around to get them done. In politics and in other public situations, he willingly takes responsibility while others hang back. He not only stands fast, but he steps up to do what is required. In private life, in the family, this ability makes him protective of his wife and children because they are weaker. Being protective as opposed to nurturing is a manly form of responsibility in private life, analogous to getting into politics in public life. In both, there is an easy assumption of authority. Manly men take authority for granted, the need for authority in general, and their own authority in particular. To the extent that all of us recognize the need for authority, whether emergency or everyday, we are attracted to those who seem to radiate authority and thus inspire confidence. Nor is it clear that women want to do away with manliness in the more moderate form of the gentleman. It is for them, I suspect, still something of a treat to be in the company of a man who behaves like a gentleman. Women are quite expert in the interpretation of small courtesies, and they are still in the habit of awarding points to men who offer them, especially in the early stages of acquaintance. Women are still very observant, more so than men. And you, as a man, can be sure that instead of just being themselves, they're looking at you to see what you are doing for them. Are you showing interest? And if so, how? Moreover, precisely in times of greater sexual freedom, it is.
Let me just stop this right quick. This just flashed on my phone, and since Dave is in the audience, I figured I'd just talk about this right briefly. Multiple people have been shot near a festival in Toledo, Ohio, authorities say. So, Dave, you may hear it on the radio or something. So, multiple people have been shot near the Old West End Festival in Toledo, Ohio. The Toledo Police Department said it's actively searching for the suspect or suspects. Victims have been transported to nearby hospitals for treatment, the Toledo Police Department said on Facebook. No information was available on their conditions. Police are asking people to avoid the area as they conduct their investigation. So there you are. In Ohio thing, Dave. So
That's
anyway.
fucked up, man.
Oh, hey, we're a gun culture.
Yeah, but still, that's fucked up, man. There's too much of that shit going on.
All right, well, let's get back to this. And again, if the volume's low, please turn it up on your end. Ordinarily it's kind of low, so I might not even bother with it. But given where this show has drifted today, I think it's kind of important. And by the way, I'm not necessarily in agreement with everything Mansfield talks about, but I have to be honest. He is one of these conservative types that I actually respect. So that's why I'm even showing it. He's not necessarily MAGA.
Good to be someone with you, to be with someone you as a woman can trust. A gentleman is a man who is gentle out of policy, not out of weakness. So he can be depended upon not to snarl at or attack a woman when he has the advantage or feels threatened. It can be delightful, of course, to be surprised, as long as one is pleasantly surprised. With a gentleman, you can hope, perhaps even expect, that most of the surprises will be of that sort. But this makes it sound as if manliness is altogether a wonderful thing. Aren't there some doubts that one can hold about manliness? Let's look at two well-known authors who show their doubt of manliness in two well-known writings. First, recall the incident in the first chapter of Tom Sawyer between Tom and the new boy in town. It is a dispute over nothing, arising merely for the sake of superiority, a meaningless argument, vain boasting on both sides, a line drawn in the dust, the dare to step over it accepted, a scuffle followed by recriminations and threats. It's not hard to guess that this is Mark Twain's picture of manliness, done in childish caricature. He seems to say that manliness is childish, only perhaps not so funny, and its irrationality not so obvious or so innocent when assumed by adult males. In the adult version, the scuffle is a war. Twain's critique, though this is just a glimpse of a wonderful book, resembles a woman's disdain for men's foolish daring. Another view of manliness can be found in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. At the end, in Mark Antony's tribute to Brutus, the speech ends, quote, "His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man." What man would not like that to be said of him? Of course, Brutus has just lost the battle and has died by his own hand. So any tribute from nature would be a kind of consolation in defeat. Indeed, we perhaps especially reserve tributes to manliness for noble losers. Nothing more substantial is left to them. But we human beings have to make the tributes. Nature, unfortunately, does not stand up and speak for itself, as Antony seems to wish. Antony, a man, has to speak up for a man and say how perfect he was. Actually, it is Shakespeare, speaking through Antony, who speaks for nature. Poets must assert the dignity and excellence of man against nature, because nature on its own preserves no memory of the best human beings. It is only through Shakespeare and other poets, aided by historians, that we know of Brutus. Only through Homer that we know of Achilles. Manly men like Antony have a tendency to believe that manliness speaks for itself, as if manliness were a natural perfection that all can recognize implicitly, that nature makes perfectly obvious. In Shakespeare's view, again, nothing but a glimpse of one speech in one play of Shakespeare, manliness looks better than it does in the scene from Tom Sawyer, since it serves the function of defending us against tyrants like Julius Caesar. It is not merely foolish, but manly men tend to exaggerate the naturalness of their behavior, and they forget the need for poets who are not men of action. Manliness is biased in favor of action. That is a severe criticism when you think about it. One could even say that thinking is by itself a challenge to the superiority of manliness. What we need then is a study of manliness. The study asks questions, and my questions about manliness are political, social, and intellectual. The political meaning of manliness comes first. Manliness is an individual quality that causes.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you say that. It is amazing. And I guess that's kind of the standard of a classic. It just kind of holds up in the long term. You know, is kind of like an exemplar or an example of the human condition. It's amazing. And you know, in the high school, I didn't really appreciate Shakespeare. You know, the plays were okay. The sonnets, I'm still not into sonnets, which is funny because I didn't really even like poetry that much in college until I learned about prose poetry, which is, if you know who Raymond Carver is, and I don't expect anyone to know, even though he has, I think, a couple of his like short stories were turned into movies or something. But prose poems are basically like mini short stories. They don't necessarily have to have like well, they don't rhyme, but and goddamn, I'll just kind of drift into some, story from my from my college days. But the plays of Shakespeare, rock solid. That's why even, you know, they just keep being made into movies. Um, um, so they're turning the Iliad. Is it the Iliad or the Odyssey that's being turned into a movie with Lupita Nyong'o playing Helen, which has caused quite a ruckus. So, yep, well said there, Mr. Shonnery.
A human being to come forth, stand up for something, and make an issue of it. It is a quality held by private persons that calls them forth into public and hence into politics. In the past, such persons have been predominantly, though not exclusively, males. And it is, of course, no accident that those who possess a quality that propels them into politics end up as the rulers. Once in politics, they do not modestly depart after the occasion of their entry has passed. What starts out as protest against some injustice easily crosses over into aggression on behalf of a cause. and then into defense of the aggressors. Manliness seems to be a mixture of defensiveness and aggression. The manly types defend their turf, as we've been taught to say by the sociobiologists. They rightly connect manliness to the behavior of other mammals, who first create their own turf, marking out its boundaries with any convenient means, and then defend it. Tom Sawyer very decently drew a line in the dust with his bare toe. The analogy to animals obviously suggests something animal in manliness, which in turn suggests other things. What is animal in human beings may be functional, but it is not rational or not fully rational. And if it is part of our biological nature, it is also deeply ingrained. But of course, manliness is specifically human as well. Manly men defend not their turf, but their country, which stands for something. Manliness is best shown in war, the defense of one's country at its most difficult and dangerous. In Greek, the word for manliness, andreia, is also the word for courage. Aristotle says that courage is best shown in battle. The issue raised over women in the military today concerns the sovereign claim of manliness as the title to rule. For if women can fight as well as men, why can they not govern as well and as deservedly? Here is a line of thinking that makes war or conflict central to politics, and manliness the inspiration of both. It has behind it the evidence not only of males ruling over all societies at almost all times, but also of male preponderance in crime and the prison population. For good and for ill, males, apparently impelled by their manliness, have dominated all politics we know of. Is there something inevitable about this domination? Or is it merely experience up to now, from which we are free to depart? What is the future of patriarchy? One reason to doubt its future is that manliness seems undemocratic. While the direction of history in America and elsewhere seems to be toward ever more democracy. To put oneself forward, even in behalf of someone else or a higher cause, seems to require a display of ego.
Okay, I thoroughly disagree with that point. What does manliness have to do with democracy? If even in, the mob rule, there will be leaders, and hopefully those leaders are manly. Not sure. Now this is a speech, so there will be hyperbole, I guess, but I thoroughly disagree with that point. I don't think manliness is undemocratic. As a matter of fact, maybe he's right in that not everyone is manly. Maybe that's what he means. Someone help me out with that. Maybe I do get his point. But I mean, what human virtue is democratic? People aren't equal in that way.
Will take it personally if you do not pay attention to what he says. But a display of ego implies that one is not satisfied with what satisfies most people. It is at base an aristocratic impulse. Women, having less ego in the popular sense of willingness to display it, are more democratic than men, as Aristophanes shows in his play, The Congresswomen. As more regimes become democratic and existing democracies become more democratic, all should benefit from the fact that democracies do not fight each other. Perhaps then manliness will be less in demand at the end of history, when all states are democratic and peaceful. This is what William James feared in his famous essay called The the moral equivalent of war. Many people know the title of that essay who haven't read the essay. But what the moral equivalent of war is manliness. And William James thought it was so valuable that it ought to be generated artificially now that survival no longer makes it necessary.
I hate to interrupt this, and we may not actually make it all the way through this. But just so you know, most, if not all, the links are in the show notes. But I got curious at Lou's point. So the oldest poems with rhyme or reason, ancient Egyptian love poems, are cited as potentially the earliest surviving evidence of rhyme and meter, predating other known rhyming traditions. These poems feature structured rhyme schemes in uniform meters with syllables alternating between accented and unaccented patterns. But I have to say this, before there was writing, there was definitely, oral traditions. The rhyme and meter written versus, say, oral traditions or songs or something like that. I don't know, 2000 BCE. That's not exactly recent. So cavemen, I'm not sure where the caveman part came in. Help me out here, Lou.
In that essay, he said, this was in 1911, we are headed toward a century of peace and socialism. Yet, in contrast to such fears, based on a supposed incompatibility of manliness and democracy, there is a democratic manliness, as explained by Tocqueville. In democracies, he said, a manly frankness prevails, an open and fearless stance of man to man, in which all or all males are equal.
Ah, the perfect manly man. I was hoping you'd visit. How you been? You there, Lou? I can hear the birds.
Can you hear me, man?
Yeah, I
Can you
can.
hear me, man? What's
Yeah.
up? What's up, man?
Well,
Finally
man,
had some
what you
time. I was
smoking?
walking the dog. I was like, man, nothing, man. Just walking the dog, chilling. Has
Oh,
not been a
that's right.
bad
You're
day.
fuck. Are you, dude? Please tell me that you're not like walking along the Ashley River or some shit like that, dude. I am jealous as fuck if you are.
No. I'm at I got in a spot in the backyard. When I go out my yard, there's like a little trail.
Oh, okay.
And I just take the
Yeah,
dog down the
man.
trail.
Yeah, man. I just remembered where you are, and I'm like, God damn, dude. Fucking, that Savannah, that goddamn, dude. I miss the smell of the salt marshes, even though it'll stink every now and again. I'm gonna wind up probably going back to Savannah at some point, probably, in a couple years after my son graduates. I miss Savannah. And I know you're not in Savannah, but you know what I mean, because
Nah,
your neck of
Savannah's
the woods
nice.
is, well, Charleston's even nicer, to be honest.
Yeah, I enjoy it, bro. I enjoy it.
I bet you do.
No, hey. So what I was saying about the comment is, and I agree with you. I didn't hear the meter part, but what I was saying was that yeah, you did have people that did write poems that rhymed. But what I was saying is that the idea that a poem has to rhyme, that whole idea and concept is a fairly new thing. So when people did it before that, it wasn't a part of like they did it, but it wasn't like a main focus of it. The idea that poems had to rhyme, the
Right. Well,
dominance of that idea
Okay.
is
Okay,
a
I got
relatively
you.
new thing. And I think that was like, it's a wide figure, but it started around, I want to say like the 1500s, something like that. And then like really drove uh, in its dominance. It became a really big dominant thing in like the early 1900s. So that's what I was saying.
I don't know. There's Shakespeare's sonnets. They rhymed a lot. So that's 17th century.
No, I'm saying right, and they were around then, but I'm saying the dominant idea that poems had to rhyme is a fairly new
Well, I
thing.
mean,
So they did before.
I think I see what you're saying. Like, hey, it's not a good poem if it doesn't rhyme.
Right,
Is
that
that what you mean?
archaic idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I mean, the Odyssey is. I think the Odyssey, Iliad, and or the Odyssey. I think the Odyssey came before the Iliad, if I recall. One's Greek and one's Roman. Because that's a poem. I mean, that's like a poem. Singing me muse, through me tell the story of a man skilled in all ways of contending. Oddly enough,
Yep.
it has a meter, but it doesn't necessarily have a rhyme. So yeah, I think okay, I see
Right.
your point. No, I get you.
Right.
And I'm not.
I mean, as far
I've
as
never been into. I'm a prose guy, so forgive. I'm
Right.
obtuse when it comes to poetry. Let's be honest.
I like
So
these two
what else has
videos you're
been going
playing.
on? Really?
I'm chilling today, man. Yeah, I've been working all week. We've been out and about all day, ripping and running, and so it's nice to finally sit down for the day. It's nice. We
Well,
just got done being muggy. We got a nice little wind. It feels good, man.
It hasn't rained? What the hell? Doesn't it? Well, it's not quite July
No,
yet.
so
where it'll storm every damn day.
yeah. It keeps looking like it's about to rain, which brings in mugginess, but then it eventually dissipates.
Is it getting cooler or does it just stay? Because you know how those thunderstorms happen? You get this little, it's not even a cold front, but it's cooler air. So you'll have this like catastrophic thunderstorm for about 45 minutes, and then the temperature drops about it goes from like 99 to 85 with a little breeze, and all of a sudden it's like, ooh, it's heaven. So dude, I miss that part of the world.
So no, it actually does that during the night. Like I'll wake up and I'll see that it's rained, and then I'll look at the weather for the night and see like the weather has dipped into like the kind of like the 60s. But by the time the sun comes up, it's back at the 80s, 90s.
Well, I haven't lived down there in quite some time. But we used to get, when I was a kid, like we'd be playing basketball or something, and all of a sudden the sky just looked, the only word for it is, oh shit, it looks evil.
It looks evil. It's gonna rain for about an hour. If that.
We better run home. We don't want to be anywhere near like metal basketball rims or any shit like that.
Hey, you don't have to give specifics, but what part of the country are you in?
Well, I'm in Georgia, right on the border of Alabama. I'm in Carroll County, but I'm from Savannah.
Okay, you're not too far. I mean, you still get relatively to what I would imagine. Is the geography different, or what's different there?
It's a little bit. There are people who would actually say this is right on the border of Piedmont, Georgia. Believe it or not, North Georgia is more like upstate South Carolina. Not quite as hilly or mountainy, but we got a couple things they call mountains. So there's some rolling hills like where I live, but nothing like coastal Georgia. It's a totally different. I remember going home for Thanksgiving, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And, I left here in a sweater. I got down there and I was like, God damn. I as soon as I opened the car door, it's like, oof, sweat. It was like so humid in November. I'm like, damn, Georgia's a big state. it'll Savannah's like a totally different like environment. Savannah's more like Florida.
It's a different world.
Yeah, yeah.
Savannah's like Florida with really, really good food and Southern hospitality.
Well, I actually think Charleston's food is better. That's just my opinion.
It depends, right? So if we're talking seafood, absolutely. But if we're talking about like those southern comfort foods, I don't know. I think Savannah got it, bro. Them itis foods.
I'm not gonna disagree,
man.
Dude, there was something I just saw. Speaking of Savannah and seafood, hold on one sec. Let me see, can I find it? I was like not surprised, but still shocked in a way. Give me one sec here.
Hey, CKJ3, definitely look into Greenville, bro.
Oh shit! Hey, CKJ. Yeah, I was gonna actually mention that. Here's the deal. I lived right in Greer, which is right it's right on the line between Greenville County and Spartanburg County. I'm telling you right now, Greenville, if I could have stayed there, I had to move for work, but Greenville is the bomb. Spartanburg's pretty cool, but Greenville, it's almost like Spartanburg's the ghetto and Greenville is the fucking like I don't know what you would call it. It's like the county lines, like the railroad tracks. Paris Mountain, right in that Greenville County area. It's like the only like real mountain there, but it's actually like a big ass hill. You could call it a mountain. Dude, I love downtown Greenville. Holy cow, dude. So look into it. You will be impressed. And the food's great there too, by the way. I lived there for like, I think I lived there for 3 or 4 years. I loved it. If you Greenville's awesome, quite frankly. It's just awesome. Now I haven't lived there in quite some time. Shit. Probably I think I left there in like 2004. So it's been a while. But definitely look into it. This is what I wanted to show you. It made me laugh when I saw it. So this is WJCL in Savannah, the ABC news station. Savannah area restaurants caught serving imported shrimp, misleading consumers. That's a big fucking deal. What? Our seafood ain't from, the Wilmington River? Hell.
A new round of testing finds many Savannah restaurants continue to serve imported shrimp while advertising it as local. A new Georgia law will require restaurants to disclose where their shrimp comes from. Family Seafood Market in Glenn County.
Some Georgia shrimpers say imported shrimp has flooded the market for years, while consumers believe they were buying domestic product. They hope this new law can level the playing field by giving customers the information they need to make their own choices. A year after seafood mislabeling in Savannah restaurants made headlines, new testing suggests that the problem hasn't gone away. Researchers with CD Consulting recently tested dishes at 22 Savannah area seafood restaurants. They found that 13 of those dishes, or 59%, tested as imported farm-raised shrimp. That's down from last year's 77%. John Wallace, a shrimper in the Low Country, says this has been an issue for decades.
When we first started the Wild Georgia Shrimp Program in the early 2000s, we went to Savannah back then and we found one restaurant that was using local shrimp, and it was only part-time.
Governor Brian Kemp recently signed House Bill 117, requiring restaurants to disclose when shrimp is imported. Researchers say of those 13 imported shrimp dishes, 12 were being represented as local or wild caught. Georgia is now the first East Coast state to require restaurants to disclose whether or not their shrimp is imported or locally caught. They joined several Gulf Coast states with similar laws. In Brunswick, Grace Rodriguez, WJCL 22 News.
Viewers like you.
Yeah, that's wild. That is wild, man. I was looking at that. I saw that earlier on my YouTube.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
I mean,
dude, that's kind of a big deal. Like when I don't know if they still have them. I know they don't have them like they used to when I was a kid. But dude, there were like crab houses. Like you go down to the hood, dude. You could get like a dozen. Well, there was a restaurant right on the Wilmington River in Thunderbolt, which is right next to Savannah on the way out to Tybee Island. It was a whole fucking restaurant called Desposito's, and they had something like I know they have them in Charleston, where you got this big ass screened in porch where a family can go and sit on a picnic table and eat crabs and shrimp and stuff like that. They'll put the newspaper on the table, dude. That is living, and that place went defunct like shit. Probably, I'm gonna say 40 years ago at least, but that was all local caught. I mean, you literally, I've caught shrimp myself. So yeah, I'm I don't live there, so I'm not gonna get. Let me tell you another funny story. And this is totally, and I'll make it quick so we can get back to this video. But years ago, my father and I were in, I think it's Lancaster, South Carolina. It's right up, what intersects? Is it 85 that intersects with 26? So you go north towards Charlotte. So I was doing a job interview up there in Lancaster. And that's how I wound up living in, I worked in Lyman, South Carolina, which is in Spartanburg County, I think, but I lived in Greer, which is technically in Greenville County, but it's right on the line. But anyway, so we go to this nominally seafood restaurant and for lunch. So I sit down and he orders like, I don't know, some seafood stuff. And I ordered a hamburger. So he looks at me and he goes, well, we're at a seafood restaurant. Why would you get a hamburger? I'm like, this is too far from the coast. I'm not eating seafood this far inland. So, he took a couple forkfuls of his lunch and he's like, yeah, I guess you're right. I'm a fisherman. To be honest, I don't want to eat seafood I didn't catch. Catfish, like farm raised catfish, or like I'll eat that because it's pretty good. No, if I don't catch that fish, myself, I'm good. I'll get a hamburger. If you've ever had like I remember one day getting home from fishing and the damn sea trout were still alive, and I could not bring myself to cut the heads off while they were squirming. So I dumped ice into the kitchen sink and just put them on there, just let them die, just euthanize them that way. It was bad enough that put them on a bed of ice and then poured ice on top. I'm just gonna let them go that way because I'm not cutting the heads off while they're squirming. But once I was sure they were unalived, I filleted those bitches and I had a fried grandpappy.
There you go.
I battered those fuckers and fried the hell out of them, and they were delicious. I want those fish Dude, that's the way I like my fish.
Nah, that's real. That's real, man.
We ain't never rip off the bag.
Gotta rip it off. You got to, man. You got to. No, I feel it, man. When I was a kid, I used to go up to the UP in Michigan, man. We used to eat all kind of perch and walleye, all kind of whitefish, man. Oh, bro, it was so good. So to go into a restaurant and know it's not caught yourself, and I get it. I get it.
Well, I'm probably less of a snob now than I would have been then, but I'm still not going to order seafood. Like Savannah, I have a little bit more trust. There's certain restaurants, and I don't even know if they're still there, but there's certain restaurants. Let me tell you something. My son and I, not last summer, was it last summer? We went down to Broughton Street. We were down on Bay Street because I hadn't been down there. We actually took a Savannah River cruise because and my son, I thought he'd never been up and down the Savannah River. Apparently, his aunt had taken him, but I hadn't been in easily 30 years. So the River Street is way more upscale than it was, last time I was there. So we literally walked from Bay Street to the cathedral, which is quite a hike. And then we went to a bookstore that I grew up, some ritzy bookstore because we knew the owners. And it's changed hands now, which made me very sad. But anyway, we went to lunch at this place down on Broughton Street. And I didn't even think about it. It's like, yeah, I'll have the shrimp platter, whatever they were offering. Oh, no. That shit was frozen shrimp. It just, I didn't even think, because back in the day, if you ordered shrimp, it was just like, shit, that stuff just came from the Wilmington River, this morning. Oh, no. And I'm going to sound so horrible when I say this. These Northerners have come down and introduced their ways. They've introduced that Northern shit. It would have been unthinkable to serve unless it was fresh caught and you froze it. That shit's unthinkable. So I feel I'm proud of I'm proud of Governor Kemp for putting his foot down. Damn it. What's up, no chaser? So let's start this video. I don't know, we may move on, but I think the next video might be even more boring. I was hoping Dave would come back up, but you know what? You might actually be a better person to talk about this with. The video after this, I'm sorry.
I was curious as to what he meant about the manliness democracy part. Because I think I understood what he meant, but I kind of got lost in it a little bit.
Well, he let's see. I don't think he really elaborates, but I think what he means is that manliness is not necessary. If the question is manliness a virtue? And not everybody has the same level or even, virtues aren't evenly distributed. Some people have this particular virtue or that particular virtue, but not everybody does. I think that's what he means, because he talked about manliness, leadership, that sort of thing. And not everybody's a leader. Not every man is a leader. So I think that's what he means. So at first I was like you, I don't know that if I agree. But if you're looking at it as, because even a pure democracy has to have leadership of some sort. Do you get where I'm going with that?
Yeah, but I think I don't think manliness has anything to do with democracy. If anything, manliness is more aristocratic than democratic,
Well,
in my
yeah,
opinion.
but hold on one sec. He's
hmm
not saying manliness. He's saying manliness is a virtue is not democratic. What he means, I think what he means is, you know how this concept that all men are created equal. Well,
hmm
they're created equal in the eyes of God, or they're created or treated equally under law. But your next door neighbor isn't equal to you in that, some of his skills or her skills may be different or better. People aren't cookie cutter. And I think that's where he's going with this. He's just saying that because he talked about leadership before. Not everyone can be a leader. It's not democratic that way where everybody is equal in their ability to lead. Not every man is equal in their manliness. I think that's what he means. Not like the political democracy, like a pure democracy, but
Right.
democracy
Yeah. I don't
as in distribution of a virtue or something like that.
Right. Yeah. I know he's not talking about politics. He's definitely talking about the equality aspect of democracy,
Well,
and
you think
it just doesn't.
all because I've heard people say that men are natural leaders, and I don't agree with that because I was in the Navy. Not every man's a natural leader, and even if they are, there are definitely levels to it. Um, just in the officer corps, some leaders are better than others.
Yeah. I don't think. I,
I
I don't think
literally
that leadership is. I don't think leadership is it depends. I guess it depends on the context, because I want to say that it's not necessarily a gender thing, because even within a group of women, you'll have women that will naturally rise to the top of leadership where there's no man present.
Right.
I think
Well,
it's just I think it's a group.
there are, the way things have worked. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised at that, but it's not democratic.
Right, right.
And,
That's what I'm saying. It would be more aristocratic. It would be those that are
no, I
step
wouldn't
forward.
even say it's aristocratic. Think of it as a virtue. Literally, the question is manliness a virtue? Okay,
hmm
virtue is not something that's aristocratic or anything else. Some people have a virtue, some people don't. And there are plenty, history is rife with people who were born into the aristocracy who are horrible leaders.
I don't disagree with that. I just
Yeah, so I
maybe
mean,
I'm
it
lost in
really,
what you're trying to convey, because I think we might be talking
well, what
past
I'm
each other.
trying to convey is virtues are not an aristocratic thing. It's a different realm.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't connecting
We
it to the
don't
virtue
distribute.
aspect.
Well, think of
Yeah.
it like wealth. Think of it like wealth. Okay, wealth is not democratic the way it works in capitalism. Okay, redistribution of wealth, that sort of thing, where wealth is more evenly distributed, or there are no rich, everybody's kind of the same, in that Marxian class sense. There are no
Right,
rich,
right.
there are no in our system, wealth is not democratic. Think of
No, it's
virtue
not.
as wealth. Think of virtue as wealth. Some people
Um,
Now, most people are good, but there's even degrees to that.
right. I guess the problem that I'm having is that I don't think that democracy is automatically a virtue. I think it's just a feature within a system. You want everybody to be equal. That is, I don't think that's
Okay,
necessarily
you're
equates to
thinking
virtuous.
you're thinking politics. Think of democracy as distribution of wealth. Okay,
Right.
there are things that can be democratic, but we're not necessarily talking about democracy, not in the political sense.
I don't think I'm talking about the political sense, but go ahead. I'm
Okay,
listening.
I'm lost because virtues are not a democratic thing. It's literally virtues are not evenly distributed like everybody's. I don't even believe everybody's good, and if they are, it's to varying degrees. Not some people are better or gooder than others. Some people are real good, some people are marginally good. So
Mm-hmm.
when if we're talking is manliness a virtue, virtues are not evenly distributed. That's the democratic thing he's talking about. At least in my
Oh,
opinion. I could be
okay.
wrong.
Okay. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, Con. I don't think that they're necessarily, and maybe that's where I'm missing it, because it makes it seem like democracy and virtue are just something that's just linked. But
No,
you can
no,
like they're
they
not
are not.
connected to me. Okay, okay, we're
Well,
good then. We're good.
they're not
We're good then.
well, they can be,
They can be.
but
Right, right.
but not automatically. You literally have to do a rhetorical like mental gymnastics to connect them. When
Mm-hmm.
you say, because I mean, you're right. I mean, when they say you can't legislate morality, that's what we're talking about. Morality is kind of a different thing than democracy. Democracy can be evil. I've been reading a
Right,
book.
right.
I've been reading a book called in probably too long because I've been reading it slow and absorbing it. But back in like the mid 19th century in France, where you had like Napoleon, and there was a Napoleon III, there was something called Caesarism. Now it's democratic, but these people, and I'm not going to even draw parallels, though I think there are actual parallels to America in 2026. But people elected monarchs who were despotic. There are people in the United States today that they voted for Donald Trump. He's a bit of an authoritarianism, or he's a bit of an authoritarian. Um, he's democratically elected, and people, that Project 2025, we knew, and when I say we, I mean the royal we knew what his aims would be, but he was elected anyway. All I'm saying is democracy, let's just say it's amoral. It can be good, it can be bad. The thing about liberalism, and I'm way off topic here, I'll rein it right back in quickly. But technically, at least back in the beginning, liberalism was supposed to impose like civic education and morality on democracy. Liberalism is more, at least the way I think of it, and we've gotten way away. It almost doesn't even resonate in current American politics. But I've been trying to look at liberalism and conservatism even from a more philosophical, like a political philosophy angle. Liberalism was in the beginning supposed to at least teach some civic responsibilities, some morality. We've gotten away from it, and I'm talking post Enlightenment. it doesn't. We've gotten away from that, and that's one of the things that are Patrick Deneen, all these post-liberalists. We've basically liberalism has basically come very laissez-faire when it comes to civics and some would argue even morality. It's a complicated argument, and I'm not an academic, so I'm probably mucking it up. But the bottom
Mhm.
line is that liberalism originally, and I think it still is, opposed to democracy. That's exactly what you could call James Madison and Jefferson and people like that liberals, but they also knew that democracy or like a pure democracy has to be checked, because left unchecked, it will devolve into Caesarism or basically despotism. People
Right.
will impose their tyranny of the majority. that's that's what they were looking to check, because
Right. And
most people are gonna want to run wild
right.
in
And my
America.
my whole
America,
point to go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
Right. And I just wanted to make sure we were on like the same page, because I think we were both saying the same thing. Like things like democracy, hell, communism, capital, like all of these different things are just tools
Well, you
to
can
help a
have you
society
can have
run. That they're not
you can
necessarily
have
connected to
communism.
virtues.
You have to be careful, because Marx is not anti-democracy; it's anti-capitalism.
Right. No, but my overall point is that those things aren't necessarily connected to virtue. Those are
Oh,
those are
I
those are
I wouldn't
systems.
even.
Those are
To be
systems used
honest,
to
I'm gonna
make a
be
society
honest.
run.
There are virtuous Democrats, but no, you're right. I would never connect the two. You have
Right,
to
right.
you have to connect them rhetorically. Uh, government gov, go- Governing systems are are amoral. Now
Correct.
again, I'm not like an academic or anything, but I feel somewhat comfortable in saying, democracy is not moral or virtuous or anything. It can be, but not intrinsically.
Back
And
to the
by the
video.
way, these are the kinds of things that I live for on this show. This
You
is
know I love me a good philosophical conversation, Stanley. You know it, bro.
exactly.
You
We
know it.
this is what we do here. It's not fuck the the men versus women or manosphere stuff. Dude, I could do this all night. So thank you, Lou. We need more of this, folks. Con, you need to come up to this panel too, my friend. So yeah, let's listen to more of this. And Harvey, excuse me, Harvey Mansfield, even though we're not exactly politically aligned, I could listen to him all day. Dude, just he's really not that political, oddly enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say this doesn't sound like a political speech he's giving.
It's
So
not really, but it's a he's more conservative, but in a liberal tradition. What we call, he's probably a classical liberal. I think he defines himself as that. And it's not, the liberalism, the conservatism is not necessarily political. It's really more like a way of life, how you conduct yourself. It's more a cultural thing, to be honest. But politics is downstream of culture.
A man does not have to hide his feelings as he does in an aristocracy, where he is always living in the presence of superiors and inferiors. When Americans travel today, they often judge the men they meet as unmanly in comparison with American men. Their manners seem precious to us, perhaps because they maintain a certain reserve toward others that is a vestige of the aristocratic past of their societies. Such men can be sexy. Think of Marcello Mastroianni or Jean Belmondo, two names, I suppose, which are utterly unknown to any of you. Those are sexy movie actors, one Italian, one French. But sexy is not the same thing as manly. It is a question, however, whether the sensitive male is either sexy or manly, though he is intended to be very democratic. Will modern women be attracted to the kind of man who is sensitive to them and perhaps a little too eager to please? In sum, manliness as we know it has been at the core of politics. What will happen when the gender gap is closed and politics is feminized or made available to women on an equal basis? Either manliness must be transformed into a sexless quality, or its relevance must be reduced if it cannot be eliminated altogether. And a second question, how are manliness and democracy related? Should democracy regard manliness as an enemy because it is a privilege of one sex? Or does democracy require and tend to produce a certain manliness? Now we come to the social meaning of manliness. And that covers another set of questions. Since I was just speaking of sex, we may begin from sexual man, a private aspect of manliness that implies the social. Sexually, a man must perform in a way that a woman need not. The performance is, of course, more a matter of desire than choice, but still there is something theatrical about male sex that easily reminds us of showing off.
Now, see, this is where Therese, I think that's how she pronounces her name. Now, in my opinion, he's describing masculinity. What do you think, Lou?
I mean,
performance piece.
You could say that. I look at performance when he says perform. I don't look at it the same way that you look at it, because there's different. I mean, when you're having sex, you are performing, but it is that's an expression to get to a certain outcome. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily fake. It just means it's expressive.
Oh no. But you know what? And I certainly, I'm not even equipped. This show doesn't work that way. But
well, no, I mean, we can move it from sex real quick though. We don't have to take it there. We can move it to something else.
Let's stay there right quick. There comes a time, if you're with the right woman, you know what? We are performing. It's not so much an individualistic thing. And I actually, that's why I'm talking. If you're thinking about it, it's performance. I've been, I've experienced where, it was just like, oh shit, it's over, because it was just more than performance. It was an experience, not so much in a performance. So
no, I agree. I just look at it. I look at performance as just when you perform, it's a method of expression. Like that's it. Like when I go home after a long day of when I go home after a long day of work, right? Mm-hmm. I don't want to be the dad and the husband because I'm tired. But when I go in, I put my best foot forward and be the best husband and father for my family, regardless of how I feel.
Right.
Now that could be performative, but that doesn't make it fake at all.
Well, I mean, duties are performed.
Right.
So now hold on. This is the other thing I hope, folks will understand. Not every performance, some performances are necessary and good. Parents do it all the time. kids don't know whether you're performing or not. They just know what you do. So not every performance is bad.
Yeah. So, and that's why I really didn't understand what she was saying, bro. Like, because it's like, oh, if masculinity is a performance and it's written, then it could also be unwritten, and we could put other things there. And it's like, okay, I understand what that means esoterically, but practically speaking, what does that mean? Because now,
Well,
if we start picking stuff, we're just going to we're reinventing the wheel.
well, me knowing what I know, and this, by the way, this video is from 2004. We probably evolved somewhat from there, but I'm gonna be honest. That's why I'm kind of splitting hairs and separating manliness from masculinity. I think masculinity is a performance. I think manliness is a virtue. It's just some people are manly, or some men are manly, some men aren't. And I mean, if you have to wake up, well, let me put it to you this way. You remember, especially when I first kind of, appeared on the scene, my voice is kind of soft, and every now and again I'll use a big word or something. And even to this day, people will go, well, you're gay, or you're this, or you're that. And I'm like, dude, believe me, don't let the soft voice fool you. I'm trained as a warrior, dude. Present a threat and I eliminate threats, and I'll do it with a soft voice. So I don't have to be hood to be manly. What y'all are talking about is that masculinity bullshit where you have to posture and crow and no. The most manly men I know, you'll never see the shit coming. Just fuck up, fuck around and find out. That's manly. Like, dude, I'm not gonna even make a big deal of it, but there will be consequences for your behavior. I'm that kind of guy. Now, I'll get up here and fuss and curse, but for real, like, if I'm really pissed off at you, I'm not going to be saying much. I'm going to be calculating, what can I do? What can I do to make this person know that I'm unhappy with this? What are going to be the consequences?
Right. Yeah, I just think both the videos are talking about two different things. And I really don't want to mix them.
They absolutely.
You know what I mean? So
we agree on that. They
Yeah.
are two different things. No, you're absolutely right. Masculinity is Andrew Tate. Now, just in my mind, this is all opinion. This is all subjective. I wouldn't call Andrew Tate manly.
Okay. I never thought about if he was manly. I just thought it was all
let me ask
most
you a
of it.
question.
I don't think that he's
but you said exactly what I just said. You never thought of him as manly, but he talks about masculinity. He doesn't talk about being manly. At least now, I don't know a lot about him. I've seen like maybe some 15-minute video clips or something, but I don't hear the Black manosphere talking about being manly. I hear as a man. I hear stuff about masculinity, but I don't hear any. I personally, and I don't listen to it, except when I watch Nidish's show. Most of the stuff I know about the manosphere, Black manosphere, I know from Nidish's show because he reviews it to hell trying to be one of them. I said that just for you, Savage.
That's crazy.
I am evil. However, bottom line, I haven't heard any of these people talk about, well, manly as a virtue. No, it's as a man. Like you're putting on a mask, like you're putting on a costume as a man. Dude, it literally sounds like something they're putting on. It's a role they have to play as Othello, you know, as Hamlet. Eh, they're literally describing a role that people expect them to play.
They are expected to play it,
but by
and that's
whom?
Other men, women.
On you. Well, but that's exactly what Therese said. It's a role people expect you to play.
Right, and that's not necessarily the problem. The problem is the whole idea of redefining what masculinity is and saying that we have to get rid of certain things. And then once those things are gotten rid of, which is what we're at now, where everybody, I would say that masculinity now is just man, good riddance. But what I would say is that those
agree
same
with you.
those same chicks that will, and I've seen it in real time, the same ones that were complaining about the masculinity of men are now turning around and saying, where are all the manly masculine men at? These niggas is bitches.
And you know
like
what?
They're the same chicks.
Let me tell you this. They are as big a problem.
Absolutely.
Dude, I can't. You haven't heard the show in a while, but I know I've told Deacon Dave there is a female version of the Black Manosphere. It's the women who really, the only complaint that someone like a Venus has is that the Manosphere sometimes doesn't meet her expectations. If a woman believes, I've heard plenty of women go, well, a woman's role is to be subservient. That's red pill to me. If a woman thinks her role is to be subservient in a marriage, and she has to accept her husband as the leader, to me that's manosphere. That's Black Manosphere. Trad wife, manosphere.
Oh yeah, that's what it is now. Yeah.
No, now I only know the now.
It's
trad wife.
That's what I'm saying. Like how many times
people were trad wives? Like, dude, my mother-in-law.
But peep this. How many times, Stanley? How many times have you been in a conversation with a red pill person, and they're saying some things that you agree with, and then they go way left with it?
Almost never.
You don't agree with anything from the red pill. Anything.
Almost never. I can't think of one.
Wow.
Let me also say this. I was I was hoping Dave would come up, but we may have to skip ahead and listen to a bit more of this. And then look, these red pill women, that's what I'm going to start calling them. I don't agree with them either, because they don't know how to handle good men. Like, dude, my view of what a marriage is you play the part you need to play that day. Okay, I can remember I've told the story about splitting wood. I know my wife was looking at me a little sweaty, and I could feel the hunger. I didn't even know she was paying attention to me splitting wood, but she's like, "Good one, honey. You can do 2 cuts and make 4 pieces of kindling." I had no clue, but I tell you what, that I realized, well, goddamn, she's watching me. Cool. Let's split some more wood. She wasn't necessarily a trad wife, but she was a stay-at-home mother. We didn't talk about, okay, I need you to stay home and be a a trad wife. It was just the role she played. I can remember telling her, well, look, you know what? You and your sister-in-law want to go somewhere for 2 days. Let me tell you, actually, the better story is my wife had her oldest son, my stepson. He graduated the year my son was born. It was his high school graduation. So my wife was literally like, well, I guess I'll miss his graduation, because, um, this is a newborn and I need to stay home with him. So I looked at her, I'm like, what? I can take care of him. Now, my brother's 13 years younger. I know how to change a diaper. I know how to give a kid a bottle. And, she expressed some milk into a bottle. And, it's not that hard to warm up, one of those, those bottles. I don't know if they even make them like that with a little plastic bladder. You put milk in it and, tepid water and you test the milk and all that stuff. I'm like, it's just for a few hours. I'm pretty sure I can take care of him. And she was like, well, okay, dude. Now I was nervous as fuck. Um, Look, I was nervous, but I couldn't let her know that. And I wasn't about to let her miss that graduation. What kind of man would I be if I can't keep a newborn for 2 or 3 hours? Not much of one. So, he was breastfeeding at the time. So I had to he just, when I gave him the bottle, it wasn't at the right orientation or something. So I had to literally like, it was just odd. Like I had, God, this is going to be so weird.
Wait, dude
So
was breastfeeding?
no, my son, he was a newborn.
No, you said a dude was breastfeeding.
My son, my newborn son. I called him dude.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right.
No, I'm like, well, he's breastfeeding, so he wasn't used to taking a bottle.
No, I got you now. I got you.
So I had to kind of like, I hate to say this, but kind of like hold the bottle on my little left, like in my left breast area, just to kind of trick him into, because he wasn't taking it. You know how you hold a baby in your arm and you put, they'll even hold
The
it if
milk.
they're
Yeah,
old enough.
yeah.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
you're talking
Well,
about. Yeah.
no, he wasn't having that. He
He
was
wasn't
used to
having
mommy.
it.
So
He
I
wasn't.
had to kind of angle it so it was a simulated teat.
You had to play mommy for a second. Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
Mama
So
Stan.
yeah, but once he got the hang of it, it was fine. But here's the deal. When my wife got home, look, that's like what men do. That was manly. I'm not about to let you miss an important, um event. If I can do the job, don't worry about it. And I was kind of nervous and I was, like, fuck, I hope I can do this. When she came back, I literally was like, yeah, it was easy, no sweat. And that was the end of it. To me, that's manliness. You do the job you need to do. And you know what? It wasn't super masculine, if you want to use that word, trying to trick the newborn into thinking daddy has a teat. But you got to do what you got to do. That boy wasn't going to be crying hungry when she got back. Maybe not the best story, but a man's got to do what a man's got to do. And it doesn't matter the role he has to play. Now, what if I've been like, masculine, like, God damn it, I'm not keeping that kid. He's a newborn. You just have to do what you got to do, trad wife. No. Couples, sometimes it's going to be 60-40. Sometimes it's going to be 70-30. Sometimes it's going to be 30-70. It's a sliding scale. This leader and follow. Sometimes wives will have a better idea. follow her lead. That's how I view it. I'm always the leader. Um, nah, that's like Archie Bunker shit, where Edith will put a good idea into Archie's head, and then Archie kind of thinks it's his idea, even though it was Edith's. That's not how I want to live. So that's my Lou's gone. That's my take on it. So we'll watch a little bit more of this, and maybe Deacon Dave will come up. Hey, Savage, I saw you there and forgot to say hello. Salute. Hit the link if you want. Link is pinned, folks. Support the show, support the host. There's PayPal for the foreigners. Give me some lira.
Whereas brute animals show off for the purpose of display, which has a biological function, human ones show off in the more medical sense of making a drama of yourself. I've already mentioned the use that poets make of manly men and the criticism with which philosophers respond. This duel between poetry and philosophy is featured in Plato's Republic, which could be described as a debate on the value of manliness. To make a drama of yourself is to make a federal case of your private troubles, to invest them with universal or cosmic significance, as did Achilles when Agamemnon stole his girlfriend. Manly men bring cases of injustice to the attention of society or even of the gods, but they do tend to exaggerate. Or, on the contrary, is it not the case that truly manly men do not complain, but suffer without complaint? But they are not humble. They are at their best when championing the deserving cause of someone weaker than they are. But they do not allow themselves to be insulted. They have a strong sense of honor. Though they do not complain, they make it clear that they are not complaining. You could even say that they boast of not complaining, or that they boast of not boasting. Manly men make assertions and then they make good on them, or fail nobly. Now we're back to performance. Another social aspect of manliness is its attitude toward women. Here, the main feminist criticism of manliness enters. Is male chauvinism necessary to manliness? It certainly seems that manly men have had the habit of distinguishing themselves from the unmanly, whom they frequently call effeminate. They do not simply let others make the distinction, but seem to feel the need to insist on it themselves. Theodore Roosevelt was perhaps the loudest talker of any manly man there ever was. Never praised manly deeds without also scorning weaklings and mollycoddles, that was one of his favorite words, who shirk them. Now, is this habit necessary to manliness, or can it be dispensed with as obsolete and unworthy? Is it possible to remove the exclusivity of manliness that the feminists indict and still get the same oomph? The energy of manliness seems to go with its eagerness to pass judgment, adverse judgments on others. So if manliness is made sexless, so too perhaps must chauvinism be made sexless. Yet manliness, besides condemning effeminacy, offers gallantry to women. What is the true nature of gallantry? Is it really an admission of the superiority of women, as it appears to be? Or is it fundamentally insincere because it always contains an element of disdain? The man who opens a door for a woman makes a show of being stronger than she. You could say, the philosopher Kant said it. But on the other hand, the woman does go first. What about that? And manly men are often those who are most easily deceived by women. Such was the reputation of the Spartans, who were the most manly Greeks. Manly men are romantic about women. Unmanly men are sensitive. Which is better? Which is better for women? That brings us to sexual roles. The feature of all previous society, which is today found most objectionable. Even more than patriarchy, the rule of man, the belief that nature has defined different social roles for men and women is now found insulting to women. The belief has now largely been abandoned in favor of the new notion of choice. Choice, in a new, expanded sense, applies not only to the decision to have an abortion, but also to the range of choices that men used to have. A woman today has the choice of every occupation that used to be reserved for men, plus women's roles. And the latter are now transformed because women choose them rather than being condemned to them. But does this mean that they are performed better because they are now done willingly? Or that they are done less well because women feel free to neglect them? Looking at men's roles, one wonders what happens when men no longer have the duties that used to go with being a man. Choice for women is inevitably choice for men, too, and perhaps more for them than for women. If women find it easier to love their children than men do, then women's duties toward children are less dutiful or less burdensome, more supported by inclination than men's duties. In the traditional view, the performance of men's duties is aided by another feature of manliness, the desire to protect and support one's family. To be a man means to be able to support one's dependents, not merely oneself alone. But the modern woman, above all, does not want to be a dependent. She has perhaps not reflected on what her independence does to the manliness of men. It might seem to make men more selfish. And whether the protection she gladly does without will be replaced by sensitivity or by neglect. The statistics on male abandonment of their children in our day are not heartwarming. The noun parent has always existed, but only recently has the verb to parent been created by sociologists. Previously, the work that verb includes was done separately in two verbs, to mother and to father. Can the separation between father and mother be overcome so that parenting, which is neither, becomes a reality? Father and mother are the fundamental roles that undergird the sexual difference in occupations. If you can get rid of that difference in role, then all the other differences will disappear too. One could say that the authoritative father and the loving mother correspond to the public and private spheres as wholes, the one where aggression is paramount, the other where caring is the theme. Abolition of sexual roles might then be expected to produce a mixing of public, understood broadly as the wider world, and private, the realm of familiars. Is this possible and desirable? We now presuppose more or less that men and women are exchangeable. Are we forgetting about how they are complementary? According to our view, any traditional notion that the sexes complement each other serves merely to justify the inferiority of women. Complementarity, if it really takes place, is a kind of equality in which each sex is superior in its place. But when you were sure that the overall superiority has been men's, and that women have been the second sex, then to have equality, you must go for the exchangeability of the sexes. Yet, there seems to be some truth in the complementarity, say, of aggression and caring, in hard and soft temperaments. The one is to accomplish, the other to preserve, and in between is neither. Of course, there are hard women and soft men, But the idea of choice must depend on there being no natural preponderance of one quality or the other in men and women. The logic of choice leads to the ideal of perfect flexibility, in which nothing external determines or even influences our choice. That ideal of freedom is very like the final stage of communism that Karl Marx sketched so briefly, in which the division of labor has been done away with. Underneath the question of roles is the question of nature. Do men and women have different natures that justify different social roles, even different fates, as Tocqueville said? Or are these so-called natures actually socially constructed? Social construction is a crucial element in the argument that sustains the gender-neutral society, because that idea enables women to escape the prison of nature. Once women see that their roles have been made for them, not permanently by nature, but artificially by society, they realize that what was made by humans can be unmade and remade by humans. The difficulty is that one woman cannot do this by herself. She needs the help of society, perhaps in the form of the women's movement. Will she then become a prisoner of society, if not nature? Surely the range of choice open to women now is greatly enlarged, but this success makes the remaining restrictions on choice.
I'm actually waiting to see what his conclusion here. This is a very bad direction to take this argument, in my opinion, and you'll see why, depending on what his conclusion is. Prison of nature. The prison of nature in a social context is not nature.
Harder to tolerate. What is the manliness stereotype? The definition of manliness I have given, confidence in the face of risk, is composed of a number of ingredients. These are qualities thought to belong to men. Some apply to all men, others only to certain men, manly men. All are thought to be more or less characteristic of men, not equally true of every man. These qualities, ingredients of manliness, make manliness specifically male. Without them, confidence could as well be womanly, and no doubt there is a womanly confidence. These qualities are, however, typically contrasted to womanly qualities, so that the stereotypes come in pairs. Stereotypes are about differences, and differences are more pronounced in contrast. Stereotypes give women an excuse for not being manly. After all, they're women. At the same time, of course, they take away any excuse for a man who is unmanly. Manliness is an exclusion of women, but a reproach to men, to unmanly men. The basic stereotype is surely that men are aggressive, women are caring. This is the first one you would think of, and perhaps also the basis of the others. That men are promiscuous in sex, women are faithful or at least unadventurous, follows from the first stereotype. So too do the beliefs that men are hard, women soft, men assertive, women sensitive, men seek risk, women security, men are frank, women are indirect, men take the lead, women seek company, men don't cry, women do, men are aloof, women sympathetic, men are cold, women warm, men boast and show off, women are modest, men are forceful, women persuasive or seductive, men are loud, women quiet, men are laconic, women are loquacious, men are stoic, women complain. It's also said that men are rational, women emotional. One can easily imagine a sexist male saying that in exasperation, to a woman or about a woman. A more refined version of this pairing might say that men are abstract and idealistic, women are empirical and realistic. How is that related to the basic stereotype of aggression and caring? One might suggest that men use their reason to yearn beyond and to seek to abstract from the present situation, while women use theirs to study and make the best of the present. Thus, both men and women have both reason and emotion, but differently. Well, that's a little on the stereotypes. Let me turn now to the question of whether manliness is nature or nurture. Is it permanent or is it something ephemeral? Clearly, manliness is related to what Plato called spiritedness or thumos, the defense and the defensiveness of oneself that human beings share with animals. Spiritedness is less rational and reflective than manliness, which is not what one would call thoughtful. It appears in women as well as men, though perhaps in different ways. Women get angry too, but somehow with less drama and more subtlety than men. Or are sexist statements like that one based on warmed over common sense now obsolete? Perhaps manliness is capable of being abstracted from males and refashioned into something sexually neutral, such as strength of soul. How about that? The philosopher Descartes made a key concept of strength of soul, and there's no doubt that it applies more generally than manliness. One would readily agree that many women have admirable strength of soul. But again, do they have it in the same way as men? It seems that women have more steadiness and endurance, men more alacrity and ambition. In the movie Fargo, a woman police officer triumphs over men who are either unmanly or whose manliness takes the form of vicious cruelty, merely with her plodding but intelligent, asexual professionalism, if you've seen that movie, Fargo. Even a pregnant woman police officer, triumphs. The movie seems to say that rule-bound professionalism, for example, the professional army, is replacing erratic manliness in occupations that were once the most manly, and that by this means women who are steadier than men can replace them, or at least do as well. Women don't fly off the handle so easily. When I was in the Army many years ago, every day there was an appeal made to your manliness. You men is how we were addressed. I'm sure that's not the case today. And now last and briefest, the intellectual meaning of manliness. And that answers the question whether there is a sexual constitution in thinking. Is there a man's and a woman's point of view? The point of view may not arise from the situation of men and women, but the reverse, the situation from the point of view. Perhaps men and women are characterized more by how they think than by their sexual organs, the higher being the cause of the lower. For if you think only of the sexual organs, you confine the meaning of man and woman to the sexual union, a brief encounter whose consequence is sometimes the birth of a man or a woman. What about the lives of men and women apart from reproduction, when we are not doing nature's work? And perhaps even then, our minds are busy with, one would not say thinking, except in the broadest sense. Being a man or a woman is much more than having certain bodily equipment. One has a certain outlook, too. Yet, just because sexuality is also a matter of thinking, it is possible for a woman to see a man's point of view, and barely possible for a man to see a woman's. The sexes seem to be asymmetrical in this. It is possible to recognize one's bias and thus to transcend one's sex. No doubt one doesn't leave one's sex behind when transcending it. The pure thinking of mathematics has no sex, but men and women have different aptitudes for mathematics, even for different parts of mathematics. Here lurks the old mystery of how body and mind are connected. In what way, however, do we transcend our sex? There seem to be two ways. One is by generalizing, and the other is by rising above. Today, we commonly hear people in their academic way speak of self and other. And this very abstract discourse spills over into real life too. By mutual recognition and reconciliation, the two sexes come to understand and appreciate each other. The process consists in leveling. The two sexes, or one of them, the male, may begin with pretensions, but they learn to abandon them. You learn to want or love someone on your own level. But what of eros, or yearning, or love that aims at something higher than oneself? Love of beauty, love of wisdom, love of perfection. Here is transcendence in a truer sense that does not generalize or level down pretensions, but on the contrary seeks something rare and wants to justify one's pretensions. The asymmetry of the sexes that I spoke of applies to abstracting from one's own sex. Women often understand men, but men rarely understand women. Men tend to be manly, the quality that makes them oblivious of the sexual difference. It is part of manliness not to see that manly is male, and therefore lacks something. The manly man.
Shiesty, are you still here? Is that true? Women tend to understand men, but men don't understand women. Help me out with this. I am curious because I don't know that women understand men that well. Though I have heard, well, men are visual creatures. That seems more like an aphorism.
Man thinks manliness is enough and doesn't understand what is missing. When one is oblivious of sexual differences, it is easy to leave them behind. Women, understanding men better, are more sensitive to sexual differences, hence more aware of themselves.
Oh dear.
Hence less able to forget themselves. Men, through their manliness, are more transcendent. Women, without that advantage and that encumbrance, are better aware of what is left behind. Is manliness a virtue? It's too close to our biology, which means to a quality of lower animals, to be called a virtue. But in humans, the quality of manliness can ally with the reasons specific to humans, so as to rise above its generic nature, in the process becoming specifically human, and at the same time a possible virtue. The alliance with reason enables manliness to pass from aggressive defense of one's own to noble sacrifice for a cause that is beyond oneself. But of course, women have reason too, and they're not devoid of aggressiveness. Therefore, the price of humanizing manliness, of raising it from quality to virtue, is allowing women to participate in it. It will not be equal participation because, as Aristotle said, men find it easier to be courageous. And likewise, women find it easier to be moderate. In thinking of the sexual difference and of human nature generally, you cannot avoid Aristotle's hedging phrase, for the most part. For the most part, men will always have more manliness than women have, and it is up to both sexes, having faced that fact, to fashion this quality to a virtue. Thanks, that's it.
Well, I'm not going to stay here for the question time. I think that questions have been answered. I was hoping Lou or Dave would still be here. Um, boy, I want to go and I want to look at this. Maybe I'll just do it solo. What the hell? This is the crown jewel. This is the crown jewel of my failure last night. So let's hear these people out. And I'm gonna try and refrain. Um, this is actually concerning. I think these women, I had no clue. In tomorrow's show, I named a pop-up show for tomorrow that I had no clue that well, what did I call it? I thought it was pithy, it may not be. Um Manosphere women have PTSD. Who knew? As a matter of fact, let's see, where am I hours wise? I might just Shiesty, do you really? Is there a reason women can't solve the problem if they understand and why aren't they ruling the world? I don't think women understand men any better than the other way around. Uh, Creative, she spells it with a K. If you haven't noticed, Shiesty Bone. Yeah, I went up there very briefly because I don't want to start an internet beef. I'll just not say anything until afterwards. But I will say this. These women don't want to be treated as intellectual equals. They literally are red pill women. And this is something I feel very strongly about. Either that or these women have been just they've got PTSD with these old YNs. So let's hear it. Oh, by the way, everyone make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe. It's not going to be for everyone, especially these weekend shows. It's a little somewhere between frivolous, chaotic, and just plain old, why are you doing this? So make sure you support this show, folks. We need the support occasionally, especially when the beer fund we like to keep it well funded throughout the weekend. So help me out here. It's still fairly early. Let's see here. Nope, that's not it. So let's go ahead and start it, and I'll just hop in when necessary.
Each other, generally speaking, disrespectful. You know what I mean? So
Understand.
is that Mr. Stanley dropping by? Hey, Mr. Stanley.
It is, ma'am.
Welcome to the
Ma'am.
panel.
Hey, you don't have to call me Mr. Stanley. Now
I like to
I
call
do
everybody
feel old.
Mr.
Well, good to see you, ladies.
Same.
Good to see you too.
What do you think about when women are
For
called
now.
bitches on panels? Do you feel
Depends on what they're saying. And Chanel, I think I can't remember. It might not have been you. Look, and this is going to be controversial, so don't get mad at me. But look, if you're going to come up to a panel and as an equal, it's a back and forth between two equals, like a political argument. Now I'm thinking more in the mental realm, ideas versus ideas. Women can be smart, men can be smart. If we're going to talk ideas, get ready.
So when you say equals, so are you saying when
I
you're
literally mean mental equals. It's not.
Hold on,
It's
pause.
not. No. Ma'am, I know you This is where I start getting frustrated. Chanel's been up to my panel before. She questions just fucking everything like a child. Okay. If an adult cannot grasp the idea of a mental equal, and what I mean is, hey, if we're going to be in the heady realm of ideas, it goes beyond man and women. Now, maybe I'm just being a little too philosophical or metaphysical or whatever you want to call it. But if you're going to go up to a panel and you say we're going to discuss democracy, it doesn't come down to man. It doesn't come down to man or woman if men and women can vote. Now, there are like probably a million qualifiers for that kind of argument. But today in these United States, Black men and Black women can vote. Say I came up there to talk about democracy. Well, every person who is of voting age on this panel is qualified to debate voting rights in a democracy. It doesn't come down to a battle of the sexes. And what I mean by red pill women is, look, if you can't get out of your prison of the battle of the sexes, that's not a me problem. Okay, I come in peace. I literally went up there. They asked me what I thought about, men calling women bitches. And I wanted to go, well, let me give you an anecdote or an example. I call men bitches. So don't be offended if I call you a bitch. If I'm calling men bitches too, it's y'all are all bitches. Man, it really, the insult goes beyond man or woman. I'm just gonna call you all bitches. I don't get it, because technically a bitch is a female dog. And maybe I'm just rationalizing, but I don't know why she had. If I say, hey, Chanel, you're my mental equal, why do you have a question about that? And this bullshit where she wants to look at every topic on this panel through her professional life, it doesn't work with me. You're not a psychiatrist. You're not that level of professional. How about just enjoy the panel in the moment and let's be loose about it? I don't function well with, I don't think she's that bright, to be honest. She's been up to my panel before. Look, Socratic method is about asking questions. Okay, but 2-year-olds ask questions. They ask why. Technically, that's the Socratic method, but is it really? That's what she's doing. She just thinks if you ask enough questions, it's going to turn into something that she can handle through her training as a a mental health social worker. She's one note, in my opinion. And you know what? She's free to rebut. But this is the second time I've actually come across her, and I find her wanting. You like to take simple stuff and make it complicated.
What is going on?
Yep.
I have no idea.
Yep. See, she has no idea. She's been up on my panel before. I literally said we are intellectual equals or mental equals. Don't take something complicated, don't take something simple and make it complicated, and look at the shit-eating grin. Okay, these women have PTSD from the manosphere. They're not used to a man coming up there and treating them as intellectual equals. That's the only thing I can conclude. They're all nervous. Ooh, he said I'm equal. Can you tell me what equal means? Well, what? I have to explain what equal means. It was disturbing. It didn't piss me off necessarily, but this is disturbing. What were they expecting?
I'm
Well,
trying to
no,
clarify.
she's not used to being equal.
I'm trying to clarify. So, are you okay with me clarifying or no?
You know what? Have at it.
Okay. So when you say,
confusing us.
so when you say equals, and you're going to be on these panels, and you're going to be equal.
Literally, creative says I'm confusing them. Okay, somebody fucking help me out. How is I say we're equals on a mental plane? Because maybe I didn't make it clear, and maybe they actually need to. How is that confusing? Okay, these are all like people over 30. How is that fucking confusing? Creative literally says, I'm confusing them. Ooh, boy. But have at it.
Okay. So when you say,
confusing us.
So when
I'm
you say
confusing
equals, and you're going to be on these panels, and you're going to be equals. And I asked the question about, what do you feel when a man is referring to a woman as a bitch on a panel? If we're equals, I don't know exactly what that has to do with.
Well, let me help you out because you're
I haven't asked the question.
You have to. Okay, and then she wants to ask 20-minute questions. This is not my venue. I unsubscribed. I'll never go back to this kind of panel again. They just ruined it. Okay. When I come up there, I expect this shit to be vigorous, and I don't have 30 minutes to fucking wallow in your confusion. I simply don't. I don't have that kind of patience, especially with someone who is so impressed with her own credentials. Motherfucker, why do you have to keep asking a question when I say equal? Do I have to go back to first grade math and explain the concept of equality? Do we have to go back and read, civil rights law? Why is she asking these fundamental questions like she just has never heard of this shit before? And yeah, it could just be, well, oh, we're going to roast a man. That's what this actually comes off as well. So we got a man up here trying to, tell us we're equal. So let's roast him. Let's be a red pill woman. That's what I mean by red pill woman, Shiesty. Take something simple and make it complicated. I get
Hold
it.
on 1 second.
No.
I haven't asked the question yet.
Okay, I get it. Okay, this is why, Shiesty, I don't belong. I have not been back to Sharon's channel. I've unsubscribed from Creative. I don't motherfucking have time to teach these fucking 8th grade level thinkers how to think and how to think quickly. I don't, motherfucker. These people, some of them have like advanced degrees. No, I'm not going to sit here and explain high school level concepts. Keep up. Keep up. If you can't keep up, then I don't belong here. I don't belong on that panel. And I figured it out by the end, and they figured it out too and just dropped me. But dude, I do not do remedial motherfucking concepts. And I made a mistake. It's on me that I even went up there, quite frankly. So that's that. It's my fault. What's up, Lou?
What's up, man? I'm just getting back. I was just about to ask you, what the hell are you doing on this panel?
Well, I
What
was
are you
interested.
doing, bro?
I was kind of interested in if I could actually go up there. And the question was, well, what do I think of these men calling women bitches on the panel? And I'm trying to say men get called bitches too. Are you sure it's all about you? Are you sure it's all about women? Because I call men bitches on my panel. And yeah, maybe anecdote wasn't the correct way, but at some point I give a hypothetical, and I'm telling you something right now. Chanel is not that bright. Honestly, she wants to stuff everything into her psychiatric social worker or whatever she is. She's one note. She cannot think outside her profession. And for some reason or another, if she can't figure out what you're saying, she's just going to call it a mental, you're suffering some syndrome. She's not that bright. And that's it. No, seriously. I don't say this lightly, and I'm not particularly upset because I probably should have known this might happen. As I said, Chanel's been up on my panel and she didn't last 5 minutes because just like she can ask questions, so can I. What I don't like is I don't like people using 20 words when they can ask a question in 5. Just ask the question. You don't have to give me context. I'm fairly bright. If I don't understand the context, I'm going to go, can you clarify? See, I don't know who the hell they're used to dealing with, but dude, I think real quick. I know shit. Okay. You're belaboring the point, trying to stretch it out into this. These are red pill women. They are literally traumatized with their experiences on some of these Black Manosphere panels, and I'm not Black Manosphere. Come at me with a new approach, and if you just want to stay in that, oh shit, every Black man who comes up on the panel is Manosphere, then you got PTSD. And I'm not a goddamn therapist. I don't have that kind of patience. So that's my case, and there's more to go.
Yeah, these chicks be gender banging, bro. This is a gender banging panel. This ain't an intellectual endeavor.
Well, that's why I'm saying they're red pill women.
Yeah.
They're doing the same thing the men do. How are they better? To use a word, they're equal to the red pill men or Black Manosphere men. If they're gender banging, how are they different?
They're not.
Okay.
Well, there can only be one shiesty.
Well, shiesty's at least funny or clever, at least in the chat. Maybe that's,
and there can only be one. That's my dog right there.
Maybe that's why she doesn't go up on these panels.
Yeah.
What's up, Savage? But honestly, and I'm honestly not upset. I'm really disappointed, to be honest. I actually thought these women were smart. That's why I went up there, and I'm sorely disappointed. They're literally C Moore level. What the fuck? Why would they? How do you correct a problem by being just like the problem you're describing? They're fighting fire with fire,
which makes more fire.
You know what? Maybe I don't understand red pill that well, but I lump red pill with Black Manosphere. I think red pill is gender banging. So, maybe I'm wrong. Y'all know it better than I do. Shiesty Bum knows it better. But the bottom line is I was disappointed, to be honest. I really looked forward to kind of having a back and forth. And look, I'm just not good at debate. That's why I never do these debates, because I just don't have the patience. You're
not patient enough.
I'm not going to teach you the underlying concepts. Okay, I'm not going to teach you what equality means. I'm not going to teach you the civil rights movement. I'm not going to teach you Frederick Douglass. I'm not going to teach you bell hooks. I expect all these people to have read all this shit or don't talk about it, or don't talk about it with me. Yesterday's show was read a book before you hit the link. And I keep saying this and I keep not doing it. I got to stop going up on these panels because I really do make a fool of myself because I expect a certain level of knowledge and these people don't have it. Not even, dude, these women are kindergarten level. Most of the men, Sharon's panel, because I'm not going to just limit it, and that's why I call them red pill women. Sharon's panel, I think Sharon's Black Manosphere. Most of the people up there, including PH Diva, PH Diva's better than the men up there, but she's not super smart.
I ain't been over there in a while, man. Is it more of the same or is?
Well, I saw yesterday's show. I think it was on Nightish's channel. That's how I even know what's going on over there. I'm gonna be honest. I honestly, like, oddly enough, Seymour might be the only motherfucker that I can think of in our little Black Manosphere, whatever sector. He might be the only one that's actually respectable. All these other motherfuckers are idiots, and he is too, but he's a different type of idiot. He's genuinely limited. These people are limited, but they don't know that they are.
Damn, that good old Dunning-Kruger.
Well, shoot, I could be the victim of Dunning-Kruger too. I'm honestly not saying that I'm smarter, but I just know more stuff. I have different frames of reference. And look, I honestly don't get why when I go up there and I say that I think women are intellectually equal. Now, not in every case, but I mean, take an average. Like, if we're going to talk philosophy, I think women are perfectly capable of being the equal of men in the marketplace of ideas. You know, everyone has their bias and all that, but all things, kind of being equal. Okay. I'm not going to say a woman can't talk about culture, for instance. They may have a different perspective, but we may have, frames of reference at least. This silly woman is asking me what equal means, essentially. And I'm not going to do that. So disappointed, but so we go. I'll get over it. I was hoping Dave would be up here, but whatever. So let's just hear the rest of it.
If we are equals, what does that have to do with being disrespectful?
Well, okay. If we are equals, what does that have to do with being disrespectful? It doesn't. Why are you connecting the two? This woman is not good at this. But let me help you with a scenario, because you love to take simple stuff and make it complicated. You for clarification.
You gaslighting us. You gaslighting us.
Okay, so I'm gaslighting them? How? Now that was snarky, but I've talked to Chanel on my panel. I know she likes to take simple shit and just ask 1,000 questions. When just look, you've taken a math class once in your life, you know what equal means. So yeah, that was a little shot. So all of a sudden I'm gaslighting. How? Can you help me? What the fuck does that even mean? How am I gaslighting?
It's just one of the things they throw out, bro. That's all. gaslighting ad hominem. Come on, man.
Well, no, see,
that was
you know what? I
that was the emergency glass she broke. That was
I literally am chastened. I will not go. I unsubscribed just to make sure I don't even mother. And I should have known because DJ Witch Doctor often is on these ladies panels. Like that motherfucker's a feminist. Dude, these and they're up there going, basically, yay, DJ Witch Doctor. Dude, there's not a mind on this panel, including my beloved Chocolate or Chocolily or whatever she's calling herself. No, I'm sorry. And why is Chanel doing that Cheshire Cat shit? Does she know what she's doing?
Who?
Chanel. Chanel's reality.
Oh, I don't know, man.
Look at that shit-eating grin. She knows what she's doing. Let me back this up a little bit. I really don't want to say I walked into a fucking bear trap. No, but I think I did.
Ask the question yet.
I get it.
If we are equals, what does that have to do with being disrespectful?
Well, let me help you with a scenario because you love to take simple stuff and make it complicated. You for clarification.
You gaslighting us. You gaslighting us right now.
No, I'm not gaslighting.
And I'm getting pissed off. I'm confused.
I have to do the best I can because I'm a simple man. So if there are 3 people on the channel or on the panel, so one's a woman, one's a man, and I am the inquisitor. So I call the man a bitch and I call the woman a bitch. Is that equal?
Why do you need to call them?
No. It's just see, once again, just like a 2-year-old, Daddy, why you need to call him a bitch? Mother, what does that have to do with the scenario? We can talk about why I'm doing it later. This is literally this is literally
it when somebody I think the problem is that they don't understand the question that they're asking. Because
it's a simple question.
No, the reality of it is that if I'm treating
you honestly,
no, peep this though, Stanley. If I'm treating everybody equally, then the question isn't why I'm calling this one a bitch if I'm calling them both bitches. I'm treating everybody equally. So you're asking to not be treated equally.
I'm sorry.
If that is the issue. If her issue is why are you calling the woman a bitch when you presented calling both of them one, you are in that moment asking not to be treated equally.
That doesn't even make sense.
What do you mean? That's why she's saying
she's not that bright then.
Right. That's what, which is why she's saying that you're gaslighting.
If I give it, no, she's an idiot. Literally, if I give each one of them a chocolate M&M, am I treating them equally?
In that moment, yes.
And then again, complicating something simple. Okay, they don't know how to think. If I call a man a bitch and I call a woman a bitch, am I being equal in calling both of them a bitch? The answer is yes. Okay, who cares about what a bitch is or why I treated them equally? That's the point. And why can't
I get your point.
Why can't they fucking figure that part out? The context, why I did it, those are actually separate arguments. But they're not getting it. This is what I mean by taking something simple and complicating it. That's why I'm talking PTSD. They're literally used to being called bitches, apparently. They can't even do hypotheticals. It's really disturbing. And I will agree with No Chaser. Black men don't get it either. I do it with like on other, male, all male panels too. These people don't have the fundamentals of their own arguments. You asked me about disrespect, but what if there's no disrespect that you can prove? If I call you both a bitch, who I'm disrespecting both of you equally, if you want to go there. It's literally not about whether you're a man or a woman. Let's not talk about what a bitch is, female dog. Let's not do that because I'm calling you both a female dog. These people don't have a fundamental grounding in how to think. They're overcomplicating something. To me, it's simple. And if I'm condescending, I think I have a right to be condescending. I shouldn't have gone up on this children's panel. So yeah, I guess I do get condescending because I'm like, aren't y'all adults?
I think you have plenty of patience for the Stanley part, but I don't think you have a lot of patience for the versus the world part. I don't think you have a lot of patience for that.
Hence the versus. You do know versus implies conflict, correct?
Right. But every time you get into conflict, you be like, man, I can't go back over there. And it's like, no, that's the point of Stanley versus the world, man. That's the point. That's the point.
You remember in Big J reminded me, I only debate with my equals. All others.
No, I understand that. I understand that.
Well, that's how I'm feeling. Why would I go back up there? They're not my equals.
Man, you're never gonna find your equals, man. At least not on this. At least not on this side of YouTube. At least on this side.
I'm telling you right now, they're one or two. I think Mana tomorrow. I think Nagon.
They out the game, man. They out the game, man. They have retired from that line of business. So y'all just some folks at the VFW smoking cigarettes, reminiscing on old times.
Okay, Shiesty. I wasn't treating the panel equally because he has a thing for chocolate. Well, chocolate wasn't there originally. She popped up after this little soiree started. So now I think I did. She might have been up there. I might have seen her. That's why I popped up. So yeah. And you know what? What can I say? Sometimes you have a crush. But no, I've talked to Chanel before. Who knows? I might have a thing for Chanel too. A man
that
can
boy
have
likes chocolate. Yeah. Diverse appetite. Let's go.
Look, all I have to say is I was sorely disappointed. And the thing is it's actually and let me make a little joke here. It's a manly thing to unsubscribe. I'm just not going to go up there and harass these gender banging women anymore. And by the way, Nightish goes up later. And since we're here, might as well have, dude, they don't like a man asking questions, but they'll let Nightish up with that drunk Chester the molester sort of sensibility. He talks all kinds of fucking shit. And I'm older than Nightish, and I think it's so inappropriate to talk the way he does on a lot of these panels. But they just key that bullshit because apparently he doesn't. You know what? All I have to say is let's play this out and then we'll hop ahead to Nightish being the fucking, the old man clown. And now, Shiesty, I wish you were a panel person Look, I might be a little bit of an intellectual threat. Knight is just harmless, and he thinks that he's dangerous and he's funny. Not really. But this is, they can handle a Knightish, but they can't handle like someone just trying to fucking just go. Let's test equality. Let's test your theory. It's just disappointing. Chanel, but you can answer. You're the host.
I don't think you should be disrespecting people personally.
That is very true. Good answer. But am I being equally disrespectful?
Obviously.
Yes.
Okay. But then if it's
Ask me a
obvious,
serious question.
okay, ma'am. No, it's a very serious question. It's
Doesn't seem very.
look up. So Shiesty, what do you say about her interrupting me? Any thoughts on that? Why are you laughing?
She said, ask me an obvious question after not understanding the initial premise in the first place.
Whatever.
Like, I didn't even understand your original question, but yeah, it's obvious, Stanley.
Well, no. Hey, but the whole point, when she says equally disrespectful, yeah, that's equal. That was the whole goddamn, yeah, that was the whole goddamn point.
Like, hey, what's 2 plus 2?
Now they have to, but see, now they have to diverge away from it. Like, why are you? I don't think you should be disrespectful. See, this is where I'm talking. This is ninth fucking grade.
Hey, Stanley, what's 2 plus 2? What do you mean?
Dude,
what's 2 plus 2?
Equal.
Well, if you take 2 and you take 2, you get 4. Well, obviously.
She literally, but hold on. She literally said equally disrespectful. She got the premise and then couldn't accept the premise.
Oh man.
I'm disappointed.
That was just a funny exchange that happened right there. That shit was funny.
Whatever. I didn't find it that funny, to be honest. I'm at this.
You didn't find it funny for her to question your original question, and then when you gave her the answer, for her to say
Honestly,
that's obvious. The thing that she was confused about the whole time, after you explained it, is obvious now.
I don't think she was confused. I think she just, like you said, this is red pill, but from a female perspective. So let's just fuck with a man because they fuck with us. She's smiling. Look at that shit-eating grin she's got right now. That literally, you know what this reminds me of? Have you seen South Park? Like, you know what? I'm not gonna go there though. But no, she's sitting there toying with me, and I didn't realize it at the time. But I guess this is why you review these sorts of shows.
Yeah, I'm entertained. Let's go.
With that big ass South Park head. Look up your Plato. Look up your Plato.
You can ask the second grade.
Nope. Of course you're gonna overtalk.
Well, go ahead. Finish your statement.
Is it? No, I finished it.
Yo, Brian Pierce, come click the link.
Let me know when you're done so I can answer questions. If there are two people, one's a man, let's call them black man, black woman, and I literally say,
he is still in the vote.
Call you both a bitch. Am I being equal in the disrespect? If the answer is yes, then I'm treating you fairly. I know you're not used to it. There is literally no trick to the question.
Oh my God.
So let me say this to you, Stanley. I'm used to being treated fairly because people in my life treat me with respect.
So you understand my point.
I let you finish. Now be respectful and let me finish.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you do that? Are you able to do that?
Oh, I'm absolutely. Let's see how you take something simple and make it
Oh my
complicated.
God, you can't be quiet. I'm just asking you.
I can't.
You just want to argue with
I can't.
I literally don't want to.
Well, then let me speak and stop. Let's have a actual adult conversation and stop trying to bait me into an argument.
Yes,
I don't
ma'am.
even understand what you're
Yes,
doing.
ma'am.
Yeah, stop
Yes,
gaslighting her,
So
Stanley.
anyway, like I was saying, in my real life.
Let me tell you how she's actually doing the gaslighting. Why are we talking about her real life? What does that even have to do with my hypothetical? She is untalented when it comes to this, like, actual intellectual. Let's not make it personal. Why are we talking about her real life? Can you help me with that?
I don't even know where she's going. I just know that you're a gaslighter and you're an asshole and you're impatient. You're an ornery old man that won't let these lovely women on the screen. You won't let them talk, Stanley. You won't let her talk.
This is why I unsubscribe. They never have to suffer me again. But seriously, and see, this is where a lot of these fucking black manosphere and now black womanosphere, I'm gonna start calling it that. Why are we talking about your personal life? If this is an intellectual discussion, why are we talking about your real life? No one else on this panel. See, she cannot lose an argument. She thinks I'm her fucking husband. Okay, her husband has to take this shit. I don't. That's where she's going wrong here. I don't give a fuck about her real life. What does it have to do with me? Why are we even talking about it? Why is she bringing it up as an example? This is where I just start like, this bitch is stupid. Oops, did I call her a bitch? Lou, hey Lou,
you know what you should do? I'm saying, Stanley, you should just when somebody starts talking, put like a 30-second counter on it and just let them talk for 30 seconds. And then you can retort and do your asshole thing and be like, listen, I let you talk for 30 seconds. It should not take 30 seconds to say all that shit you just said. But
what?
You don't even give 30 seconds, man.
I already know where they're going.
Hey, but let them get there.
The people are not that complicated when it comes to these dumb debates. But no. Let me say this, Lou. That's the best suggestion I've had in quite some time. I'm gonna try it.
I'm just saying, like, I think that you have good discussions. I think you just get tired of them really quickly.
No, because I've had them before. This silly woman is not that bright. It's just, I shouldn't have gone up there. But Lou, I'm gonna do what you suggest. I think it's a great idea.
Because I mean, what you're saying kind of comes with it. Like I haven't heard. I have not heard a new conversation in these spaces in like the last 3, maybe 4 years. None of these conversations are new. So that should let you know that it ain't even about the conversation for real. It's about everything else around it, And so that's where you come in, man. You got to bring the show.
Let's have a conversation like adults. I don't even think these kids are adults, to be honest. Maybe I should have just said that. Can kids like you have adult conversation? But nope, Luke. That is something I wish you'd suggested it before I went on this fiasco. Dude, I fucked up bad. But believe me, Lou, that is probably possibly the best suggestion I've had since I've been on YouTube. So
yeah, man, just a little quick 30 seconds, man. It'll do wonders.
I might have to increase it to a minute though. I might just have to let it go for a minute.
I think you should start with 30 and then go to a minute. I don't think you got the patience for a minute, man. I don't know if you could do it. I don't know if you could pull it off of listening to a minute of the same shit being repeated that you could see coming. I don't know. I think you gotta do 30 first and then work your way up to a minute,
My only
small
regret,
steps.
my real regret is I didn't call anybody dull. That's my favorite word. Like, y'all are just dull. So
I ain't heard that one in a while.
They're gonna bounce me. Well, I call them dullards. That's a better word. That way it's more personal. So they'll drop me in a minute or two. But then I do want to, because I didn't see the Nightish part, and the reason I care about it is Nightish said, "Well, Stanley, you acted a damn fool up there." Honestly, I don't see the fool. I am impatient. I'm seriously impatient. But I honestly don't even see where I'm that disrespectful. I don't think I was. Impatient, yeah, but did I call any of them a bitch?
I don't deal with disrespectful people because they treat me with dignity and respect.
Okay, how the fuck am I dealing? Was I disrespectful to you, bitch? That's what I should have said.
No, that's not what she's saying, Stanley. That's not what she's saying. You just
I'm sorry.
That's the versus the world part. Let's go. But that's not what she was saying. That's not what she was saying.
Okay.
Treat others with dignity and respect. If you're disrespectful and you continue down that road, I probably will give you.
What happened? Wake up, Stanley.
Oh, I'm sorry. So King Pick says, "Excuse Stanley, he's drunk. Creative Solutions." Do I sound particularly drunk?
No, you sound sober. Actually, you just.
Well, I was tipsy, but dude, I'm not out of control. I'm not looping. I'm not slurring. Dude, some people can drink a couple beers and get loose mentally. But I just don't see the drunken disrespect. In King Picks, I know he's just he's just picking, but I don't think now let's just see. I don't think I was particularly disrespectful. I was impatient. And impatience is its own, form of disrespect, I guess, if you want to make that argument.
If you're disrespectful and you continue down that road, I probably will give you a little bit of grace initially because I'm a intelligent human being and a respectful human being, right? So I'll initially give you that grace. But if you continue down that road, or you just calling me out my name for no reason, which is what the question was about, being disrespectful, not necessarily.
Let me have my red pill moment. Take off those fake nails.
Necessarily being fair or equal. We weren't talking about fair and equal. We were talking about disrespect. So I'm not really sure where you got the fair.
Okay, no. Literally, I was talking fair and equal. The fuck? Who is the we? This is so, dude. I'm getting frustrated just listening to her. I was talking about, I gave you in a hypothetical where the three people, I literally defined it, and look at her just shaping it to her personal experience. I'm never doing this shit again. You remember, what I just thought about, which is just ridiculous. Sloop John B. This is the worst trip I've ever been on. I'm not doing this shit again.
Equal from.
Okay, let me
maybe that was already in your mind from wherever it is that you live in your life.
But that's not
Chanel's reality.
All of a sudden, and see, this is that red pill bullshit. Oh, your life. Let me tell you about my life, motherfucker. We weren't. What? Why are we talking lives or anecdotes? We were in the hypothetical realm. The fuck is she doing? She is a crab in the intellectual basket right now, pulling me back down to her level, and I don't want to be there.
Chanel
Oh,
doesn't
my
deal
Lord.
with people who feel the need to constantly disrespect her, because I treat people with dignity and respect, provided they're
Good.
being
Now
respectful.
can I respond?
No, I'm not done.
Oh shit! How long is this going to take?
If you don't want to listen, you can go down back. You can go
No,
back to
I
Chicago.
had the answer
You
to
can't
your
have-
initial
You
question.
can't have
Okay,
an
you go ahead and
intellectual
finish, Chanel.
conversation. That's your
Please
problem.
finish.
Can I ask Stanley a
I'm
question,
literally
Chanel?
gonna go get a snack while you finish.
Chanel, wait, Stanley. Let me ask you a question.
Well,
do you
can
think that
I deal with Chanel first, and then you go?
this
No,
might
don't deal with
eliminate
me
everything?
anymore. Don't deal with me
Hold on.
anymore, because
Hold
some of
on.
them.
Yeah. I don't confuse real life with YouTube panels. I think that's your problem, Chanel.
Really?
So thank you, Creative. What's your
How do
question?
you know?
My question. Hold on.
I heard you say in my real life. That's
Right.
how I know.
So
You
that
live.
know
No.
that
This
should
is a
let you
YouTube.
know
Okay,
that I'm not
this
confused.
is literally
That should
not
let you know
your
I'm not
real life.
confused.
Don't compare
Are
real
you
life to YouTube. Okay, ma'am. This is a clown show. Why are we talking real life when we're on a YouTube panel? It really wasn't the topic of discussion. And she's gonna, another shit-eating grin. Yeah, this is a red pill woman. And I'm just their little what do you remember those rock'em sock'em robots? She another
That's what
shit
you are.
eating grin. Yeah, and I'm not doing that shit again. I want to talk serious stuff with someone who literally knows how to think outside of her personal life. Why are you bringing your personal life? If it's a useful anecdote, great. But I don't give a fuck what you do in your life. Dude, she's doing the same level of shit that Nightdish does, to be honest. He's got a problem with that anecdote stuff. I don't know
think
how to
my
help
panel
you.
is my real life?
Literally, YouTube panels are not your
Where's
real
May
life.
when you need her? Where's May? May the
Oh my
He's
Lord, really?
He has a mental disorder. That's
No,
what
this isn't a trick question.
you have a mental disorder.
Okay, so
Sure.
see, this is where all of a sudden it becomes about her real life and what she knows. She has to revert back to, she's got to contextualize everything through her personal life and her education and all that. She's one note. The only way she can make sense of life is through her expertise. Dude, she's not. Look, there are different types of intelligences, and she's good at what she does, but she's not good at much else. I can see it in those small eyes and the shit-eating grin.
Guess
What's
what?
your
Chanel
I'm
has
sorry.
a license,
Let
and
Chanel
Chanel
finish.
is qualified to let you know.
Listen to this.
Hey,
all of a sudden she's talking in the third person about Chanel. How did it degrade to this? Can someone fucking tell me? Wow, someone tell me. CM is Seymour. I don't know. If you don't know him, you'll be amazed. But listen to this. See, and this is really what it was about the whole time. The gender banging. She is literally a red pill version, female red pill version. It's all about her. It's all about her expertise. It's all about her education. So she's going to sit there and diagnose me, who you have a mental illness. Bitch, I'm not in your fucking 2x2 cubicle at the social worker office. This is low intellect. She wants to, it's anti-black. Every black man apparently appears in her fucking social worker cubicle. It's literally, there's a dude, this woman has problems, and I won't go farther than that, but I don't need to talk to her again. Elle wants to make everything about her real life professional. I know what you're doing. You psychologize everybody. That's why you're boring. You are boring because you think everybody but you has a mental disorder. I literally hear you do this every panel. Everyone. Oh, my profession is. This is literally something that a red pill inward would say. You over at my channel. Yeah, there's no reason to go back over there. Diagnosing. You're not a psychiatrist.
Yeah, you don't know what I am.
You don't have an MD after Chanel.
How do you know?
Stop it, ma'am. Stop it, ma'am. You want to stop right now. You don't have a psychiatry degree.
I don't have to have one.
Of course you don't. You can just talk shit. You can literally talk shit unqualified. This is what some black people like you do. You get a BS degree and you think you're a psychiatrist. Do you prescribe medications? Do you prescribe medications?
I'm not a medical doctor. What are you talking about?
You are not a psychiatrist. You are not a psychiatrist.
I never said I was.
That's what I'm talking about.
When did I say I was? Go find it.
You act like one.
When did I say I was?
You act like you're a psychiatrist on YouTube panels, but you're not one in real life. You're not a real life psychiatrist. She keeps saying she's qualified, but she's not a psychiatrist. That's that fucking YN attitude. Dude, she keeps saying she's qualified, but I'm not a psychiatrist. And then she will literally talk about prescribing medication. I should have taken this to another level and just told her, bitch, you know what? I wouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. But listen to, I fell into this little silly woman's trap. That's why I don't need to go over there. Every other woman is just kind of sitting there letting this happen. There's no one to check this crazy woman. And who knows? It doesn't matter whether she's crazy. It is weird that I'm calling the person with some sort of bachelor's degree in psychology the crazy one. Look at that shit-eating grin. She literally looks, dude, she literally looks like something from South Park. Stop acting like you're one.
I'm acting like my qualifications, you idiot.
I can't.
Thank you, creative. He's an idiot. He won. I don't know. It's giving obsessed. He baited me and I fell for it. I shouldn't have fell for it, Lord Jesus. Because I thought he was an intelligent conversation, but he can't.
I did too. I'm blown away.
What I don't understand is what's your beef with Chanel? What did I do? I don't know. He needs some medicine. Stanley, sir, if you still in the clouds or in the chat, I got some medicine for you.
He's in the back.
So the silly bitch wants to talk about she got some medicine for me. What does that even mean in this context?
Back. You want me to add it?
Oh no.
Do you guys want to go at it alone? I was about to drop everybody.
I'm all cute and stuff. What I need to fight with you for, sir?
Yeah, we need something light in the air because I can't.
Yeah, play that. I get like.
Yeah, because he's trying to mess the vibes up tonight. Like I can't.
Yeah, he's giving obsessed. He's giving like stalker. Because I've only seen this man once, so clearly you've been watching me from somewhere. But whatever, Stanley. You don't have meds, dear. When did I say I had meds? You need some meds. That's what I said. You need some meds.
And have your vibes done.
Yeah. Yeah, I have my vibes. It's good vibes over here. It's you. You're the one that's upset and obsessed with Chanel. I don't know. I don't go to your channel. I don't even know. Do you even have a channel to go to?
I think he came here because of chocolate.
No, I know
Well,
he the ladies' night with us that time.
No, he's one of your supporters. That's fine.
Yeah, but
No, he can. I'm not one of those people that feels like, well, if you don't like me, I can't. I don't think like that. I don't really care.
I didn't get that vibe. That wasn't what I thought we was about to get into. I mean, I've talked to him, so I guess I'm like, I thought he was about to get into some
I don't know why
questions.
he thinks that I don't know why he thinks that I said I was a doctor. I've never said that. I've said 100 times I'm a social worker. I'm a medical social worker. I deal with people who are actively dying. This is the stuff that I talk about. I deal with people in crisis. My license says that I can tell you about. I've read the DMS. I mean, he got me all mixed up now. The diagnostic medical. Oh God, why do I have it messed up now? Because this idiot. Hold on.
Because you don't know it. Okay, if you actually know shit, nobody's gonna mess you up like that.
Hold on. So I was gonna play one of my videos, like kind of
DMS 5. That's what it is. I'm like, why did he got me flustered?
Whoa.
I don't.
Let me help this silly woman out. It's the DSM, not the DMS. She went and looked it up and still got it wrong. It's the DSM. Let me look it up just to make sure. She's such a medical social worker that literally she can't get the shit right. See, I know shit. So the DMS, it's DSM, dear, not DSM. Let me go back and play this. So she fumbles, she can't remember shit and still gets it wrong. She never knew it in the first place. Okay, DMS 5. Well, I beg to differ, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me I forgot to switch this back. So let's hear this again. She's so confused. She has to go look it up and then still fucks it up.
The diagnostic medical. Oh God, why do I have it messed up now? Because this idiot. Hold on.
So I was gonna play one of my videos, like kind of
DMS 5. That's
okay. She said DMS 5. Let me show you what it actually is. DSM 5. I'm not even a medical social worker, and I know what the DSM is. She don't know her shit, and she's discombobulated because motherfucker, I rule. I just know shit.
Y'all want to watch it crash and burn? Anybody want to see a dumpster fire?
Not sure. You missed it. I just reviewed my fiasco. It was a fiasco.
No,
it was not entertainment, sir.
It's hard to talk. It's hard to talk to women, and
it's not smart women. It's not hard to talk to smart women.
There's a certain caliber that just the conversation runs into itself and it just goes nowhere. For me, I don't really enjoy doing what you do. More power to you.
Well, I'm not so well. I unsubscribed, so I won't have to do this again.
I wouldn't do that.
Oh, motherfucker! There's no way I'm doing this again.
See, these are the things I try to conquer.
Why would I, dude? You're never gonna conquer stupidity.
If you know what I do for a living, you wouldn't probably understand why. I try to figure shit out, and I get it.
Okay, well, I'm trained to solve problems too. But let me, and you'll know this. This isn't a problem I need to solve. I literally don't need to. I don't know these women. Why would I? I don't care
Man,
that much.
stupidity can absolutely be conquered, man. You could Elmer Fudd stay
No,
getting
this
conquered
is
by Bugs
hey,
Bunny, man. You could Bugs Bunny your way out of some
I
shit.
honestly,
Right.
dude, nope, I'm not. These are problems. Chanel, for instance, has a husband. These are problems other men need to deal with.
Well, you and Hood Conservative have something in common. You guys keep banging heads with Chanel.
Well, he probably does better than I do. What's up, Savage?
What's happening, Savage? What's up, Lou?
Savage, what up, Deacon?
Well, let me take this. Yeah, we
hear you.
Let me take this fiasco off the screen. I won't do
I
that.
gotta I gotta disagree with you,
honestly,
Stanley. I think you did pretty well at the end, telling her that she wasn't a real qualified. You basically called her Chanel. You know, was it Cheyenne Bryant? Is what you basically did. I thought it was good.
That is
I don't know
clever.
I don't know what your intended goal was, but the outcome was that was good.
Honestly,
You're supposed to get booted.
my goal was to talk about how I treat women equally. A lot of men just go, dude, you come up, some woman comes up and you want to talk Play-Doh. What does gender have to do with Play-Doh? Now it can, if you know where you're going with it. But look, I did, but the one thing I didn't do, I wasn't thoroughly disrespectful. I wasn't belligerent. I was visibly or audibly frustrated. Now there's a knightish part to this that I didn't hear, but I've heard him up there. They love it when knightish comes up and talks all Fred Sanford level nasty. They'll fucking laugh at that and go, "Ooh, knightish." There, and this is why I'm saying they're kind of black manosphere cheerleaders or red pill women or whatever. Dude, they'll let some motherfucker come up and talk all kinds of nasty shit, but as soon as you start talking equal, they just go crazy. I honestly don't get it.
It's not Manosphere, they're SH1.
Oh, what's that?
What is that?
Am I gonna learn something new tonight?
It's sisterhood first.
Oh,
well,
okay,
that's okay. Well, that's the manosphere equivalent.
I think the sisterhood thing is a facade, man. I think it's all silliness. They're just a bunch of lonely chicks that will topple whatever sisterhood they have. They will topple it for the right nigga that come along, man. I've seen it happen too many times.
They don't have to be though.
That's a fact, though.
They don't have to be what?
Lonely. They could just fuck. Well, Chanel's married supposedly, and I believe she is. And I believe. You know what? I'm not gonna go there. I had a thought that I don't want to start a beef with this silly.
Well,
woman.
no, I don't mean lonely as in, because I don't know what their personal life is like. What I mean is lonely. I mean that their ideology has put them in almost like a box that in order to have like peaceful, sensible conversations, there's only so many places that they could go.
Well, here's what I'm thinking though. They don't know how to look. If you can't start with the concept of equal, where do we go from there? It's literally something you learn in grade school.
Right. And that was my point earlier. They don't want to be treated equally. They want to be treated like women.
And you know what? And Lou, okay, yep. They want.
You see what I mean?
I think I said
yep.
Chanel specifically wants her cake and eat it too. They want equality when they want to be treated equally, But then, when shit gets rough, they want to go and I'm a woman. Yeah, I get that.
Right. Yeah. And there you go. Red Pill Stanley, man. What's up, man? On this Friday night. Let's go.
No. Hey, well, let me put it to you this way.
RP Cross, let's go. On a Saturday night.
Hey, Savage, jump in, motherfucker.
I was listening. I was questioning what was it, free zone? What were you saying about
Stanley Samuels, man? Let's go.
Well, no. Lou's a day one. You know Deacon Day.
No,
I know you too, Stanley, man.
Yeah,
man. What's good, Stanley?
About treated like a woman.
They want to be treated like women.
Deal. Here, you know what? God damn it!
Treated like a lady.
No, in a way, I honestly have to think about that experience more than I have. I'm a little just kind of, I still need to think about it. I'm never going over there again. Chanel, never. I don't want to talk to her again. She's her man's problem, and we'll see how long that lasts, but I don't care.
Oh, you sound like me.
No,
you said she's her man's problem. I used that yesterday with your philosopher. You remember that? You sounded just like how I said it.
Okay, well, God damn it, I guess you talk. No, you did say. Would you say Godspeed or something bullshit?
Yeah, close the door behind you and Godspeed.
Dude,
Yeah,
I thought I could. Hey, Dave, I thought I could handle it, and boy, howdy, was I wrong.
you said creative solutions. That's all I need to know.
Look,
And she's cool, but the company she keeps.
No. Chanel took that shit over. I can talk slow and explain concepts, but then all of a sudden that woman who, I got the education, I can diagnose. Dude, she's literally not able to think outside her little medical social worker box.
If you want to see a masterclass on how to deal with that, you got to go back to the tapes of Savage and PH Diva.
I had an experience with PH Diva. I guess, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it now.
Savage closed her up in a box and wrapped her in a bow so quick. That shit was great. Masterclass.
Hey, Savage, do you have that? I bet it's behind the paywall.
It was on. That was on Sharon's show.
I remember where you were because I was in the chat. I don't remember the name of the show. I don't even remember when I was up there with PhD. You kind of inspired me.
I know. Brownsville was doing a lot of talking. It was mostly about. I can't remember. Brownsville was calling me something. I can't remember. I really can't.
I bet it's behind the paywall though.
Yeah.
Man, it was so good.
But I do remember it.
You should have clipped that. Just your segment out. I thought you was co-streaming. Because I don't go over Sharon's, man. I call him a fruitcake from anybody who's co-streaming chat. That's what I do. Because he would probably block me, man. I can't take the way he holds his S's and he thinks he's mad. I don't know. I can't do it.
Sharon is far from masculine.
I wouldn't even go there. My biggest deal with Sharon is that fucking like that ethical or that it's actually more moral stuff. What is Brown? Do you renounce lust in your heart? What the fuck does that even mean?
That was part of the conversation.
Do you reject lust in your heart?
I lust for my wife. What the fuck? Like,
it's not exactly what he says, but these people actually think they're starting a movement for black men.
They were trying to say that you can't enjoy all the characteristics of life. They want to cut out the ones that they deem as toxic, the ones that you might enjoy. Which I don't know who gave you them the authority, and then like
Well,
that.
they're kind of look. There are a lot of people. Knight is just trying to do the same shit in his own little besotted way. Oh, why can't people be more collective? They're individualists.
Right.
I can't stand an individualist.
Why don't you put in the hard work and tell me how much of that you're gonna share with everybody else? I really don't believe you.
Well, no. Why do you expect us to be individualists? Look, he's right, but this is literally like the concept of what the black culture is. There are cultures. There's no one white culture in the United States. They just don't understand what culture is, and I keep trying to recommend books, but that's not what the Black Manosphere does. They don't fucking read. If I can't see it, it's not real. It's disturbing.
I find it
apparently there's a Black womanosphere. That's gonna be. I'm gonna be.
Oh yeah, you missed that whole arc. Yeah,
Black
no, that already
womanosphere.
happened. Yeah,
Dude,
Yeah.
I just saw it on that panel. Tell me this silly woman wanting to talk about her, because I know if I just let her go, she would have been talking about my husband. Motherfucker, why's your husband? Why is he letting you even be? See, this is what motherfuckers like Chanel and many other folks don't know. You have made it when you know what? I'm not gonna make this argument now. If you have time to be on YouTube because your husband's at work, you haven't made it. He's still working hard, like young people should do. But you're not. Hey, your husband lets you be on YouTube. I bet he doesn't watch the shit you're doing, dude. The woman is depending on an education. And Deacon Dave, you'll love this. I bet she went to a fucking HBCU. No, I guarantee you. Because the only people that I know like her with that, social workers can do everything. We're medical doctors and all that shit. That is a very HBCU concept. I should have asked her and I didn't think of it at the time. I guarantee you she went to she either went, I can't guess, but I guarantee you she went to an HBCU.
Possible.
No.
Probable.
I know. My mother went to Savannah State. There's a very she doesn't remind me of my mother, but they beat that into you. Oh, hey, knowledge is power. You can literally solve problems. You'll figure it out because you got the education. That's literally what I heard. And she looks like an HBCU graduate, by the way.
What is it? The tightness of her braids that makes you think that, or what?
It's the shit. It's the shit-eating grin every time she makes an irrelevant point. Like, ooh, I got him now.
Yeah.
It's a shit-eating grin.
So, wait a minute. So, I guess I got to go back and review it because I wanted to actually see it because I came in there late.
Well, let me drop the link for you personally.
What tripped the trigger? What exactly tripped the trigger as to why y'all started getting into the back and forth?
When she couldn't figure out what equal was, and wanted it. There were two triggers. One where, you know, hey, if I call a man and a woman on my panel, and I often have probably, if I call you both a bitch, that seems equal mistreatment.
Oh, okay. So that's why you said they wanted equal plus being treated like a lady. Okay.
No, if I'm the host, I literally use this example. If I'm the host and there's a woman and a man on the panel and I call them both bitches, that's equal mistreatment. Hence equality. There's no, where does man or woman come into it? You're both bitches. And then I had to, you know, oh, by the way, you're both a black man, black woman. It wasn't the most elegant argument, but I thought it was effective. And this silly woman just skipped to her loo.
No pun intended.
Oh, she probably
I
did.
see what you did there, Stanley.
Hey, Stanley.
Well done, sir.
Hey, Stanley.
Yes, sir.
I think I found it.
Oh, did you?
I think it's called Lust Will Cost
You got a wrench, right?
Huh?
Can you put it in the back chat?
All right, hold on.
That's why you was quiet. You was digging through the crates.
There you go. I do gotta holler at Nidish because I'm sick of him saying that. The biggest problem with the black community is individualism. He says that all the time, and it's just like,
oh, dude. He says
What's up, Mike?
individualist. It's like individualists. Motherfucker, where's the T? You don't know how much that annoys me when he does that shit. Dude, he took my wrench today. Well, look, let me tell you something else. Oh, no.
What you do now?
No, I didn't do anything, but let me tell you what I didn't do. This motherfucker seems to think that, what is it with these YouTube creators who are like, or content creators who are like, well, I've been on for this many hours. Why don't I have cash apps? Do we really owe them cash apps?
No.
What?
They want you to break yourself when you hit the link. That's crazy.
Well, this is what really pissed me off, though. I bought a couple of his artwork things. So, Stanley, you haven't, dude. It really annoyed me. Like 2 weeks ago, I spent $40. Now it's not like a mint, but motherfucker, I gave you some money. That's supporting the channel, is it not? Why is this fool want? And then he gets drunk. I drained the box and I drained the bottle of tequila. How the fuck you can drink both in one night, dude? I'd have stomach problems. And then,
he does have stomach.
Let me. No, seriously, tequila fucks me up. I literally haven't had tequila in 30 years. Like the last time I could remember, it was in some margarita in Athens, Georgia. So it was, dude. I don't do tequila. Fucks me up. It's a drug. Now I like it, but nah. 30 years was enough. Look,
I put it in the back check.
Nidish, okay. Nidish goes too far, and what annoys me is that he seems to think that, hey, you tuned in. Why don't you just motherfucking make it pay-per-view then?
Right.
Seriously.
You're the only fan.
Dude, motherfucker, just because I'm watching your fucking show. And this is the other thing. Well, Stanley, you got some money. Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, this ain't even a church. That's what's bad. It ain't black church.
Like I'm supposed to be a pay pick. Dude is disgusting. He's taking that collectivism bullshit way too far. And dude, take my wrench. I took it. He had a wrench in my chat, and that shit's gone. So, motherfucker,
damn.
You haven't sent me a cash app, so I took your wrench. Dude does not think before he speaks. That's a huge problem with people like Nitish. He is the dude has dude dude is a problem. Anyway, I'm
No,
talking too much.
it's a simple, but because and I've had the same back and forth with Izzy about this, man. And shout out to Izzy. It was a good conversation, but it's the fundamental. It's basically supply and demand. You come to the internet thinking that you're worth something and you should be paid for it. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but you can't be mad if the market doesn't meet that demand. If people don't want to come and see you, then people don't want to come and see you. It's just that simple.
I stopped going over there because every 5 minutes hit the cash app, and then all these rhymes, dope conversations deserve dope donate. Like, all right, I heard it, but it's 5 minutes ago. You said I'm gonna
That's
say it
pretty
again.
good, though, actually.
I can't take
I
it.
rock with Izzy. I understand what he's trying to do, but I just fundamentally disagree with that. Like, you're talking about donations and trying to make this seem like it's a business. Like, it can be a business if you treat it like that. But just coming on, camming up, and doing StreamYard stuff, like that's not. This ain't business, and we just fundamentally disagree on that. We go back and forth about it all the time.
I don't know. I don't know. That's just like how you got to get paid for commercials. You know what I'm saying? Commercials come pop up every 5 to 10 minutes. He has to remind you.
Yeah, but commercials are from it's a how do I
it's not the same thing.
I'm not an economist, but that's trickled down. Like, we want to buy, time on your show because, dude, it's still like, oh shit, you got like 1,000 people watching, every hour. We want to buy in and advertise our stuff. That's not the same thing as the host going, hey, I need a cash app. I've been up here for 3 hours. Dude, they don't owe you goddamn money. Dude, let me, and by the way, let me do the quick commercial because I know I have to. No, but seriously, I'm not going to beg, but no. I'm going to do something different. Please, dude. Do you know, dude, I'm the dumbest fucker I know. And there are people who do this, who are like executive producers. And there was a number that I didn't even ask for. CKJ3, Loop and Writing, and Speak Radio. I didn't ask for the number. And to be honest, they were generous. And I talked with Kimmy and CKJ3, and you know what? Maybe I do need to create a tier. The sponsors of this show, dude. Do you know, dude? I'm the dumbest fucker I know. Black Knight, Mike 123, even Mike 123, Moxie Wits, and Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave, you're here, dude. Do y'all know how much you've wasted your money on an untalented motherfucker? Do you know how much I appreciate it? Dude, I paid my newspaper subscriptions. I don't have to use that money to pay, dude, it's not, dude. I need to earn, I need to deserve. You don't owe me. What the fuck is no serious? Do you really think I have the kind of talent that motherfucker? I'm not Sammy Davis Jr.
Everybody's useful. But this is my thing. If I show up to your chat and it's like, oh, Deacon Dave, hit my cash app. Nobody else has hit my cash app today. I'm gonna be like, man, fuck you.
Dude, my mother would come back and haunt me. Like,
that's e-begging, essentially. That's exactly what that is.
Motherfucker, nobody, dude. And I'll stop on this, but look, what I do is, it is dry, it is boring. I'll be monetized one day, but let's shoot for the end of the year. But dude, I'm happy. These 300 and what is it now? I think it's 54 subscribers. Dude, those motherfuckers rock with me. And I am a dry, nerdy, old motherfucker. These people rock with me.
I believe Stanley, like you got worth on this YouTube shit. It's just you would have,
but
you like I think if you upgrade to like more debates with people, because you can debate.
I don't want to do it.
I know that's the thing.
I don't want to.
And that's the new YouTube thing. That's what I'm just saying.
I don't care. I don't look. I literally dude, that you're up here, we're just bullshitting back and forth. Do you know how much that means to me? It's worth more than money.
I appreciate it.
No, motherfucker, I simply do. Yeah, donate, folks. I do have news. I actually do have, YouTube Premium and all this stuff. It helps with the chore, but dude, I'm not going to just act like I'm what is it? The bee's knees, motherfucker. I'm boring.
But that'd be the problem, Stanley. Like, I don't have an issue with people asking for money, bro. But there is a problem where it's like it comes off when a lot of people do it excessively. Like you're trying to guilt people into giving you money. You're trying to make people feel bad for not giving you bread. And that's where I blow the whistle. It's like, yo, you're not finna, you know what I'm saying? As a person who gives people money on channels, you're not finna, I give it because I want to give it. I don't give it because you trying to guilt me into giving it to you. I don't rock with that. But yeah, you can ask for the bread. Absolutely.
He's like, well, Stanley, you haven't contributed in a while. I'm gonna go in and take your wrench and clean up some wrenches. I'm like, what? 2 weeks ago, I paid you for some artwork. That's supporting the channel. Dude, I'm retired.
Still, you know, he just gave me my wrench back 20 minutes ago.
I'm sorry.
Nah, these niggas they want you to give money like it's a weekly subscription, bro. That's where it gets crazy.
And you know what? The way to not get cash apps is to get drunk and vindictive. Motherfuckers stone cold drunk. That's what pissed me off.
And he don't remember the shit he says either.
Oh, he does not. Dude, I bet he doesn't even remember that I sent him 40. I had to remind him, hey, look at your cash app.
He's going to fight against it.
He is, look, I'm sorry to say this, and I wish he was here, and I'm sure I've said it, and I can say it. Dude, the motherfucker, for some reason or another, thinks he's like, oh, YouTube took my channel. Motherfucker, what? You gave your channel to YouTube.
Facts.
What the fuck? What the fuck, motherfucker? Stay awake.
I watched that shit too.
You donated your channel. And any money you had that was coming to you, motherfucker, they got it now. Dude, but he wants us to be a community. I'm like, what? No, I'm sorry. I don't want to sing kumbaya with a motherfucker who just donates. This dude, stay awake. Your opportunity. YouTube did not take that channel. Hey, what's up?
YouTube took whose channel?
No, I'm not going to get into that.
Charlotte's Web took his channel.
Charlotte's Web.
He didn't take it. He gave it away.
Hey, Stanley,
motherfucker, just don't let the autoplay go. You know,
he fell asleep as Charlotte was playing. Got a strike.
I had to come up here because of this conversation about the panhandling on YouTube. These damn panel verses.
Yes, sir. Speak. You're a day one, motherfucker. Welcome aboard. Say what you want.
You ain't checking the chat in a minute. I sent you something. I thought you'd be funny in Discord.
Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me check it. But look, everyone, like, I can say that Nightish, I've seen him get cash app. I've seen people send cash apps to Nightish to wake him up. Hopefully the
That's what I'm
chime.
saying.
I'm like, look, if you
mind-boggling.
can make money while you're asleep, why on earth would I fuss? But stop complaining that YouTube took your shit.
Right.
That's really my own. Dude, YouTube didn't take your shit. You could fall asleep and make money. YouTube didn't care until they had to.
Hey, I
You
thought
know
it was
what
funny.
TOS is?
I thought it was funny y'all were talking about Izzy's channel because I'm like, damn, this dude just spams this shit in the damn chat, and I'm like, there's more spamming in the chat of let's do good business, hit the cash app. He learned that
But
shit
at least
from Angry
that's
Man.
kind of
I get
it's
it, though.
kind of an angle.
I mean, people need to realize YouTube at the end of the day is free to access. Don't nobody owe you shit. If somebody donates to you, then that's out of their kindness
Right.
of their heart.
Right. Show me a white man's channel that do that shit. I'm not saying that he.
Deacon Dave, look, literally, I was
You
telling
had to
Stanley.
make it racial, didn't you?
No,
Clearly.
No, Deacon Dave, it's not even that because I know black content creators that go live that aren't even in this blackie spirit, as we call it, that go live and they don't have to say shit, and the cash
Right.
apps and the super chats just come in.
You know that is true. Well, no, I know I've seen. Well, tell me the. I mean, because I see. What's his name? Orthodox. He doesn't. There's some that do. I don't know that much.
He's not
There's-
overbearing with it.
Right.
But like, here's an example of one. O'Shea Duke Jackson just went live a couple of weeks ago, like the first time in ages. And dude, the not the cash apps, but the super chats were just coming in. He didn't even say nothing. He was just talking shit for 2 hours.
His recordings are the shit. That's why his recordings are phenomenal.
Oh yeah. His that's what he does is the pre-recorded content.
Right.
When he goes live, man, he don't have to say hit the cash app, hit the super chat. People just do it.
Well, I think O'Shea was one of the originators, so he's been around for a long time.
Yeah, Long Beach Griffey is another one I follow. He don't go live often. He just makes short form content. If he goes live, man, the super chats just
Consistency is going to get you money regardless.
And I tell people,
Well,
doing
I
live
think-
streams is the lowest form of getting paid on YouTube.
Interesting. Yeah. We'll be monetized. I just look. There's a certain level of dignity. There's some things I just won't do.
I tell you what, Stanley.
I'm actually excited to see what Stanley gets monetized. I'm really excited to see what Stanley would do when he gets monetized.
Yeah, Stanley, get monetized and have a video.
I might not get money, dude. I
You
think
will.
I want
You
it
will.
as an option. No. I don't know that I want to be. Cash apps are good enough.
can't
I
really
got
help it.
PayPal. I actually got a PayPal or two. It's okay.
Yeah.
But the thing is if I get monetized, I have to clean up the language and shit. That's gonna be a problem.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that either.
I know channels that are monetized that definitely ain't cleaned up nothing.
Oh yeah, go over to 357 Broadway and tell me about a clean fucking channel.
357 Broadway. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, that channel is off the chain.
Well, let me look that up. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up too.
Look, somebody that I can't even stand that's a streamer. I listen to him because he has 5 million subscribers. But Adam 22, and he says at the beginning of his streams, his live streams, no cussing for the first 2 minutes.
I've heard that before. Someone
Kwame Brown does that. Yeah.
Is that really a thing?
I think that's when the algorithm is really like checking most of your content, like at the very beginning.
True.
Interesting.
But there's plenty of channels, not only his, where people be cursing like crazy and they're monetized.
Wait, move on, internet panhandler Stanley. Look at this motherfucker trying to stir up the Kool-Aid. Bitch, hit the link if you want to have your say, you messy bitch.
It really ain't a Saturday show without Mike 123.
Or JB.
Yeah. Well, JB was up here a little earlier.
Hey, show that photo real quick. You're gonna miss the moment with what we're talking about.
Oh, you know what? I'm actually gonna save it. Hold on one sec. I gotta upload it to StreamYard.
Oh yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I'll actually
you,
use it though.
I gotta beat with you, sir.
What you got, sir?
I'm up here giving my shit away for free, and you paying nights. Fuck that.
Well, no. Look, that he's done a couple things. I'm trying, dude. I'm telling you right now. Did you not hear the advertisement I did for you last? Hold on, Mike, before you go. Speak Radio. I literally did commercials for you yesterday. Like, motherfucker.
You know what? I went to bed
gentlemen. You get the content creator. You understand them. You dude, that Saturday short bus shit, that shit, you got me. Dude, it was like you took a snapshot of my personality and just fucking, dude, you need to hang out your shingle.
The one I like is when you're in the classroom.
Why do you think motherfucker, put your Cash App in the chat?
Oh, I don't even know Cash App.
I've literally asked you to do it, have I not?
You did.
You are literally an executive producer, are you not?
I see it on the board.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, look, don't be. Look, let me tell you something that's so funny about Nightish, and then we'll move on. Motherfucker, I put up that pimp thing that he did, which is actually funny. This shit wasn't, dude. I had to clip it to get it. Speak Radio.
Well, see,
I
he
click
had
on your
a
shit,
photo,
and it just fits into.
Hey, you should show them the one I did of John. You should show them the one I did of John.
I will, but because you told me not to show it, if I recall.
Well, at that point in time, and now I don't give a shit. Because I was going to use it.
Well, you know what? Let's take that and I'll find a show title to fit it. No, we need maximum impact.
So you telling me Nightish doesn't even know how to make the shit where it fits in your StreamYard?
I'm not saying anything, but I had to clip it. I had to clip it, and I don't know what to say, but I have not. I've done a commercial for you, sir. You come highly recommended, and again, I know you keep skipping over it, but dude. You listen to these content creators, you get their personality, their quirks. Dude, in my opinion, and let me do this right quick.
Look at this
dude
on the
you
screen
did that, dude. That gets my personality on a Saturday. Motherfucker, let it all goddamn burn. It's Stanley versus the world. Burn, bitch.
Well, you know why I came up with that concept? When you have your arguments with people, I was like, yeah, when Stanley be going in on people, I was like, I can see this fitting.
Yep. And dude, you got the personality. What am I gonna say, son? You just, it is so fun, dude. And I'm not even looking at the world, motherfucker. I'm not even looking at it. It's like,
Yeah,
dude,
you did what you did and you walked
I'm
away.
so over this shit.
You did what you did and you walked away and let that shit smoke you.
That is pretty good though, honestly.
I like it.
Dude, you do know. Speak, you're an executive producer. You have privileges. Drop your link. Advertise. Do what you want to do.
Hey, Mike, you up here?
Yeah, he's up here.
Top of the evening, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Hey, bust up this love fest.
Yeah, Stanley tooting his own horn. I'm just waiting back.
Yeah, let's get it going.
Much like you, Deacon Dave.
I'm just waiting till I can
Why are you
speak.
stoking this goddamn fire?
Yeah, it's about that time. You know what time it is. We do this every
All right.
weekend. Let's go.
Yeah, all
They
right.
say this guy right here is married, but
Hey, what's going on, Stanley P? How you doing?
Stanley P. Who the hell is
Stanley, what?
P?
Stanley P.
What's a P, bitch?
When I say it to you, it mean pussy. Stanley Pussy, or you could mean player.
Oh, oh boy. Savage, we're gonna get to you and PhD in a minute.
So I'm just sitting back listening to all this bullshit.
Let's let the little junior P, motherfucker. We'll get you a sanitary napkin once you're done talking, bitch.
Well, it's not gonna take long. I was just sitting back listening.
Motherfucker, make it quick. I'm treating you like that bitch I talked to last night.
It's sad, Stanley. You gotta grow
I'm
up.
treating you like the bitch I talked to last
You're
night.
up here tooting your own horn. You're talking about yourself. You know, it's really sad. 62 years old, and you're old ass.
You sound like that bitch I talked to last night. What's up with that?
It's sad. It's sad.
What's up with that?
It's sad. You know, but at the end of the day, Stanley, you got to grow up. You know.
Do I?
Yeah, and shout out to Donald Trump.
Oh my Lord.
Who's the head of my life?
He's given the best head of your life.
See, he turned everything queer. This is what he does. He turned everything queer.
Oh, when you're talking about Donald Trump being the head of your life, I'm sorry. When I was a kid, the head of your life meant something different.
You know,
Hey, Mike, do you have do you have an altar in your house to Donald Trump?
See, and I don't answer dumb questions.
That motherfucker has Donald Trump condoms.
See, the questions that you guys ask, you know, and that you
Donald Trump condoms,
but you know, have you laughing?
That's hilarious.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Y'all donate on that stupid joke.
Shout out to Donald Trump.
Motherfucker, just for that joke, I need $5.
These goddamn Democrats.
Donald J. Trump.
These goddamn Democrats, you know it. Let me not start with that, but that's a whole nother subject. But
you got your Donald.
I thought it was a
Trump
good joke.
underwear
Thank you,
on?
Savage, for noticing.
that shit wasn't good at all.
These-
You got your Donald Trump undies on?
Motherfucker, it's a furry condom, isn't it?
And I did have to address Speak. You up here tooting Stanley's horn.
That's Mr. Speak to you, bitch.
Nah, I ain't calling nobody Mr.
Motherfucker, you better. Let's
got
start
Mike.
back.
You got Mike.
I'll bounty your ass. I said,
You got
call
Mike.
him Mr. Radio.
You got me fucked up. I don't know what you think.
His first name is Speak. You can call him Mr. Speak.
I address him.
You can call him Mr. Radio.
I don't like it. Oh well.
Just call me Radio Raheem.
You know, I call it Speak. I'm not putting Mister or none of that shit.
Motherfucker, you better wanna.
This goddamn internet panhandling Stanley, stupid son of a
Motherfucker,
bitch.
did Seymour treat your dumb ass?
You know,
dude. It was. I was over there listening to y'all talk. It wasn't even kindred spirits, which was amazing. I thought y'all would get along fine. Oh, Miss Ponder, I loves you.
Yeah, shout out to Miss Ponder.
Dude, Trump is ahead of my life and ponders the balls of my
I ain't got
life.
no problem with nobody. Shit, shout out to
Ponder sucks my balls.
No, she don't do that. Don't
That's
make
what
that
I
false
heard,
accusation.
dude. She you
don't do
know.
that.
Have you
I'm
ever?
not trying to get with
I
these
don't know.
women on here.
I
Stanley.
don't know how much you're into. You know, when I was a kid, my father was into
That
like
was years ago.
aquariums,
Adapt to your
like
environment.
freshwater fish, and you'd have something called a sucker fish that would just clean up all the algae and shit like that. That's what ponder is to these YNs like you and Seymour.
You haven't adapted to your
She's
environment.
just sucking up the trash.
You know, you still think you on that ship.
She's a bottom feeding sucker.
You still think you on that quarter deck.
Motherfucker. This is my goddamn quarterdeck. You better stand at attention, bitch, when I talk.
I don't want to take your fucking
motherfucker. Pop two, bitch.
Take your motherfucker.
Pop two, bitch. Hand salute, bitch.
Speak radio and the rest of these motherfuckers.
Motherfucker, I know who you are, and you better pop two.
Shit, got me
sailor. You little fucking poopy suit.
This is your problem.
Pop two and salute.
You get on here and you talk all this hot shit, but
motherfucker, what you gonna do about it? You gonna stop me?
You got your
you gonna stop me, bitch? You gonna stop me?
Just like last
you
night.
You gonna stop me? About last night when you were sucking Ponder's balls?
You came with the stirred up some shit.
You were sucking Ponder's balls.
You pushed your goddamn handicap chair up to the sink and rolled you some pizza dough. You know.
Yeah, motherfucker. And I got a whole do you want to see the picture of what that wheelchair? You want to see the picture of what that wheelchair experience looked like, bitch?
No motherfucking man.
Your little sugar
rolling out goddamn dough.
Your little sugarfoot could make you some shit like this, you whore.
Shit, no motherfucking man is at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Hey pimp, get a better sugarfoot.
Got me fucked up.
Get a better sugarfoot.
Dick and Dave, you see this shit we got to deal with?
All of a sudden, what is it? A mutual inward association now? Oh, you being a collectivist now?
You know, these goddamn Democrats something else.
Yeah, look at Deacon Dave. Can you help this?
I don't need no motherfucking help.
Sounds like you do.
Got Mike fucked up, nigga. I don't know what the fuck you think this is.
Yeah, all of a sudden you're using the N-word.
Well, it just come out.
When you start using the N-word, what I need to do is start doing the N-word tax. There's going to be a real.
You need to be down there.
There's going to be a real black tax if you keep using that N-word, son.
You need to be trying to help your boy Camilo.
Which part? My boy's right across the room. He ain't killed nobody.
It's coming.
Okay, what you need to do is
you need to be out there.
You need to calm your little weak ass down.
Yeah. And this is what we're not going to do.
That's what you need to do, son.
See, it's really sad.
Calm your little weak ass down.
You're 62 years old, and
what you want to do is calm your little weak ass down.
Yeah. You can't control.
No, don't tell me that I know. Calm your weak ass. What you need to do, son.
Yeah,
I love that you live in Texas and you want to bring up that Carmelo spell with a K bullshit.
You won't tell me, I tell you.
See, it does not work on me, son. It does not work. I know more, son. Carmelo Anthony. It doesn't work on me, son.
Because your boy about to get sent to
because my boy was raised by a man.
Well, I gotta
any other hold it. Just out of curiosity, do you have a little boy?
Well, you're not a man, first of all.
Okay, hey bitch.
You're not a man.
Don't be a Chanel.
You're not a man.
Do you have a male?
That's not your business.
Okay, yeah, motherfucker, but I know the answer. That's why
when you put your business out there,
do you have a little boy? Do you have a little boy? Motherfucker, I am a man who raised a man. One shot, one motherfucking boy.
Well, I don't think you're a man.
I have one goddamn child, and I shot my shot and I got a great male heir.
I
How
think
about
you're
you,
a
bitch?
transvestite.
How about
Is
you,
that what they
bitch?
call you?
How about you? Hey, manosphere.
Fuck
You
a
got a
transvestite.
motherfucking. You got a motherfucking male.
Goddamn
You,
transvestite.
or did you shoot? Did you contribute X? This motherfucker couldn't figure out how to get a Y into his
This
wife.
motherfucker trying to figure out how to make him some
Oh,
more money.
motherfucker! I just gave you some basic genetics, you little bitch. Hey, bitch! Hey, bitch! Hey, bitch! You shot an X when you should have shot a Y.
Yeah, speak. You stand by for a second.
Motherfucker, I'm kicking your ass right now, and I'm using that biological
You're
knowledge.
not doing the goddamn thing. Stanley, but make yourself look stupider. You know,
I'm using that biological
that's what's
knowledge.
wrong with these
The
Democrats.
wife had an X, and you shot 2 X's, and you got no sons.
You know, it's really sad.
Hey, bitch! Hey, bitch! Do
It's
you
sad.
have a boy?
You
Do
can
you have
call
a
me any
boy?
name
Do
you
you
want.
have a boy, son?
Just
Do you
a
have a
word.
boy, son? See, you are the Chanel of this panel right now.
You think the trigger words,
Motherfucker, is it Chanel 1, 2, 3?
you know, it's really sad.
Chanel likes to talk about herself
This
in
is
the
sad,
third
and
person too.
y'all up here and not saying
Okay,
nothing.
motherfucker, do you have
I'm
a
saying, what is your
male heir?
purpose?
You know, it's really sad.
What is your purpose, Mike?
Do you?
You don't question me.
No.
I
Hey,
ask you.
Savage. He's just let him go. It's the Saturday Night Fuck.
No, Savage, don't listen to Stanley. It ain't no just. I'm just nothing.
He is a. Hey, Mike 1 2 3 is the rodeo clown of Saturday night.
That's what I'm saying. What is your purpose?
Well, my purpose is for idiots like you and Stanley to grow up. You know, y'all too old to act like.
We're the ones waiting for content.
You're too old to act the way you do. Too old to act like that.
All you do is come up and interrupt shows.
I didn't. They asked for me to
Wait,
come
hold it. I'm too old. Are you
So
not too
he said
old? Whoa. Are you not too old? Son, you're not a spring chicken.
I'm not your fucking son, is what you know. You see,
son, you benefit. You'd benefit greatly if you were.
Well, you got Mike fucked up. I you know.
Yeah, you
I'm
are
not even
always
gonna go there
fucked
right
up.
now,
You keep telling me, hey, if I can help with your fucked upness, let me
But
know.
see, what Savage problem is, his problem is he got up here and said, "Oh, Mike,
wait, hold it. You gonna
come up here
trip over
fucking
the
up a show,
bitch.
Motherfucker
You
came up
talking
here
to me,
fucking with me.
motherfucker? Don't make me
Came up
put
here
you in the
fucking with
back.
me.
Am I gonna have to do a black tax on you?
That's what's wrong with these niggas. You know, you think you could just talk to Mike any type of way?
Yeah, okay,
you know?
Mike. We're in inward free zone. $10 to come back. And by the way, I'm about to make a fucking order before the beer store closes. Contribute to the beer fund. Let's just be nakedly begging. And Speak, you did tell me to bring up I actually, well, number one, I am going to do this because these dumb fucks even see more new. Dude, I made this pizza last night that was awesome.
Who gives a shit?
And I brought you back up for free, and you're just gonna be disrespectful.
So now you're panhandling. What you were just talking about?
Dude, you are literally gonna make me bow to you.
See, so you want to slow my words so these motherfuckers can say anything they want to say. You know, it don't make it. You know, you let these motherfuckers say what they want to say. You know,
dude,
Mike, you got to charge a bounty for
like this. Are we literally gonna have to suffer through this again?
I wouldn't give a fuck what you do. You know, I don't come here a lot no
this
more.
dude is being belligerent.
I don't fucking come here a lot no more.
I'm trying not to bounty you, bitch.
You got to do what you got to do. I'm not going to conform to your.
So this is that pizza that I made last night.
Oh, that's good, Stanley.
Dude, I've been making pizzas for years.
Hey, you know what's crazy? Your crust isn't like lopsided. It's good.
Dude,
man, that shit photos. He didn't make that.
Believe it or not, the little brown bits are actually cheese.
What you gonna do?
Cheese is a little caramel.
Over the internet.
Shut your stupid ass up.
All I can say, because you're a chef, dude.
Ain't no
I
motherfucker.
won't eat a pizza without fresh tomatoes.
Yeah, I
And
get it.
underneath the second layer of
Bootlicking
cheese,
ass
there's
nigga.
spinach. There is literally fresh spinach.
Is that white?
Goddamn,
Is that
goddamn
No,
bootlick.
no.
a mix of sauces?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is that a mix of sauces?
No. It's straight tomato sauce out of the little can.
Oh, okay, because it looks like you have a little bit of white sauce in there.
Did you make
Well,
them on
no,
your
yeah,
wheelchair?
that's the onions. Usually
Okay,
I
I see.
chop
Okay,
the
I see what it is.
onions, but I was lazy and just julienne them.
That's good. That's decent, bro.
Yeah, what you thought I was
And
bullshit?
they
Dude,
lying.
No,
That
I
shit
don't
look
think you bullshit.
stupid.
I just want to
I've
see
been,
you cook more.
That shit look
I've
stupid.
been,
Good.
like, I told you the story, and maybe you don't know the story, dude. I've been
Bootlicking man.
doing home cooking, like semi fancy stuff for like since I was 25,
He's
24.
feeling a grown man.
You
That look
said you
good.
wanted to start a
You
cooking
wanted
show.
to
You
come
should
cook
do
for
that.
you or something?
Hey,
Next time I go to
Stanley,
Savannah, I'm
Stanley,
gonna
I
do
sent
it.
you something
You
with a
wanted to
message.
come cook for you or something?
I sent you something with a message, Stanley.
All right. What?
Put Mike down. Stanley, put Mike down. I sent you
Nobody
something.
has put you down. What? You're still here. What on
I know,
earth are
right?
you
That's
talking
fucked
about?
up. Fucking stupid.
He's got to talk.
I know.
He's one of these things. He's one of these people. I talk, therefore I am. it's like Negro Descartes.
He'll give you 1 to 3 seconds before he starts talking again.
And Mr. Radio, just give me one. I had to show off this pizza, dude. It was so good. I was sitting up there on Seymour's panel, dude. I ate the whole pizza. This is a 14-inch pizza.
Nice.
It was that good.
That's good.
And you know something that I did, Chef. I rarely actually do the pizza dough because it's got this dry pizza spice that I got off the internet. It's I'm into spice mixes and stuff.
Me too.
So I put that in there, and then it's the recipe calls for I put 3 tablespoons, but 2 tablespoons. So I did a rise for an hour, and then I deflated it, and then basically put it back into a tight ball, put it into an oiled bowl, olive oil, got it all, put it in the refrigerator for an hour, and then rolled it out. The recipe makes 2 pizza doughs or 2, pies. So my son, for some reason likes cheese pizzas. And then I did this, and I cut all the vegetables by hand. It's just, dude, I don't buy this Domino's bullshit, dude. It's better, dude. That crust, and I don't usually like the edges, dude.
Is that sausage in it too?
Yeah, you know what it is? It's I think it's Hilscher Farms beef sausage that I cut by hand slim or thin.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all hand cut.
Nice,
The vegetables, the onions, the mushrooms, the tomatoes. Yeah, hand
in
cut.
there. I see some oregano. That looks good.
It's not. It's homemade. It looks homemade, but I'm telling you right now.
Listen, that's decent for you. Not I mean, that's good. That looks good.
Yeah, and then what's under it is a pizza steel that I got off of Amazon like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's got holes in the bottom. So the crust gets a little crispy.
So you evenly crusted,
yeah. Mm-hmm. Dude, I ate the whole goddamn thing.
I believe it.
Dude, and I almost was gonna make another one tonight, but dude, I don't get to talk to someone who actually understands how food is made. So it's wonderful talking to you about this. No, that shit. It was a pleasure making it. It was a pleasure eating it. There's some peppers, like that red pepper there. It's there.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
So anyway, let's move on because Speak Radio. We need to show his artwork. 1 second here, because I am brought it up before and I can't remember. I need to bring it up to StreamYard. Hold on 1 sec here. StreamYard. Give me 1 sec, because I think I'm going to use this when I start talking. I don't know. Y'all see it, and I see Mike P left. Apparently, we weren't buying into his bullshit.
Good.
He'll be back. He'll get bored.
It's fucking annoying.
I've grown to actually enjoy.
Well, listen, I still enjoy Nightish, and he's annoying as fuck too. So
Yeah, but Nightish, he's taking a different course. Ever since he called
me all those names and acted a fool that day.
He's been in his feelings.
Yeah, a lot.
Nightish has been in his feelings for quite some time.
5 years. 5 years.
Oh, is it 5 years? I thought it was.
I've known Nightish for a long time. We've been on this internet shit for a long time.
I see. Well, what do you think? Now, my only thing about this is Speak. No, well, that's Speak Radio's art.
Nice.
So.
Nice.
Now, I don't want to use it as a diss.
It has so much meaning to it. It does. I like it.
You remember Sound of Silence? If you're into Simon and Garfunkel, this is literally like Simon and Garfunkel, but
this is YouTube right now. This is YouTube.
I appreciate the money. I mean, I'm not above this, but dude, there's just certain things. But and I'm gonna be real honest, dude, I just can't do it. Oh wait, hold it. Fuck your pizza pea. Grown men. Wait, hold it. This motherfucker actually says grown men talking food. Dude, we eat food
every day.
It's like no. It's like, have you ever heard of hungry man dinners and all that shit?
Right. He doesn't.
Working men, motherfucking have big ass appetites, dude. I could eat, dude. I'm just some retired motherfucker, and I ate a whole pizza because the shit was delicious.
And you cooked it yourself.
Well, Mike must be on one of those diets.
I guarantee he doesn't cook like
this dude, what kind of diet you on there, girly? You trying to trim down to wear that bikini this summer? The fuck? Oh, you poor little man. Men eat. Real men, motherfucker. If you out doing something, calorie intensive, yeah, you're gonna be hungry, and you might make a pizza, bitch. What is wrong with this boy?
That's the thing, boy.
Well, he's a boy for starters. All right, so let's have a look at this. Speak. My question to you, sir: should I use this for? Hey, you know what? It's a commercial. Bring this up. Oh, he may be busy or asleep.
Who's that?
Speak Radio. He's probably busy. He's a young man. So let's no. He's got family stuff, but he'll be back if he wants to come up. But here is you. This is Sharon. So let's see your command performance.
I say, why? You know what I'm talking about?
Why is
You know what I'm
he wearing a
saying?
jacket?
He said right in his book, he said that he used to go to the theater as a little kid, like 8 years old, when the movie theater used to be called when it used to cost $0.25, and he used to sit in the front row, and then he used to see the white woman looking all glistery, you know what I'm saying, standing next to the car, you know what I mean? And he was like, in his mind, he was like, yo, I want the car, the keys, and the white woman. So it was already planning in his head at at a young age. And that's what I think. That's what I think with most men, with most black men, when they get rich, they want the
Do you remember this part?
because the white woman ice is colder, bro.
Okay, well, yeah, but I mean, do you remember what the fuck?
I don't know
does that
what the
even
hell he
mean?
was talking about.
Is that Brownsville?
No, that's not Brownsville.
Okay.
Brownsville sounds like he's
From
selling
another mother.
Well, Brownsville sounds like he takes off his shoes because he's wearing sandals.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. But why did you have that Fred Flintstone sweater on dancing in the bathroom? What was that about?
Oh, wow. Yo, how you go from this to that, to that, to that? That was something that I wanted to do. You know what I mean? I actually came, I got my hair cut that day. I didn't put on my Flintstone outfit. I didn't watch the Flintstones, so I already had the sweater already. You know what I mean? Bomb Cherry was like, oh, he got the Flintstone thing going on. So I just wanted to show my ass.
Oh, you wanted to show your ass.
Hey, you and Josh will get along great.
Yeah, yo, I got 1,000 views for that on my shorts. You know what I'm saying? on my YouTube shorts, I got 1,000 views. So it is what it is. I'm an entertainer.
Hold on, Savage pointing fingers at me. Hold on, Savage. Good with you. Good day to you, Savage. How you doing today?
God, don't give me that bullshit. No, what'd you say? What'd you say?
I said it's a history going on that our black brothers that chooses white women because they're white, that they have mother issues, according to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, and also it is the gateway for black men to be double peanut butter brothers.
What does that even mean?
With the chunky? Motherfucking Pookie Sanders. Listen, man. I love women of all colors, man. I just so happen to chose me a white woman. So it is what it, I don't know what that motherfucker's talking about.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it is what it is. Y'all can say what you want, but ain't no double chunky jiffy lube, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Hey, so what is your thoughts on this football coach though that had all this lust at the top of his value system, and we've seen that? Do you see it as a problem? Yes or no?
I think all humans have secrets. Yes, it's a problem that but that's his business. You know what I mean? But I don't know the true story. I think I came in too late to hear the whole thing. What actually happened? So I can understand.
All right, so what happened is a 39-year-old brother. He is married to a white woman, and he also cheated on. His
let
wife
me help this out. He's married to a white woman. Why are we doing this?
This is what I don't understand.
This is the weirdest fucking bullshit.
So Stanley, this is how I believe that he's not really talking for himself.
Right.
He's talking.
Oh yeah.
Like it's like
please continue. Yeah. Well, this is performance art.
Right.
Okay, and but the thing is everyone knows who he's married to. And look, I don't know. This is the part that I just don't get. I'm not gonna perform like this for a fucking audience. I am, dude. He should be going, hey, if you want to skedaddle around this, and by the way, that Michigan coach, if I recall, he, of course, his life is ruined and all, but he's not gonna. I think I'd have to go back and look at it, but to be honest, not much happened to him. There was, there was some complication or some shit. It'll be tough for him to recover his life, but I think the woman was a little hyperbolic or something like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So, his affair, it was salacious, but not criminal, apparently.
At all.
He probably should have lost his job, but
he only lost his job because he's a social figure in society.
right. Well, it's Michigan.
Yeah.
But well, anyway, let's watch this roast. But this is why I don't honestly. Sharon is red pill. This performative bullshit. How the fuck do you sleep at night?
Is red pill a man that's controlled by a woman?
No, I think my definition of red pill, and there is a formal definition. It's kind of men's rights and all this stuff. But in my opinion, and this is just very subjective, it is Stanley's opinion. These are men who have never had happy relationships, or they were in a relationship and it just went south. And they want to basically impose like rules, like if a woman does this, then that. It just doesn't work that way. And I may be, look, I'm just a lucky motherfucker. I just never had. Yeah, there've been breakups and stuff like that. There's been a yelling or two, but overall, be who you are. Okay, don't talk about white women like that when you're married to one.
You're married to one, right?
Because to me, it's kind of disrespectful when you do that shit.
You know what's ultimately disrespectful is that he's married to a white woman, has mulatto kids, and the main person
Funny when you say mulatto.
Yeah, the main person that on the show disrespects white women that are married to black men all day, and he just allows it to happen.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I would stand by your woman. She married your dumbass. Dude, he wasn't. Look, at least when I married my wife, I didn't have kids. I didn't have baby mamas. There was no baggage on my part. There was no bullshit at all. Now I was dating a woman from Miami at the time, but that was that. And that Miami date, she was just a girlfriend. It wasn't, I just don't like disingenuous guys. Sharon's the fucking worst. Dude, if you want your white woman, stand by her.
You know what you should do? If you really want to get to know how Sharon is, go to when Sharon first came out, when he had dreads.
Oh, I've heard.
Yeah.
But the thing is, but the thing is that he just taught me what I need to know about him. Look, You are paying. I understand the performance, and you know, he makes a lot of money apparently from doing this, but I'm just not that kind of performer. And people, look, Savage, I'm just not a star. I'm 354 is good enough. We'll get monetized, but dude, I want the people who can kind of, you know, rock with me. I just don't need. I'm not. I'm. And thank God I had parents like my parents. I don't motherfucking have to be anyone else.
Yeah, I have for you because that's why I'm not monetized or anybody fucks with me like that because I can't be fake at all.
Yeah, that's just too much.
Yeah, it's too much.
So let's play some more of this. Oops.
Quiet women that work for him. And then the state of Michigan, the college, they found out about it, they fired him. And then once he got fired, he was so emotional distraught, he ran to his girlfriend's house, kicked at her door, boom, waving in a knife. Not a fofo. He kicked in the door, waving a knife. And he said, if you don't come with me, I'm taking your life and mine. And got his ass arrested.
Oh yeah,
So now he lost his job, $6 million a year. Most likely gonna lose his family. He got 3 daughters, and also he lost his freedom. So why are men fighting me tooth and
Okay, once again, this is another thing that these folks do. He hasn't lost his free. You are literally pronouncing the man guilty. Dude,
For someone
this is
guilty.
This is lit. This is why I think dude's not particularly bright. This is just performance art. Dude, you've got to think. What the fuck is it with people like this dude?
He's fallen into that no more trap. Money talks for him. Women talk for him. He's a simp. He's weak. He's weak. He's weak. You can tell by the finger, the phalanges all in the air all
the time.
Now to recalibrate their value system and take lust and degeneracy from the top of their hierarchy and bring it to the bottom.
So, how did he get caught? That lady?
How did he get caught?
Yeah.
That part is I have no idea how he actually got caught. On if he got caught in a downstroke, he told, I don't know.
I was wondering why he went over there to try to lead her with the knife. I was like, wow, what made him that angry to go over there and try to lead her with the knife?
Because he just lost his job. How else is he going to? Oh, that's right. Thank you, Aset Tenray. It was DoorDash. DoorDash snitched on him.
DoorDash.
Savage. He ordered a Plan B from DoorDash. They delivered it. They said, hey, coach. That's what happened. They said, hey, coach, aren't you married? Did you order a Plan B for your wife? He said, no. The DoorDash said, aha.
There's the spoon.
Aha. And I guess, he probably tried to say, hey, I got this information on you. And maybe he didn't pay up or whatever. But the DoorDash employee was the one that snitched.
Uh-oh. Stanley?
Yeah, hold on one sec. I did something by accident. Give me one sec here. There we go. Something happened. I don't know whether I took some photo. This is technical glitch. Damn it. So, all right. Well, we'll just go back and play this. For some reason or another, the
StreamYard.
Well, the vertical popped up.
Yeah.
And I have no clue why. I don't use vertical generally.
All the time. Higher than 50%, it ruins a man's life. That lust is the drug. That's it's a drug. The hell of a drug.
Part.
I think you got to go.
Oh,
back
so you agree? So, Savage, are you telling me that you agree with my assessment? My female thought patterns?
I agree with you a lot, but the way you come across the bullshit, right? I agree with you. It's just, like, come on, man. We got to, balance the conversation with, man. We can't put men down too much. Everybody else puts us down all the time. So, I try to keep us at a level where we can, have equal playing fields. You know what I'm saying? We all do stupid shit as human.
But the problem is that the playing field is not equal for a very long time. Men been getting the veil of excuses for a very long time. The veil of, I'm just me being a man. That's why I gotta put my peen in everything moving.
Stanley.
I'm a $6 million man. I could afford to have multiple women, even though I told my wife I was gonna only be with her.
This is how, like, just listen to him right now, because if you know if you know Sharon for years, you would know that he never spoke like this. He was so against black women, it was crazy. Right.
Yeah, but didn't he find religion or something?
No, he found PH Diva, which controlled him to do this show.
Really?
Well, that's my assessment. But the thing about it is that he's automatically going towards the fault of a man of his decisions.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? When he's when he's a man himself that has fucked up all his life. You know what I'm saying? He's fucked up his life being a man, and then he's all of a sudden saying that this is a problem.
Here's the deal: converts, I've known Catholic converts. The converts, or I quit smoking and now I'm going to go out on the lecture circuit and tell everyone that's exactly what he's doing.
Right. The biggest one is the ones that go to jail, then all of a sudden they're Muslim and shit. You know what I mean?
Scared straight.
Yeah, scared straight. Here's the thing. I think that if you're a single man exploring the world, you should be able to put your penis in anything you want to. But once you should be able to. I didn't say do it. But once you're in a committed relationship or trying to, that's where you go wrong if trying to add someone else into the fire. You know what I mean? If you just don't mess up another person's life by bringing them into your fuckery. If you're gonna go out there and fuck everybody else, just say that. Be honest. Say it straight up. I'm not here for a long-term relationship. I'm here to fucking let's go. Pretty much. Just be honest. If you're single, you should be able to explore.
Well, you wasn't here yesterday, but PH Diva and Bomb Cherry both said that women want to be lied to. So how do we establish and tackle that?
You know what?
Okay. Is he just saying that? Wait, agree with what?
That women want to be lied to?
I'd stop the show. Like PH Diva said, what?
That
No. She said what? Like, what the fuck? I've never heard a woman. Yeah, there's a whole song "Lied to Me" and all this stuff, but not in this context.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's look, Savage, and I've been saying it because I'm slowly but surely, starting to see the light. Mm. Some of these women are as bad as the YNs. PH Diva is a red pill black manosphere. I'm trying to tell you, these women, dude, what's her name? Chanel.
Yeah.
Like a man comes up and goes, "Hey, I think you're equal," and they just fucking spaz out. Like, what? Ooh, can you explain that? dude, these women have they have PTSD.
They actually, I don't know if it's PTSD, Stanley. These women are literally from their parents, which are mostly women, and from social media, mixed with their emotions, are pretty much projectile feelings. That's it. Because it could change at the drop of a dime. You know what I'm saying? They to be honest with you, it's like arguing with a child 24/7.
Well, I think arguing with some of these old YNs is like arguing with a child too. So
I'm saying. The YNs and the females are the same. They're like the FMs, the female YFM. Like, I don't know how to say it, but the young female, like youngins, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but okay. Well, yeah, they're being raised. Look, parenting is like the most important thing. Dude, Black Americans catch the flu when the rest of America has a cold. Unfortunately, the way history works, I'm not going to say you have to work twice as hard, but you do have to pay more attention to what's going on. And dude, I'm literally stunned, but not surprised. Women want to be lied to.
Your shoes.
Isn't that part of the problem? Women want to be that, dude. They want to be. So what the fuck is she talking about?
I can't say that it's a problem, because once you understand a certain type of being, and that's what they are, and that's what they like, and that's what they can only react or be a part of, then you have to adapt in advance.
No, you don't.
Well, if you want to get along with women and you want to get,
hold on. There are a lot of women out there.
Yeah.
No, look, men should not compromise their standards just for some pussy. Period. Now, it may take you a long time. Look, my wife wasn't the first woman I ever dated, but she's the first one she actually met my standards.
Right.
Not every single one, but dude, I went 30. My sister, even my parents were like, well, your standards are too high. You're expecting the perfect woman. And my wife wasn't perfect, but damn, no, I'm not going to compromise. Because I have my standards. Right. But what I'm saying is I don't want motherfucker, I'm not marrying a silly woman.
Fact.
Like a silly woman. There are women out there who are not silly. And
I know. I get that.
PH Diva, dude, you got a PhD and you're up on this fucking YouTube show.
Yeah.
Maybe is she retired now, or?
To be honest with you, I'll be honest. I heard a couple country fried chicken commercials with the chick that's in the background that sounds just like her. So I think she's making money off of commercial voice.
Hey, if you know what, if she has a job and that's what she's doing, honestly, I don't have a problem if she.
I don't have a problem with it either. But just don't be.
Yeah, but don't be up here.
That.
Don't be up here talking about women want to be lied to.
But I'll be honest. They don't want to be lied to, but that's what they respond to.
Everyone responds to a lie.
Well, that's what they respond positively to.
My experience is different.
Well, yes, your personal anecdotal,
and you should never. Giving my son advice, no, she has to meet most expectations, if not all.
His standards.
Never lie to a woman. Never.
Well, I'm about not lying at all, right? But what I see in my experience is that when you tell the truth to a female, they respond in a negative way. But
Tough shit.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Move
tough shit. They
on.
got to go.
If they respond negatively, she's not the woman for you.
But that's a problem of us as men that we think.
I don't think it's a problem at all.
Well, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
No. Get into that. Why is it a problem?
No, I get it. I agree with you. It's not a problem.
Well, I mean, it might be for
trying to deal
some
with the
men. Just
situation
don't be the kind of man that has to lie to a woman.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I agree with you on that one.
I mean, in all honesty, now people get burned all the time. I'm not. I've had a very lucky and/or sheltered life, but I do know some things. Look, my father told me when I was really young, and this was really like black man to future black man advice.
Right.
Number one, you're not a good liar because I didn't raise you this way.
Right.
He didn't say always tell the truth, but dude, number one, the truth is more fun a lot of times. However, dude, women are, if you want a woman to be your wife, you got to come clean. There should be, I've literally never had some woman, turn up and go, oh, hey, here's your boy, or it never did. Now, I was very careful because, look, and I've told my son this, motherfucker, you're graduating from some university that white boys can't go to because they can't test into it. I don't know that I said you're a valuable commodity, but dude, why would you ruin your life over, some silliness? You need to know your own worth. I'm not saying you have to be all highfalutin and conceited and all that stuff, but dude, you're not chopped liver.
Right.
And I was talking to someone last night, can't even remember who. I could have stayed up in Virginia, but I wanted my son to be raised around my family. Love my wife's family and all that stuff, but dude, my family has standards, and he needed to be raised to a cross standard. And it's not my wife's standard. They're perfectly fine, but motherfucker, he was raised as a black man. To a black, let's just call it excellent standard. There's just some things you don't fucking do.
You know what, Stanley? I totally agree with you, and I think more due to the process, the way black people have to live, or what we go through, we need to upgrade our standards because we change it. We change it. We change it every day. And that's our problem. We change it every day, which it should not be changed. You stand in your 10 and have your standards of how you want your life to be. And the reason why we fail is because we keep changing our standards.
I'm telling you right now, Savage, that is so true. We have, even if you want to be, let's look at, the collective. Now, I'm not into Francis Cress Welsing and Neely Fuller and all that. It's not my shtick. But even if you're kind of more of a centrist and, more in the, the Western tradition, we have Booker T. Washington. We have Ralph Ellison. We have a wealth of people. Kids can go back and look. You're not going to learn this shit in white schools. This is now, as much as you may bristle at the term, it is a white man's country.
Yeah.
Okay. And you need to understand that they're going to push that bullshit about patriotic education. And essentially, the way this is going, black men and women need their parents more now than they did when I was a kid.
Facts. So much facts.
Dude, look, education starts at home. CKJ3 talks about it a lot. Dude, your community starts
at home.
At home.
It does.
And then, you'll step out, there's a neighborhood and all that. But dude, your community starts at about that community starts the day that child goes to daycare.
Yeah.
And we got to start taking this is not an easy job. And you know it as well as I do, dude. Being a parent, that shit, dude. My recommendation is, and even to my son, is, don't make me be 80. If I live to 80, because that I'm gonna call him a motherfucker, but if that dude waits till my age to have a kid, I might meet my grandchild, I might not.
Right.
But he's capable. He'll hopefully,
It happens. I'm already a grandfather. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Yeah.
How old are you? You were only in your 40s.
Yeah. I'm already a grandfather of 3.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's my son.
Well,
he's just like his father.
As a matter of fact, I just remembered my son turns 20 come Monday.
Wow. My son's 24.
I'm a good 61.
Yeah.
So
my son's 24. He has 3 kids already.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's just like his father.
Yeah, but 24 is not a bad age. As a matter of fact, I think my father, my mother was a year older. So I think they were 22 and 23.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great because, my mother, she died a couple years ago, but she got to see all her grandkids for years. Like we used to like every summer we would go somewhere and, hang out for a week or two.
Right.
So she got to know all her grandkids and the dogs and which she hated. She never liked dogs. And those poor dogs, they would like, oh, I know you don't like me, but I'm just gonna try so hard. I want you to like me. Dude, those poor dogs. My mother was like, get this dog away from me. And that poor dog is like sitting, the poor dog is sitting there being all obedient, wagging its tail, going, Grandma, please love me. She's like, I'm not having this shit. Come get your dog. She was so funny about that.
Yeah, it's tough out there.
Look, I think it's not tough out there. And when the going gets excuse me, when the going gets tough, you
got to get tougher.
You got to be predictive. You got to know what's coming. And one of the things you just have to be predictive. And this is another thing. As a Black person, dude, you have to almost be playing defense the whole time
and offense.
And I'm all I'm saying. Why offense? You pick your offensive game, but look, I've had a lot of privilege. I've had a lot of education, and you still have to keep your head on the swivel. Okay, I don't, date. It's not like you have to do it every day. I don't worry about my son.
Stanley, it depends on the situation you're in. If you have to do
it,
every
absolutely.
Right.
Like I said, not every day.
Well, it depends what life you live and what situation you're in. Because it could be
that's
every
correct.
day.
Yeah. I get you.
Right. Because and me, I'm a little different. My life is totally different from a lot of people's. And just the way I grew up, I'm always going to keep my head on the swivel. Just because of the way I was raised. And even you talking about PTSD, that is my PTSD. The comfort, my comfort is knowing that I have to keep my head on the swivel to protect myself. You know what I'm saying? I've known so many people that will backstab you and don't really care about you that I have to stay that way 24/7, which is not a comfortable thing, but it's comfortable knowing that I'm capable of doing it. So that's really not a great life to live, but it's just something that has to happen.
Oh yeah, I get it.
So yeah, but I stay in good spirits with anything I go through. So that's just how I know that I'm kind of more of a I believe that I'm a good person. That all the negativity around me, I'm still thinking of something positive.
Yeah, well, even good people have to keep their head on a swivel. It's not. It's
that's
really
true.
not. It's really not like a virtue thing. It's like you said, where you live. Good people have to. They might have to keep their head on a swivel more than bad people.
For real. Bro. Now let's see this Sharon bullshit.
Okay.
You so damn silly.
So Savage, what's your thoughts on that? Do you believe, because that was a whole conversation yesterday, do you believe, because I didn't get to speak to you about it, do you believe women want to be lied to?
The Savage over there going through. What happened, Savage? You knocked something over?
My dog just ripped up my damn pillows all over the place now. Everywhere, man. But you feel that do women want to be lied to?
Want.
I wouldn't say a majority of them want to. There's women out there who appreciate a man lying to them sometimes. There's so many that don't, that prove that they don't really want to hear the truth. So it's like, what are you going to do? There's a lot of men. There's a lot of men out there who don't, who are not able and capable of just, owning up to the fact that, that I don't need to lie to you.
So when you say women don't want to be told the truth, what do you mean by that? Like, what's your example of women don't want to be told the truth? Like, what you mean?
Example, I would say, all right, so say you have like you see 3-4 girls go out together, right? They claim they're great friends, but they'll see the one that looks horrible in the group. They don't say nothing. Nobody say nothing. The girl knows that she's not the best looking one in the group, but they'll lie to her and say, girl, you got everything going on. You look good in this dress, this and that, whatever. No one, it's not. I believe that she knows that, but she appreciates that her friends won't lie to her. I mean, her friends will lie to her just so she can feel good, because it's about feelings.
I think it's interesting that a lot of people look at that as a lie. You think they trying to deceive her?
I think that they should be, in a way, fully honest with her, because I listen. I hang around a lot of females because I like their perspective on how they see men. It makes me, kind of critique the ways I treat women. You know what I mean?
So if I don't like how your beard is so long and it could catch food, for example, should I say that to you out the blue, or should I just allow you to be your own person?
I believe, like, your beard don't collect food? Because what I think, your beard might collect food. You know what I mean? Like, there's a way to talk to people. But if you don't like it, it doesn't matter.
Right. So now when we translate that to the girls and they all out, they party, they say, girl, you look good. Like, they like, hey, we know that's the best she could do. Hey, girl, you look good, because maybe she looked good compared to what she usually look like on a daily basis.
Didn't say that. You didn't look that good yesterday.
But what? Damn. But I think, so anytime we talk about the lie thing, we start talking about, well, with regard to women, we start talking about, like, do we tell women they fat or they unattractive or something to that effect? But I feel like if you're in a relationship, that's the least of the shit that you're going to be. Right. So in terms of real lies that happen, where you tell her, oh, I went from here to here, but you really went from here to there to here, right? And so you lying by omission. And do you think women want that type of a lie? or you lied about the finances. Oh yeah, girl, we good. I'm doing this, that, and the third, and y'all about to go into foreclosure, right? Those type of like real life lies. Do y'all think?
I think that should be told. That shouldn't be a lie. I remember. I think it was on this show. Bolo saying something like that, or trying to explain how in the timing of the truth. I believe that's true. You think there's timing.
Okay, I'm thoroughly confused here. So is foreclosure really that much a part of real life?
It's not, but she's trying to like just like women do, build a whole bunch of different perspectives just so they can have a point.
Well, I understand, coming at it from
saying.
several different directions, but I don't
the
know. This is the same. She's doing that same shit Chanel did.
Yeah, that's
trying
what
to
we all
make it
do.
about her personal life. Look, it is very difficult when you're trying to build an argument not to get yourself involved in it. My thing is, dude, let's make an argument that is objective. Don't interject yourself into the idea.
Well, that's what I was saying, Stanley. When it comes to talk to a female, you got to understand that.
I don't think men do it. Well, you want to concentrate on females. Sharon's up here not interjecting.
Let me shut up.
He was wrong from the beginning with that white woman bullshit.
He's a female.
He's not. He's lying. He's lying to the women in his chat.
He's lying to everybody.
Yes. So it is so fun. It strikes me as odd that
when you see him so confused, when you say something logical, when he gets so confused, that is a female action.
Well, here's the deal. I don't care about the male or female or any of that. When you deal with male-female relationships, why do we even talk about logic? Feelings are not always logical. Why do we interject logic into, you use logic when it's necessary or if it's useful, but dude, how I feel about you is not necessarily logic. Stop relying on the logic.
You're right.
This silly argument about, do women want to be lied to? Try and build a logical argument about why women want to be lied to.
Well,
it's literally, it's not even, no, not you. I mean, the whole premise.
Okay, yeah.
Give me a logical reason why a woman wants to be lied to. There is none. Literally. So it's useful for women to be. Well, I don't even understand the premise.
You're right. All right, I understand. So there's one thing we're missing on this one. That the conversation of understanding. And
but that's a one-on-one thing. Please finish your argument, and I have a response.
Okay. So most people are talking with the perspective of this is the way I feel. This is what's going on, but nobody wants to take the time to like. Well, I know men are like this, and I know women are like this, and I know some are like this, and some are like this. So just
but you don't know.
Well, we don't know.
You actually don't know how women are or how men are. It's all based on feelings.
You can't say we don't. We know that we
No, you don't. You literally don't.
We don't know how that.
When you say how men are, when you say how women are, do you know all 9 billion?
That's where you're right. That's where you're right.
And then even in your neighborhood, do you even know everyone at your public school? You just don't know these things.
Not at all.
That's where the objectivity in the rational thinking, critical thinking comes in. Now, I'm not saying you should be a Vulcan, but come on.
But
you gotta
you ever seen
find a happy medium.
You ever heard of the movie Majority Report?
The one with Tom Cruise, the precog,
where they take where they can kind of stop crime because
there was abuse involved. If
right,
you recall.
Also because they take their analysis.
I remember the movie.
Right, yeah. So I know you can say that we don't know all women, but if you have a basis of understanding of how women work,
and how do you get that basic understanding?
You get that from your own. Everything is your opinion, no matter what. But if you live the life of knowing these type of women, that's where your perspective is going to come from.
Okay, so you know one type of woman, so you know all types.
No, because there's no such thing as
all. No. And let's elevate it beyond Stanley and Savage. Right. Let's just elevate it up to a point. If you know a certain type of woman, look, I don't know all types of women. I know the types of women I like. I'm more inclined to be attracted to the types of women I like. I could walk into the hood tomorrow and I'm sure there'll be pretty women even my age. Will they be my type? Probably not, but who knows? You just simply can't know everything. Right. It strikes me as odd that people get up on these YouTube panels and women are this, and last night it was men are this. Right. No, you don't, dude. Just in your fucking neighborhood,
right?
There are all kinds of people that you've never even met. Well, then and it's mostly these and you're gonna be mad when I say this. It's mostly these northern people, dude. Come back down south where the black culture really is.
No, I'm not even mad at that because I've lived in North Carolina and Raleigh, North
Carolina. If it has north in the name, it's
so different. It's so different. Like the women are so different.
It's totally different.
Raleigh, Carolina, than where I'm born and raised from. And I was mind boggled how different they are. And it's like, because like you said, like I was stuck on one version, not one version, but I was stuck on a version of women where I was from until I moved to North Carolina, Raleigh for 2 years. And then I'm like, wow, I didn't know women could really act like this. Like, I didn't know that they could be so nurturing, so loving, so like help, like they love black men, and it was it was only
even the white women love black men. But here's where I'm going with this. Yeah, this is why Sharon, all these manosphere panels, the women, honestly, I'm not going to even say that the women look. They're the same type of people. Okay, these I'm calling them womanosphere, dude. They PH Diva is red pill as far as I'm concerned.
I think she's a fucking clown.
Well, that's fine, but how is she different than I think Sharon's red pill? He swear he isn't. I'll hear Nightish. He swears he's not red pill or manosphere, but yeah, he is. When he gets drunk and he starts speaking his truth, when he starts fucking, dude, that performance today was disgusting. And I do
what was it
know,
about, Stanley?
I'm not, go watch the show. It's still Nightish is, he gets drunk and I don't know if he remembers what he's talking about.
He doesn't.
But some of that shit, and look, people contribute cash apps and all that stuff. So I'm not going to step on his game, but dude, it's just not something I could do.
I feel you.
12th man. Oh, you know where his show is. I've seen you in the chat. You know what he does.
Yeah.
That just reminds me of a Gemini.
I find his streams a little too ghetto for me, Stanley.
Oh, I don't think he's ghetto at all.
He's not ghetto at all.
There are actually smart people in the ghetto.
Yeah.
He just doesn't happen to be one of them.
Yeah. I think that he's just I think he's coming to a I think he's because he's been here. I know Niners for 5 years. He's been around. He's coming to a point where he has to react certain ways because he needs his channels to pop off. And he knows that if he goes there and act a fool here or do this and that, he has to get drunk to do it. He's playing a role for the money.
Well, wait, hold it. You can't look.
And Niners wasn't really.
I'm not going to doubt what you're saying, but damn, that's kind of dire at his age.
Well, at his age,
shit's not even that Shit's not even that healthy.
And you see, he's not really that healthy. So, like, he has, like, he'll tell you he has to do this stuff because that's where his life is at. There's no other alternative.
Okay, you know where I'm gonna go with this, right? Motherfucker, if it's that important, don't fall asleep. Hold on one sec. Dude, if it's that important, don't fall asleep on the job.
Well, here's the thing.
I thought you fell asleep a couple of times.
Stanley,
whoa. 12th man, hold on one sec, Savage. Okay. When was the last time I fell asleep on a panel, 12th man?
Well, I thought you did the other day, but you was getting an Uber and not taking a nap.
I've never
When is the last time I fell asleep on a panel?
I've never seen you.
I remember. No. I used to do this overnight show on John Galt's channel, and I did fall asleep. The worst thing you can ever do is lay down and talk on. You got to sit up. It's been now. If it's two times, I'll trust you. I only remember one time because I woke up later, and the show was still going, so I had to kind of recover. Since I have been away from John Galt's channel, not even once. I'll shut the bitch down if I feel that sleepy.
When you're an excessive drinker, it's hard to control your consumption, and when once it's inside of you, you're passing the fuck out. That's what happens to Niners. He drinks so much that it's hard for him to stay awake.
I just drink beers, so I get tired and go to sleep. I don't pass out.
Alcohol is different. Once you reach a certain, once you consume enough alcohol, it will black you out where you don't even realize you're falling asleep. And I know this for a fact because I've already dealt with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this isn't let's feel sorry for Nightish.
We don't feel sorry for Nightish.
But what I'm saying is that dude,
he does it to himself.
The motherfucker he was monetized. He was getting shit. I think I've seen like 100, which for his size of a channel, because he had like 7,000. It was for a small channel, it was sizable. He'd be having 100 people in that chat.
No, he was doing good for a while. That he was doing his thing. He was not the sleeper back in the day. He was the antagonist. He had a lot of great points all the time. Like he will see another level.
I cannot imagine that he ever did. This manifest destiny bullshit that he's been on the past couple days. It's like literally, dude. Manifest destiny was a little bit more nuanced than he wants to do. And this is the other thing. That's that ghetto manifest destiny. Dude. White people in the hood do it all the time. When they steal your sneakers, is he trying to say, well, hey, when your kid gets robbed of his Jordans, that's manifest destiny? No, that's a crime. And now the problem is manifest destiny was a moral abomination, but there were no laws to stop it. This is this hood logic that he wants to do, no one ever checks him on it. And when I try and check him, he just wants to, make light of it. There's gonna come a dude took my wrench, which it is what it is. But motherfucker, he's not gonna encourage me to fucking give him a dime.
When do I get my wrench, Stanley?
Well, Stanley,
when you contribute something, I thought you had
Stanley,
a wrench, to be honest.
Stanley, if you really pay, because Stanley, Midas is an Aquarian, and we do things.
I don't know about all that stuff.
I do. He does things for a reason. So if you see just one picture that he shows,
so he loses channels for a reason.
No. His drunkenness loses channels. But if you see the picture that he uses, like we use pictures. So the Pooh Shiesty, that means he's trying to be a certain type to get something. Being a
yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah. And that's the image he needs for right now until he gets back to his monetary. And it'll change.
I don't know.
I know Nighters for 5 years. I've been on this YouTube for 5 years. I'm just not as out there as other people. I was the background guy. I was the background guy that put other people on my show for shows that are on my show. And I used to do the production for it. And then I decided to start doing my own thing, which didn't work because I'm not one of those guys that likes to speak all the time. I like to do all the production in the background. You know what I mean? So my channel worked when I was doing the production on the background, but as soon as I started doing me, like I'm not one of those speakers like that. You know what I mean? I like to jump on the show, say what I gotta say, and then it is what it is. But I did set something up with Nightish today, actually. He's going to be interviewing me. And we'll see.
That's going to be interesting.
It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting. Because I do have
when is this blessed event going to happen?
Well, we don't know yet. We just came up with it, and he told me to hit him up on the Instagram inbox and see if we can put something together. But it definitely is going to be an interesting show because Nightish really doesn't know me, and everybody else really doesn't know me. So it'd be interesting to know, for y'all to get to know who I really am.
Okay, well, once you set it up, do some hype.
I'm gonna try.
Well, are you going to be on Nightish's channel, or is he coming over to yours?
Well, it's probably going to be his channel because he's the one doing the interview. But I'm going to see if we could both at least try to make some money off it.
Hey, Stanley, I was wanting to ask you about that black farm you had going on earlier this afternoon.
The what?
That black farm where they had the tractor and the farm going on.
Oh my gosh!
Is that in Georgia? Was that in Georgia, or where is that at?
Georgia.
Oh, good. Yeah, I told him. See, people don't understand that.
Don't understand what black farms are?
No, like a lot of these inner city YNs, Stanley, that
what you need to do?
That they could get out and do the same thing.
Let me go ahead and stop your ass right here. So city people not getting out to the rural is a particularly black problem?
I don't know about that.
Okay, then, motherfucker, if you don't know, let me warn you not to go where you are about to go. City people are not a uniquely black American problem. Might wanna think before you speak.
Well, I'm just saying that
Okay, no,
I
no.
appreciate those
Okay.
farmers.
I'm glad you appreciate them. At least you called them farmers and not black farmers. Dude, I keep telling you, you got some problems that you need to address. Glad you appreciate, but stop acting like black people don't have the same problems that other demographics do. There are more white people living in a place like New York City or Chicago than there are black people, if you've never noticed. And they're not going to the white farms.
Yeah, they go to their local commie market, like the
Okay,
one
what I need you
Mandami is
okay,
gonna set
bitch,
up.
I will put your dumb ass in the back because you are literally like this young lady that I talked to last night. You can't deal with the response to the answer you gave. You just need to skedaddle off to something that is pretty much unrelated. What I need you to concentrate on is there are more white people in urban areas like, say, New York City and other demographics too. They don't go to white farms. The Asians don't go to Asian farms. Why? What the fuck are you even talking about? So white people don't go to white farms. Are you appreciative of white farmers?
Well, not as much as the black farmers, Stanley,
So
because
you're more appreciative of the black farmers than the white farmers?
yes, sir,
Why?
because they've been through a lot already.
Well, the farmers or the black people in the cities?
Well, I guess you could say both, but
So
the black farmers figured
black
it out.
people, you do realize that there was a great migration from the rural South to these cities. So black people figured out that farming shit 200 years ago. So what the fuck are you
Yeah,
do you even know American history?
some of it. I'm not a
Okay, well
master like you are, Stanley.
let me help you out. You don't know it well enough. What I need you to do is understand that if black people don't understand, the city black people, you're grateful that city people have black farms to go to. White people are not far behind. Same thing with birth rate, same thing with single motherhood. Um, black Americans tend to be canaries in the coal mine due to historical, economic, political issues. But dude,
Right.
if black people are losing representation, for instance, in the South, poor white people are going to have the same fate. There is racism hurts po whites too. Po whites just aren't smart enough to figure it out. And people and your little Donald Trumps and all these people are literally have been bamboozling the po whites pretty much since 1776. Shay's rebellion, for instance, was po whites that the white elites just kind of fucked, and then they started rebelling, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh shit, we need a national government, so we can figure out how to do a militia and make stronger laws and stuff." There's a way of looking at the Constitution as an elite defense against democracy. Shay's rebellion, and there were other things too. It's way more nuanced than that, but the elites did not want to lose their eliteness, and they were very afraid. In the South, they were afraid of slave rebellions. In the North, they were afraid of po whites, especially veterans of the American Revolution. These people weren't getting their. Why do you think Shay's rebellion happened? Because these people were losing their farms and property because the Continental Army, they were in the army, they were expecting pensions, and it just they weren't getting the money. So they motherfucking rebelled. So you need to know your patriotic history because there's some shit storms even for white people that white people aren't being taught in high school. And I wasn't taught it either. I've just, been reading American history for quite some time. Stop thinking white people aren't fucked up by this government and its racist tendencies. The po whites have been bamboozled into thinking that, oh shit, we're white, we might be Elon Musk one day. Chances of that, 0.
Yeah, less than 0, Stanley.
Right. So don't worry about the black people. We've been surviving probably better off in some ways than the po whites have.
Well, they learned a lot of that from back in the day. If you know what I mean.
Back when America was really fucking brutally racist. And that shit went down generation to generation. I keep saying black people know how fucked up America is more so than the poor whites do.
I was a victim of racism.
I don't give a fuck.
But you know what I did while I was in prison?
I don't. Which part?
I grew collard greens 6 foot tall.
Whoa. So you were in prison just like a black man?
That's right.
Funny how that works. One thing I can say to you
goes right with what you were just talking about.
No, it actually doesn't. You were in prison just like a black man. Are you gonna say that you had no better chances than a black man in prison?
And I grew collard greens 6 foot tall.
Nope. Answer my question, sir. Because I'm getting bored real quick. Did you not have a better chance of staying out of prison than a black man?
I had better education in prison than I had in high school.
Does that mean you had a better chance of staying out?
Yeah.
Okay, well, stop blaming your personal fuck ups in comparing yourself to a black man in prison.
Why not? I was right in there with them.
Why not? Because you had advantages your normal black prisoner at the time you were in prison didn't have.
How do you know that?
Motherfucker, look at statistics. Do you really want me to break it down?
Does a white man
motherfucker, no. I will just break it down statistically. There is more wealth in the white community by 10 times than there is in the traditional, American black community. I don't care about your personal situation. I'm going to look at statistics. You had a better chance. Just seriously, in this white man's country, it's a white man's country, so I assume a white man has a better chance. Aren't you white?
Well, some say I might be black.
Let me try my hand at being racist. Dude, if this is a white man's country, and I've heard you fucking love you some Trump, the motherfucker's a racist. Hey, you had your chance, you had the better education, that you wound up not taking advantage of it. That's 12th.
Well, you love Graham Planter, don't you?
Bitch. We're talking about 12th man.
Don't call me a bitch, Stanley. I don't call you names.
Hey, listen to what I'm saying. Chanel will be glad that I called you a bitch. Now, when I call her a bitch, she won't be so mad. Equal treatment. That's an inside joke. Son, don't compare yourself to a black man in prison. You had better opportunities. You had, you know, it's a
Tell
white
me.
man's country. Okay. I'm not interested in your personal story. I'm looking at an overall
Tell
statistic.
me how I
No,
had
I
better
don't give.
opportunities in
I
prison
don't care.
than the black
I
man.
don't know. I don't know your personal story. You're white. You had better education.
I spent my time in
Did
school
you literally?
studying math and shit.
Did you literally not say you had a better education?
Was in
Did
ROTC
you
and stuff
not?
like
Did
that.
you not say I don't give a fuck about any of that? Did you, by your own admission, in your own words, say you had a better education?
It's because I studied.
Okay, don't care why, but did you?
No, I didn't say that.
You know what? I'm done for the night. Motherfucker, you literally said you had the better education. This is why I get so bored with these folks. Savage, anything before we leave? Yep. He may have fallen asleep.
Well, didn't you have a better education, Stanley? You had
I've
a
never been,
better education.
and I took advantage of it. Number one, by not going to prison.
Yeah. I took advantage of it while I was in prison.
Do you really think that same? Hey, Stan, you know what? I saw
Works
you in
for
the
me.
chat. Yeah, well, it has to work for you. It doesn't have to work for me. Hey,
No,
Stan,
that's true, Stanley.
I missed you earlier. I meant to say hello, and you know how easily I get distracted. So salute to you, brother. Let's see if you can convince. Yeah. I will probably do a show tomorrow, folks. The pop-up was supposed to be about my Chanel experience. And it just I wound up doing it today. It's not guaranteed I'll do a show tomorrow, but I actually had a good time today.
Yeah, ain't you up past your bedtime, Stanley?
I'm retired. I don't have a bedtime.
That's what I always say too.
Right. I am hungry though. So it is definitely dinner time.
What you having?
No idea. Probably leftovers from the other day. I got roasted vegetables and a leg quarter that I may warm up. I'm actually thinking about just doing a quick omelet and with some Swiss cheese and maybe some spinach. In the
Have
omelet.
you fired up the smoker this summer yet?
I have not. I'm gonna have to fix it. I either have to buy a new electrical unit. It's got this complicated electrical thing that controls the little discs that go into the smoker, and then it's a whole timer temperature thing, and it keeps throwing errors. And I suspect I'm probably going to have to get a new electrical unit. I'm not going to break it open, play with the soldering iron. If I can get a new unit on eBay, I'll do it that way.
I've been hearing a lot of good things about pellet smokers.
This is not a pellet smoker, and I'm not
Setting for great. Yeah, that's one of those.
I'll go to Lowe's and just get one of those R2D2s and use charcoal or wood or something.
Yeah, that's what I have, an offset smoker.
Yeah, but this thing has actually spoiled me. So I haven't had time to deal with it.
That
either I'll
set
figure
and
out
forget is nice.
I'll either figure out how to clear this electrical error because I don't think I traced it. It's not the cable or anything. I think it's actually in the unit. Maybe I'll get my my fancy Georgia Tech graduate to look at it.
Might just need the auger replaced. You know, the auger that runs into the puck to put it on the smoker plate. Just smokes it a little bit at a time,
Well,
right?
no, the actual error is in the electric, like it's a little box looking thing. The air is there.
Yeah, I know what they look
the
like.
cabinet is dumb. I know the cable works because when I got it, because my brother gave it to me, he wanted something new, so I had to replace the cable. There's a little cable that goes from a sensor cable from the actual unit to the little electrical thing. And again, it's one of these things that controls temperature, time, and it also controls the timing on those little wooden disc things. And it'll throw
How
an
much
error.
is that? How much is that to replace?
It won't be cheap. That's part of the reason, because when I look it up, that's why I said eBay. The thing was like $700. I guarantee you.
Damn.
600 of it was the electronics. But I'll figure it out.
Mine just get a new smoker, Stanley.
Ooh, nope.
For that kind of money.
This one's gonna have
Get
to
a pellet smoker.
This one's gonna have to work. I'm not buying a new one.
All right.
I got some weird form of engineer in training. He can figure it out, and if he can, I will.
Yeah, your son.
Yeah, he can break out that soldering iron.
Yeah.
All right, so folks, Stan, Archie, I will possibly be back tomorrow. Definitely be back Monday. More or less the normal time. But I do need to, shut this sucker down. Need to go get whatever it is I'm going to eat. I'm going to go over to CM's channel, I think, much to my chagrin. Hopefully it'll be so stupid I won't want to go up to the panel.
All right. Have a great night, Stanley. God bless you.
You too. Or go over to Let's Talk About It. So let's see. I guess I should be putting links in here. I guess. Let's see. So let's do this. I will put Latino for Trump's channel. Let's Talk About It. And then I don't know if CM is still alive. Yep, he's still alive. Let's share his channel. Choose one. I may just wind up choosing sleep. So everyone have a good night.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it. And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will.
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know.
I'm